the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here. We're off and running. Good time gang, fired up, ready to go. Don't forget Bible study live today, noon Central with Rick. We'll get an update on how his packing is going. I know he was packing for his travel to France to meet Sherry, and he is traveling solo, which means that he's packing solo and then has to back out of the house and it be clean, because when he returns, Sherry will walk in with him. So a lot going on, and we'll get updates from Rick on that. Alapuka, he's already here. He's your intern today, getting his degree in common sense. He's pulling show prep, and he'll be on the phones this hour, and Cam Solo will join him shortly. Right now, though, over to my left, it's Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms.
That's right.
What's up, boys?
What up?
How are y'all?
Good.
Good.
Fair.
Oh, wow, okay.
Fair to middling.
What were you thinking about, Greg?
None.
Okay. Called Helmsy yesterday.
You did, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For
I
what?
still don't know what happened though. I still don't think anything. I don't think anything was affected by it.
About
And I got to get with him today. I know that's an on-air meeting we're having.
Oh, you're
here,
talking about
but-
Tom.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently it had stopped and he hit play and it started
Usually
back.
when it does, people, it must have been quick because when it does, I get a ton.
There was a little server in the tech room that we have dedicated to Rick and Bubba that the power was turned off and he rebooted everything, and so he called.
He called me and I
as a
didn't
great
answer.
engineer should, going, hey, I think this might have affected some archives or Rick and Bubba tune in or whatever. So anyway, that's why I called Helmsy, and Tom had called him,
And I didn't
Tom,
answer,
And
but-
Tom was laughing.
screened
Super. Well, I'm
him.
talking about Super Tom here, our chief engineer. He goes, "Hey,"
Screened Tom.
I said, "Well, Tom, I mean, you're talking about, tech room racks and servers and hard drives and all this kind of stuff," and I'm like, "Buddy, I have no idea what you're talking about, but I will help get to the bottom of it." And he goes, "Well, maybe Helmsy will answer your phone call." And he laughed.
And I did.
He laughed, of course. And then I called you,
Yeah.
and you answered, and I stared laughing. I'm like, gosh almighty.
There was a big reason
Well,
I
you're
didn't
his
answer.
daddy.
So then I called Tom back and said, "You are correct. He did screen you." No, I'm kidding. He said that you said you were getting out of a ticket when he called.
I was getting out of a ticket when Tom called me. I looked
How'd
at,
you do that?
I looked at my watch and I saw Tom calling. And I thought, wow, he don't call much. This is probably important.
Yeah.
But I really
Yeah.
need to see if I can keep going with this and get out of this.
You couldn't answer in the middle of
And
getting a ticket.
I couldn't.
Hang on,
I
officer.
couldn't.
I got to get this. It's
and,
Tom.
Yeah.
And I pulled it off, by the way.
Or he could have faked it like his murder. Oh, hold on. I gotta go.
Oh, no.
We
Work.
it was just a parking ticket, but it's still a ticket, and I'm tired of paying those, by the way,
Yeah,
because I've had
they'll
to
put
get
one
a
on
few.
you.
They will
Yeah,
in a
boy.
minute.
Back
But
to being a college student again.
I was walking out of our office downtown.
I know how you got out of it.
Greg, would you stop saying that? Okay, we're on air now. Okay, a minute ago when we were off air, it was funny, but you can't say it on air.
He wants to
Okay,
so badly.
I know he does.
Yeah.
And so I saw a guy around my truck, and I thought,
Hey, pal.
what's this guy doing around my truck? And then I saw he had one of those little things he was writing, and like he had
What are you, a
tapping.
meter maid?
You have these, it prints out tickets. You know how they do.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
They'll give you a ticket. That's how
Once
they
they
call.
call it in, it's
and
over.
and from about
That's how they pay for
70
that stadium.
feet, 70 feet away, I yelled. He was trying to put it on my windshield, and I yelled, "You can just put it in my hand." Don't know why I yelled that. It probably
Like I
wasn't
said.
probably wasn't a good start to the conversation. But you got to understand, I had drove around. I was so frustrated. I had drove around for like 10 or 15 minutes around Bartow Arena,
Did you tell him you was
trying to
done
find a
with
ticket.
driving?
And I told him, I said, "Listen, I was only coming here for an hour and a half. I have drove around Bartow Arena for 20 minutes.
Which
I
means
cannot
5.
find it. No, it was closer to
Yeah.
15. I did exaggerate, but it was like 15
13.
and 14 and a half.
Okay.
And I said, I should have parked here to begin with because I knew I'd get a ticket, but I got to go to work at some point. Like I got to
I
get
can't
some
just
stuff
keep
done.
circling.
Can't
I'm
just
Coach
keep circling.
Bullethead.
I have went.
They shut the tennis
a half a
program
mile
down.
this way, a half a mile this way, a half a mile this way. There's nothing available, and this lot, there's 3 cars in it. There's nobody here. So what is wrong with me
Exactly.
parking here for an hour?
I'm not taking anybody's spot.
Mm-hmm.
And so
And he agreed?
He stopped me halfway through my speech and said, completely understand. I'm canceling your ticket, blah, blah, blah.
Wasn't that a nice guy?
He was a super nice guy. And he even started talking to me like, hey, I get it, man. I don't know why they put you, at this
you go,
point,
well,
he's on my
why
side.
are you writing me a ticket anyway? You saw the line wasn't full.
You're getting him fired right now, but still, at least you got out of it.
I'm not giving his name.
If you were taking somebody's spot.
And then he said,
I
how
get
about
it.
some tennis lessons? I'm trying to start.
Does he talk like that?
And then I actually
I
used
kind
it.
of like pickleball, but could you teach me?
And then he said,
Then
You want to get out?
I need to
I love
get
pickleball.
I also need to get in a spot like a lot that's gated because we have a storage
You're
area
used to that.
we have some equipment and stuff in, and we need to move it, but I can't get in there. And here's the deal: if
You
I
can't get in there.
park where we normally do, to do this, they'll write us a ticket, and this is an expensive ticket, and so I got to find a way to get into
God,
that
them and
gate.
them tickets.
Oh, it's ridiculous down there. It really is.
Could you put a sign
so-
like, when you're selling your car, it says car for sale? Could you put a sign on the window that says, I'm Coach Bullethead
No, listen,
with
I
UAB Tennis, and I need
Don't mess with me.
I'm
Let me
don't
tell you
mess
something.
with me.
I was told I'm not
Getting
making
a
this up.
haircut.
I have not told y'all this story because we were like out or whatever. It was long, but I probably should have told y'all this, and I completely forgot because it's a big deal.
Did you get arrested?
I was told by the athletic department to do what you're saying. Say I'm on a tennis trip in so and so, coach, whatever. I came back 4 days later, and my truck was booted.
No.
Yes, booted.
You got to be
And I had to
kidding me.
call and get them to unboot it. Yes, that
So
happened.
you're back from the trip. You walk up
Yes.
there and you go,
There's an orange boot on my truck.
Oh, that's funny.
Hey,
Yeah.
thanks to whoever told you to do that.
I know.
Did you tell them that?
No.
Hey,
They
appreciate you.
didn't care about you.
I
note.
got booted.
Hey, they told you no to eat it.
They did. They did. And I thought, did they not see the
They-
note? Then
they
I walked
booted
around
me.
in front of the car, and I'm like, they had to see the note.
Did they go,
Unless they didn't walk around to the
A,
front.
he's lying. B, we don't care.
I don't know. And again, it was a parking deck that nobody's ever in. That was another thing that drives
Yeah.
me. I don't get it. It's
Yeah.
How
very
long did you have to wait
frustrating.
for him to get the boot off?
Oh, it wasn't long. They came and did it in like 10 minutes.
Cuss him.
No, I had some things I needed to like take to the like I dropped off at my car, and I knew I had to take this stuff to the office
Yeah.
and then come back. So by the time I got back, it was gone.
Do you
But,
have to pay for that? How much was that?
I didn't in this case.
They let you. Okay.
Yeah.
You're going, if y'all read my notes.
And I
save us all a
learned,
lot of
and I
time.
learned
Yeah.
too. Well, and I think it was because it had been like over a week or whatever, or 5 days, 6 days. I don't know what the.
You
thing.
were abusing it. I get it.
But I did ask. I did ask this while I had the person there. I said, "When do y'all boot?" And he said, "For long periods of time, and for if you have 3 tickets or more. If you get once you get 3 parking
They'll
tickets,
boot you
they'll
till you
boot
pay
you.
'em up.
Yeah, till you pay them.
This makes sense because UAB police sent me this.
One thing led to another, and before I knowed it, there was knives and guns and everything just went haywire. They cut my beard and forced me to eat it.
I thought that was a little much for a party.
I did too.
I will say this: when I've had to deal with them directly, though, they're very kind.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they're a lot more kinder than I
And you
than
know
I give
people
them when
give
I
them
look at a
fists.
ticket and get mad.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow.
Thanks
And
for that.
I don't know what this says about me, but when it first started happening, I was like, should I tell them I'm Andy Kennedy or Trent Dilfer? Would that matter?
Probably
Do
wasn't.
they know who that is?
Right.
What if I told them I was them?
Get a goatee, maybe shave your head.
Thought it'd make it worse.
Pull
I just
off.
went with the truth.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Amazing concept.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip.
Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids' mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Don't forget Bible study live today with Rick at noon Central. Also, it's a short week for Rick and Bubba. They are going to be going off on vacation at the end of Thursday's show. Friday will be a best of. The next week will be best ofs. And the 4th of July replay here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Then they're back on July the 10th. So that happens quick. And yes, it is July. We are coming up, and we won't sound old, but we can't believe it's already July. But it is, and so we'll deal with it. So there's summer vacation coming up. That's some programming notes for you. Alapuka is on the phones right now. He's getting his degree in common sense, and Cam Solo will join him shortly. All right, so we got an update there from Coach Bullethead on his getting out of a ticket. I was trying to remember the last time I got out of a ticket. Mine was traffic-related, not parking-related.
Okay.
And I was given a warning because I was on a county road, and I wasn't trying to speed.
Yeah.
I was just driving, and a highway patrol officer – and I think I told this story. He came by me and then swung around. I was like, oh, boy. And I was coming from hunting. So I had rifles in the car. I had guns and knives.
You said you weren't trying to speed. Do people?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. It's like sometimes on these county roads it goes down to like 45 or something, and I didn't realize it. So he was very nice. He's like, hey, what you doing? You see anything today? I was like, no. He goes, all right, well, I'm going to run your tag. If you come back clean, then you're good because, you weren't doing
Good thing
too
he
bad.
didn't search your trunk.
Well, I told him I was when he came, I goes, I want to tell you a couple. First of all, I got a pistol right here and right in here, and I got 2 rifles in the back. You just want to be very upfront.
Yeah.
As I'm in my hunting gear, and you probably are assuming that, but he's like, well, I appreciate you telling me
and
that.
a big knife.
That's the last time I got out of one. I guess that's getting out of one. I don't know.
It is for sure.
I'm going to give you a warning, sir.
Yeah.
Slow it down. This is 45 in this area. Okay, thank you.
By the way, I had
Stay in it.
Police officer nearly hit me yesterday.
Oh goodness!
Like,
but
he was flying
handles.
through. I was sitting at a red light, and it was red.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't see him.
Red.
He was coming the other direction, and it was on kind of these back streets of downtown Birmingham. And he come flying through the intersection, and the light turns green, and I start pulling out. He doesn't have a siren on, number one, and where he's coming from, there's like a van or almost like one of those rental trucks kind of thing. It wasn't a big, huge truck, but I couldn't see him, and I start to pull out, and all of a sudden he comes flying around that, and I mean, if I'm not halfway paying attention, I would have hit him.
That'd been good.
And it was on, and I feel like I'd have been okay because he didn't have a siren on, and I couldn't see the lights because that truck was blocking it.
You didn't
scared me
yield
to
the
death.
emergency
By the way,
vehicle.
I locked down my brakes, and then I gave peace of mind to the cop. I did.
Did you?
I was like,
hey, pal, slow down.
he didn't see me because he's already 100 yards past me
Sure.
because he was flying.
Yeah.
But I'm
you
like,
got to yield to emergency vehicles. You know that.
but I didn't know I was supposed to because I couldn't
Doesn't
see
matter.
him.
You gotta
No
know.
siren.
You got
Hey,
handles,
Hey,
buddy.
turn your siren on. Okay. Turn your siren on.
Sad news coming out of the NFL. Ryan Mallett, who was just 35 years old, former NFL quarterback, has
Arkansas Razorback.
Yep, he has reportedly died at just the age of 35, as I mentioned, from tragically drowning in Florida. The report says he was in Destin, Florida, and according to the Deltaplex News in Arkansas, Mallett was transported from a beach there in Destin to a hospital where he was pronounced dead on arrival, the outlet reported. The NFL released a statement as well about how deeply saddened they are by the passing of Ryan Mallett. It's extremely sad. He was drafted in the 3rd round in 2011 out of Arkansas, as Greg said, and released a statement of their own, the Patriots did, about how deeply saddened they are. And I didn't know this, but he had taken over head coaching responsibilities. In February of 2022, he took over as head coach at Whitehall High School in Arkansas. And sad news coming out
that rip current.
And it doesn't say in this story, but I know things that we were passing around on Team Rick and Bubba group texting. Is that it was red flagging, I guess, and it was maybe that was related to what was going on.
I kept hearing this. I
if
looked
that's
it up.
the case, look, if the red flag's up, I know you want to get in the water, but it's not a good idea.
Well,
No.
Greg, to your point, 11 people, and I don't know if this makes 12 because I heard 12 last night, and then I'm reading this right now from CNN, and there's several articles. 11 people have died in rip currents in less than 2 weeks from Fort Morgan, Alabama to Panama City. Just that stretch.
Wow.
11 people.
This is a related story. Panama City, this is a story we actually had in show prep before this news broke. Panama City Beach has been named the deadliest beach in America in 2023. 3 more tourists died swimming in the Gulf of Mexico over the weekend. And so the fatal water incidents are relating to why this is being named the deadliest beach in America. A total of 7 people have died at the beach in the past 9 days as rip currents have created dangerous swimming conditions. The death toll is the highest at any U.S. beach for 2023, according to the data tracked by the National Weather Service. Another person died on Thursday in a similar condition during a Blue Mountain Beach after another died Saturday at another beach. And so it's just...
Look, I know it's frustrating.
Guys, y'all, come on.
You get down there. Most of these people, this is their one chance to get to the beach. They get there, and what makes it even more of a struggle is the weather's beautiful, and you look out there and you got these red flags, and you're like, wow,
what's up?
I mean, it can't be that. Their mindset quickly goes to the water's clear, and it is beautiful. There's not a cloud in the sky. We relate it so much to storms,
right?
And a lot of times that's not the case. And so if that red flag's there, I know it's frustrating, but don't get in the water.
Yeah, no, and because I think that is probably where it is when some of these tourists.
Yeah.
Some people, they don't look at that, and they should. But some, man, they just wanted to get down there so bad, and then they go out and go, I'm just gonna go out to my knees, and then they're out there, waist deep, and before you know it, you've been pulled out a little bit more, and you're in a handle.
I know.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I've never been caught in one.
No,
I haven't either. I don't want to either.
Because I normally stay out of the water when it's red flag.
Yeah.
Kind of make a habit of that.
Right. So sad news coming from the Gulf
Very
Coast.
sad. Yeah.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 29 minutes past the hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour for the main show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Summer is calling our name, and this year you can actually get the free time to enjoy it like we will with HelloFresh. Figuring out what's for dinner, not the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to your door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to what you were doing, which is whatever you want. And it tastes so fresh. In fact, HelloFresh's ingredients are picked at peak ripeness and travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days. Plus, it's 25% less expensive than takeout, and HelloFresh isn't just for dinner. They have finger food, snack board, kid-friendly s'mores bundles, new summer selections available from HelloFresh Market. They're a hit at parties. How about this? It'll be a cinch to serve them, so why not take it easy this summer with America's #1 meal kit? Sign up today for 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. What's up? It's the kickoff hour. We are live and rolling along here. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Again, another programming note. Friday best of here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba off as well as all of next week, so we'll be providing best ofs in their absence. So Thursday, the last live show this week, which means no golden ticket seats this Friday or next Friday. And the Wheel of Meat will take a rest and come on back the week of the 10th, July the 10th. And then before you know it, we blink and it's football season for college football. And then the pros will start. Then we'll be happy, Halloween in it, and then
we got it
Thanksgiving.
at Halloween.
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about it. Football season starts. It's Halloween.
just
Then
a marker.
before you know it, we're cutting. We're carving turkey for Thanksgiving, and then saying Merry Christmas, and then we're back in January.
Halloween in there with the rest of the.
I was going in chronological order,
and you love Halloween.
No, it's just in October, so it's before Thanksgiving, which is in November.
I watched him.
House this
Let me
year.
tell you something. I watched him then, and as you were listing stuff off, he was like a leopard ready to attack a dog.
I don't know that that's...
Listen, and he was waiting. Like every time you would say something, every time you'd say something, he'd creep closer.
Yeah.
And he'd creep. And then finally, when you said Halloween, he pounced.
I mean, before we know it, it's Halloween. Before we know it, it's...
Well, I mean, I was just going in order. It's kind of what most do, So anyway, so that's there for you.
Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, boy, we're back in May now. Okay. But, hey, we'll be in 2024. Huh? Say,
I'm just saying, most people
use
Halloween as a marker.
I wouldn't say most people. I think you're wrong there.
They don't.
And then before you know it, there's
you think about Thanksgiving.
Day.
You think about Thanksgiving. You think about Christmas, but most before you know it, damn, it's Halloween.
Well, football season and then Halloween. That's not a stretch, Greg. It really isn't. But I'll let you have your moment. Go ahead. All right. So as we continue,
and then it's Mule Day, before you know it.
And then there's Valentine's Day.
Don't know what that is. All right, so some other sad news.
Next thing you know,
NASCAR.
it's April Fool's Day.
Okay, it's fine. You left out. I thought you left. I mean, you left out Labor Day and Memorial Day
okay,
too.
all that in there.
Get that in there.
What you got?
NASCAR driver Jimmy Johnson's in-laws and nephew are dead as police investigate a possible double murder-suicide.
Yeah.
Which is sad. He has, of course, pulled out of this weekend's race.
So this was his wife's parents, right? And then they're one of their grandchildren.
Yeah. Sad news. Good night, man. When this hit yesterday, I was like, are you kidding me? Friday night, it apparently happened. A 911 call came in from Terry. Is it Janway? I guess is so. The in-laws is the mom. And then when the police arrived at the scene, it was a really sad situation. The nephew of Jimmy Johnson was only 11, and
wow.
And then the dad Jack is 69, and then Terry, the mom, 68, and they're looking at Terry as
she did all this
as the possible suspect in this. But just sad news.
She killed them and then killed herself.
Yeah,
wow.
That's the reports coming out. So. As you can imagine, he has put his professional career on hold, and
when he's scheduled to race somewhere, because he does part-time NASCAR, and he was running IndyCar too. I don't know if he still is.
Yeah, they confirmed that yesterday that he has withdrawn from NASCAR's Cup Series event that was supposed to be in Chicago Sunday.
Okay.
So
that's right. They're running a road course there.
Yeah,
Chicago,
he's pulled out of that. Sad news.
Wow, that's
so there's that. What are you laughing at now? How could you possibly be laughing
story,
at?
But buddies are texting me things that you need to be aware of in the months to come, like Father's Day and Mother's Day. And I'm sorry, it's just people texting me.
What about your birthday? Isn't
you
yours
asked
in
me,
July?
July?
What time? What day is that?
The 17th.
Well, I'm gonna make sure we don't do a damn thing. No cake for you, Mr. Buddy.
No cake for you, pal.
I mean,
you're out.
The timing couldn't have been worse.
All right, hold on. Let me see.
I think I got this on the Halloween as a marker.
Buddy,
that's all.
I don't think that's a big deal.
Well, I know we started Halloween.
We just started. I was like, hey, before you know it, college football is going to start. Then the pros going to start. Then it'll be Halloween. Then Thanksgiving.
I'd have went from then. I'd have went from the football to Thanksgiving to Christmas. I'd have left Halloween out.
Would you? Okay.
Because I just don't think about that much.
Well, it's not that I don't think about it. I don't
y'all
know
gonna have a big shindig out
no,
there
we
in the
really
street.
don't. We don't.
Be blowing.
We try to turn the front light off and hide, but nobody. I've noticed
it's a good
that
time for a block party.
Nobody. We've had those.
Potluck dinner.
I've noticed that people they ignore the lights now.
Oh yeah, they'll come on knock on the door.
Yeah,
they do.
The cutest little thing though was one time at the other house, long driveway. So if we left the front porch lights off there, I mean we didn't get much traffic because it's like, hey, it's really
easy.
dark.
So that's what I deal with.
Yeah.
I don't have to deal with it.
Now it's a little different situation, but the kids were younger. We had the front porch light on, and this little kid just knocks on the door and trick or treat, and I was like, "Is Rick and Bubba in there?" And I was like, "Well, that's in that kid."
Yeah, y'all come on in.
Yeah. Let me get them. Hold on, just
Rick
a
and
second.
Bubba house. I do miss that because where I have lived the past. Oh my goodness, probably. Anyway, a long time, 20-something years.
Yeah,
we've lived in places that the driveway's either too long, or so you don't have to worry about. But I remember we first got married and first had kids. We lived in a neighborhood, and I actually looked forward to it. I liked giving out candy and all that. That was fun.
Yeah.
I marked on my calendar, so but I really did. But I haven't done that in so long.
Well, heads up, because before you know it, it'll be Halloween.
I know. Before you know it, boom, Halloween.
So July 17th. That's the day.
That's happening that day.
Did you know that?
According to Speedy.
Yeah, I will make sure of that. July 17th, also the July Charity Charge Day. So just some things on the calendar.
Remember last year on July 17th, I think the World Games kicked off.
Oh, that's right.
It seems like, I don't
Buddy,
know why I remember
all
that.
right, straight up. That does seem like yesterday.
It does.
I mean, serious business.
No. Yeah.
And
I mean, it seemed like old Nick was in here like 2 weeks ago.
It's good you remembered his name. He appreciates
Nick
that.
Sellers. Good guy. I like
he
Nick.
really is. Yep.
Did a good job.
All right, we are rolling along, all the different stories out, and some personal stories as Helmsy has mentioned with him getting out of tickets and everything. This one, I know we've talked about. We don't like people messing with condiments or anything like that, or changing the color of a drink. You get a lot of that on St. Patty's Day where everybody has green beer and all that. Pepsi has said they're coming out with a soda-infused ketchup that will be available at MLB games on the 4th of July.
I got to have time out there. Soda infused. So It's a ketchup, so you're obviously putting it on a dog or something. But it has Pepsi in it.
Yeah, I guess so. And I don't
Pepsi flavored ketchup.
Pepsi's Twitter account said Tuesday morning that they at select baseball stadiums on July 4th that they're going to debut this ketchup.
Okay.
It's
I don't like tampering with.
I don't
Pepsi,
know, but
Cola
that's a good
chip
combination, right?
Normally it's Pepsi with hot dogs. They say not Pepsi on hot dogs, but the brand is making the bold leap with its first condiment.
That doesn't make any. I don't.
Is it just the Pepsi name, but it's just basically ketchup?
Ketchup.
It ain't going to taste like Pepsi.
Yeah, I'm
right?
thinking that's what
because that's what we don't
It says
like.
infused though. Like it's in it.
Look at you.
Is it going to foam up when you put it on there?
That's gonna be gross. Then it's gonna make your bread.
That's going to be weird. I wonder if they'll use that during the hot dog eating contest on July 4th.
Okay, here it is here. The concept is both simple and creative, said the director of client experience. It says
What kind of title is that?
The distinctive flavors and vibrant citrus blend of Pepsi enhances the bright and tangy characteristics of ketchup, offsetting the smokiness of the hot dog.
Oh, wow. I'll try it.
It says the brand, and I didn't know this, has done similar things with burgers and pizza in years past.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So
would you try it?
Maybe.
Reluctantly?
Yeah.
I'm like you. I'm curious, but I'm also slightly grossed out by it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like we've been very outspoken about. We don't like people tampering with flavors of things and colors of things and all that.
You remember when they had the green ketchup?
Yeah.
See,
I don't want none of that.
No,
nobody wants that.
No.
At all.
Ketchup's red.
Yeah, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. 866 We Be Big. Greg wants to take recommendations on what he should wear for Halloween this year. So just email those straight to him.
Kipper.
Greg at rickandbubba.com. Send those suggestions right to him. All right, we'll take a break. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in about 15 minutes for the main show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
At Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Introducing 24/7 lifeguard protection, only from Simply Safe Home Security. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is everything.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance, 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without a
All right, we got 10 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. With a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of five-star reviews, join us and visit LearBubba.com today. As a special gift, all new LearBubba.com customers in our audience will receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. To speak to them directly, call 1-800-707-4575. That's LearBubba.com, or call 1-800-707-4575. or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And with all the bank issues that we are seeing out, one safe bet is gold. Talk to them today by calling or going online. All right, as we are rolling along now, 9 minutes until top of the hour, then Rick and Bubba join us for the main show. Don't forget Bible Study Live today, noon Central with Rick. And we'll get a quick update from him. We got one as he was coming through, going to his office, on how his packing is going, as he is going to be headed to France to visit Sherry and meet her. And I think the list is growing, and he's not as far along as he thought. Going to leave it to today, I think. Is that what you were? Is that kind of what you were thinking?
Kind of what I picked up.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yep.
I thought so too.
I
thought so too. As we come back, last night, a little later than I wanted, about 8 o'clock, Terry declared, "Let's go for a walk." And she's doing that now. It was so hot. Good night. It was hot. Did you run?
I did, but let me tell you this: it was hot, but it wasn't that humid.
Mm-hmm.
It really wasn't.
Greg, I don't know where you were. I was.
Well, let me say, it was about 4:30.
I was out there 4 to 6, and it's pretty hot.
Now, it was hot, but I'm just saying it was not that humid.
Yeah.
Boy, I was sweating though.
No, I wasn't loving it by no means, but I was expecting, like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But as I went, there was a slight breeze, and I thought, okay,
yeah,
this ain't bad.
Well,
Then I passed out.
Terry had gotten home from work, and I got busy doing some stuff, and she never misses on like, she'll always say, hey, I found this new recipe. I want to make this, that, and the other. And I know it's going to be good because she never misses on it, but she had her mind set on she wanted to make something different that we haven't had or whatever. I'm like, okay, so she's off in that, and we ate and everything, and I thought, okay, so we're done. And then all of a sudden she's like, hey, let's go for a walk. And I'm like, oh, wow, okay, let's go. There's a stretch, guys, between our subdivision and the little gas station that's around the corner.
Yeah.
Do you remember when I said we went rabbit hunting this past? This past, I guess, what was it? When was it? In the springtime, we went rabbit hunting and we didn't see any rabbits. Do you remember that? It's like we saw one, and it was in this area where they're always eat up around Springville or whatever. There's a stretch where they cleared all the land because I guess they thought a development was coming in, but now it's growing back up, which is perfect rabbit habitat. There are so many rabbits. At one point, we counted 16 rabbits walking yesterday, and they come out of the little wood line, and then they sit because there's a little area of grass, so they sit there by the curb. Of course, one got hit, and we had to walk past that.
Rabbit time or something because I'm seeing a lot.
Guys, there's so many rabbits. Good night.
So do you try to talk to them?
I don't mind.
Terry,
give me your rabbit voice. Like, what do you say to the rabbits?
Hey, little rabbit.
Hey, cottontail.
Yeah. Terry was like, hey, look, don't look at it. Don't look at it. They think we don't see them because, they'll freeze like, hey, you can't see me, but I see you, when we can clearly see them. But there's little baby rabbits just hopping all over the place, too.
It must be
you talking about, the saying they multiply like rabbits.
Oh, they do.
Hey, there.
I have some big adult ones and I have these small ones. And actually, I looked at the other day, and the small ones were like playing.
Yeah.
Jumping at each
Some of the rabbits are getting pretty brave. They'll sit there and then let us walk.
When he sees them.
Yeah. And then some, the first time they see us, they go in a couple of yards into the woods, and then they hop back out whenever we pass them. But that's been the new thing. Let's count the rabbits. Yeah. And they come out. Hey, guys, please
y'all must
understand.
not have a lot of coyotes.
No, and I talked to Terry about it. I was like, I can't believe the coyotes haven't found all these rabbits.
Yeah.
Guys, please don't think a few rabbits. There's so many rabbits.
Everywhere you look, there's
rabbits. Oh, good night.
To a point that you're going, something's different. Something's weird.
Yes, like the multiplying of rabbits and the jokes that go along with it.
Yeah.
It's like there was one day we saw one or two, and now there's 15 to 20.
Like rabbits.
Good gracious, they get busy back in there.
Yep.
And we went to that thing where she's walking so fast. I'm like, well, should we just jog? Let's just start jogging.
You know what else I figured out yesterday? I've said I'm going to go to bed at a decent time.
Okay.
Oh goodness.
I'm going to bed at 8 o'clock.
Oh,
do y'all realize how bright it is outside?
Yeah.
It don't get dark till 8:30.
I know.
No, it was.
Did you feel weird?
No, I know.
Yeah, I really couldn't go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it so? I mean, I know. I mean, it's nothing new, Greg, but for some reason I noticed it more. That straight up 8 o'clock, it ain't even kind of dark.
Yeah.
No, I listen.
Where are we at, Alaska?
8:15 last night. I was wanting to shut it down, and Maddie was like, "So you're going to go to bed with it still light outside?" And I'm like, "Well, no, I'm not. Let's get to 9." Y'all done?
Yeah. No, I thought about that.
I want to talk about
as I was walking, I saw all the rabbits, and I'm like, the guys have got to understand that because. And I texted all the guys we were rabbit hunting with, and I'm like, guys, if y'all all want to meet right here, we could walk from my subdivision to the gas station, and there's so many rabbits. It's I mean, guys, please understand how many rabbits
there. What if you dropped a pack of beagles in there? Tell the news.
Mm-hmm.
I got a question for y'all that came in yesterday, and I just thought I'd ask y'all.
There it is.
Have you ever been hit by a paintball?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
No.
I have. Yeah.
I have.
No.
So when did you get hit, and what were you doing? Were you actually playing paintball, or was it something? See, I've been hit twice. Once playing paintball, and then once, I'll tell you in a minute.
Yeah.
My truck got hit while I was in it, but it didn't hit me.
We had a run of the boys being invited to other boys' birthday parties, and they had paintball birthday parties, and they show up. Fun. There was one time, the one it hurt the most. I was standing too close to the course, was not playing, and one of the boys thought it would be funny to send one over my way. And it hit me right in the back side of the leg, right around the hamstring area. That little
hurt.
Loose. Oh, did it? Thought somebody had shot me. They did, but I thought it with the gun.
I was at my parents' house, and I want to say it was my freshman year of college. It may have been it wasn't my senior year. I don't think it may have been. But one of the two, and a couple of my buddies, to this day, they claim they didn't, but I'm pretty sure it was Lee Marker, and I think Kurt Yancey was involved.
Yeah.
And I was standing like in the backyard, and we got a basketball goal or had one, and you know, cars parked, whatever, and I was standing out there getting something. I don't know if I was getting something out of the yard or getting something out of the car or whatever, and all of a sudden something popped me in the back, and I was like, what is that? And the way it hit me, it nicked me. And I was like, well, that's weird. And I reached down, and of course it was like yellow. And I was like, wait a minute. And all of a sudden I got popped on the back of the leg, and I ran in. But there was that 30 seconds where I was like, first of all, I didn't know anybody was here.
Yeah.
This is creepy. And then
They never
second
showed
of all,
themselves?
no, never showed themselves.
Hey.
But I'm pretty sure it was them. I think it was Lee Marker. Sorry, Lee.
I've never been hit.
He's probably listening this morning.
What if he called in and admitted it?
Yeah.
I'd like to know if he shot me with a paintball gun. I want to say it was him and Yancey.
Speedy, what if somebody hit you in the back of the head with it?
That would hurt, Greg. It would hurt.
Did they hurt? Yeah. They did.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They sure do.
But when you're playing
there's some
paintball,
people that take that real serious.
I know.
Taylor and them, they were all about it when he was young.
Yeah.
When you're actually there, I mean, I wore like long sleeves, thick hoodie, didn't care what, and you wear the mask and all that. So if you get hit, it's really not going to bother you there if you're fully prepared.
Mm-hmm.
But you just get hit straight up skin, it'll sting.
Boy, will it. Yeah. There's a great best of story that Rick tells about going to a paintball party.
Yeah.
And one of the guys shot him, and he got him back. We'll have to play that while the guys are off. Funny story. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Adler is here now. Rick, Bubba, they're ready to go for the main show. Cam Solo is here, has joined Alapuca as the interns today in their degree of common sense. So we're off and running, and we thank you so much for being with us today. Don't go anywhere. They all join us right after the break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I watched it on Thanksgiving, Charlie Brown Thanksgiving. I love the Charlie Brown series. Of course, again, as people are saying in this story, let's not let facts or historical context get in the way of people looking for something to be upset about. Now, you know, we've talked over the years on the various Peanuts characters. There's been comedians that have had fun with Franklin, the African-American member of the Peanuts deal. There's been a lot of Peppermint Patty jokes and all kinds of things. Well, now there's people saying they will not watch a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving anymore because of the way Franklin is seated at really the Thanksgiving dinner that Peppermint Patty caused, which, Speedy, I don't know how you can even watch that scene when we get a misunderstanding about Peppermint Patty wants to come over to Charlie Brown's house when they're clearly leaving to go to his grandmother's, and why he cannot communicate that, and then Peppermint Patty just runs roughshod over him. Linus comes up with the idea that they'll just have a Thanksgiving dinner for just the kids, which we had a good time this past weekend trying to figure out. I guess those are jelly beans, the colored things that are there. Are those because they look too big to be jelly beans, but I guess they are.
Yeah, it's about halfway down. It says what they're eating, or maybe 3/4 of the way down. And I want to say jelly beans were in it.
Yeah, we have popcorn, we have jelly beans, we have buttered toast. But really, what kind of gets me always on a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving is somewhere out of nowhere they come up with ice cream sundaes. Now, you don't see them even taking that on when Snoopy is preparing the meal. But again, we're now trying to find something involving Franklin and a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving. They don't like where he is seated at the table, nor the seat he is in. Now, if you remember, if you've seen a Charlie Brown Thanksgiving, you see Snoopy just goes to the garage that is full of all the things,
Right.
Charlie Brown's family was just like a lot of us.
The dog's wearing a chef hat. Keep in mind.
Right.
Right.
And
we're mad about
And he
this.
thinks he's a World War I pilot. Okay?
Right.
Let's not forget that.
Well, he pulls out a ping pong table that they convert into a table,
Yep.
and then just like anybody's garage, they just start grabbing chairs that are in there, and they don't match. None of the chairs match. Maybe a couple of them. You can even see that Linus at the head of the table is some sort of rocking chair. You see that Sally's in a different chair as everybody. Charlie's in a different chair. Well, there's a chair that becomes to life that Snoopy has to wrestle, and it's kind of like a beach chair. And they're mad that Franklin has been put in that chair.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't sit up to the table the way the others, and they don't like that he's seated on the side of the table by himself, and everybody else is on the other side, and Linus and Marcy are at the heads of the table. They think it's signifying some kind of dig at African Americans the way Franklin is being seated at Charlie Brown's table.
You mean the fact he's got a little more arm room than everybody else?
Right. Well, now again,
I don't guess I have paid much attention to the Thanksgiving one. I think I got lost between the Great Pumpkin and the Christmas one. I don't know.
I'm very
I've never
familiar, very familiar with the Thanksgiving one. I know it forward and backward, and of course, people are pointing out what's often missed is that Charles Schultz was always ahead of his time. In the Christmas one, he's taking on commercializing Christmas, trying to remind us of what it truly is based on.
Right.
At Thanksgiving, he's also trying to go back and give you some historical why we have Thanksgiving. And many people are saying that Schultz was a trailblazer and was actually bucking the system at the time this came out because, as we know, this was in the middle of the civil rights movement. And he actually stood up and said, we need to have an African-American character as part of the Peanuts. We don't have one. And he actually went against those who didn't want him to put a African-American character in the Peanuts. And now to suggest that somehow Charles Schultz is being racist, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
You're just an idiot. I mean, you're just wrong. I mean, how about looking at someone's own commentary and what they actually did and who they actually were, and not look at a cartoon and try to read something into something that's not there. If
you want to blame somebody, maybe you need to blame the people higher up, that he was fighting against to get a character in there of color.
Right. I don't think that in any way, shape, or form that you really, if this is your big civil rights movement, is where Franklin is seated at the cartoon table.
You're really helping the world.
I mean, boy, I tell you, you're making a difference. We got much. It is 6 minutes now past the hour. How about it? Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour on a brand new show. It starts with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. The No Name Studio, living out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. Y'all ready to unpack another one? Here we go. Speedy Greg Helmsy. They've knocked out the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler now joins us for the YouTube experience, whether you be watching it live or catching the daily archive of the show. Also, the best of hour available on Blaze TV every day. On the audio side, catch us live on America's boldest radio stations, the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, streaming live on our TuneIn app, which also features archives of shows as well. And then, of course, on the audio archive side, the entire show archived for you every day on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel, also including an audio version of the best of hour if you prefer that, to put it all in a nutshell. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Pull up a chair and stay a while.
About it, baby. When I found you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I played that one time for Sherry, sang it real loud. She goes, "What are you saying?" I said, "Tom Petty's saying this. I'm not saying this. I know I got lucky when I found you." I said, that's Tom's thing. Maybe he thought that girl treated him bad or something. I don't know. I'm just singing a song, baby. That's all I'm doing.
Well, how you doing?
I'm ready.
You packed?
No. I'm not packed. It's one of those things. I started to try to pack yesterday, and I really today was more of a, have I got that handled? Is this handled? Let's be sure that's ready to go. And then, it's almost like, because I guess when I was looking in the eye of my 22-year-old, and I said, "Look, man, I'm gonna be, we're gonna be gone for a while. If you could pop by, take care of everything here, check on everything." And when he was saying okay, I thought to myself, why am I doing this? I mean, I can't even get him to return the text. You know what? I mean, it's like, then he goes, "You know what?" And rubbing his head, "I think I may just live here." "Oh, so you gonna live here?" This yeah.
Sitting.
He said, "You sure do have a lot more room." My apartment's got. I've used every square foot of it. I said, "Well, that's fine. If that's what you want to do." Yeah. So anyway, trying to do those little things, because you start thinking about everything as little as like the trash and
sure.
It's
And Rick, you can use him as an out if the house isn't exactly the way Sherry left it. Well, bro, he was staying here.
Well, we had one incident.
You'll get blamed.
I'm trying to think. Any way Sherry could hear this is impossible.
Rick, she didn't know what time it is. I don't know.
She did it again today. She cannot get this time thing. She goes, "So you getting packed right now?" I said, "Baby, I'm about to go on the air." "What are you talking about? I'm packing right now. I'm at work." And and
you can go in like your iPhone and put a little clock for a particular city.
Sure you can. Yeah. Oh, there's so many things you can do. But anyway, so I've had there were two wah, wah, wahs. One of them, of course, at the before the sun came up today. And there ain't no way I can do this. It's just one of those things. Hey, and I know what's happened. These women have gotten over there in the Holy Land, and they've just seen all these little things they think they want to buy, little keepsakes or whatever. And I'd love to bring this back to, to Nana, and I'm going to get this for the boys, and da-da-da-da. Oh, I bet Cameron would love this. And see what's happened now, she's run out of room.
and they've got more stuff than they got bags.
What, are you kidding me?
Oh, I saw that so far off. I could see.
You knew that going in.
Oh, I could see that in the Valley of Kidron.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And so anyway, hey, there's another little bag. Could you put it in your luggage? I'm like, why? I can't put another bag in my luggage. Well, could you just see if you could lay it down in there on top of your clothes? Now, how am I going to get that in that bag? So I got to travel lean.
The little duffel bag that you can kind of smush down.
So you can put more stuff in. Like I got room for
Better
that.
start shipping it home.
Yeah.
So anyway.
So got that.
But the bad one is, but I think I've set it up. I think it could take her a year or more to see it. I'm hoping, because just my positioning of this chair, I put it out of the line of sight. But so I'm getting ready to go to church Sunday, and so this has been hanging over me that long.
Oh wow!
And you ever have that thing where something goes wrong and you get choked and you can't help but spit out what's in your mouth, like if you drink something and we'll laugh at each other in here.
Oh yeah.
So I had just gulped coffee and I was going to put it in the sink and rinse the cup out, and all of a sudden for some reason I had like a cough, a little uncontrollable whatever, and the coffee shot out of my mouth. And so I was fine. It hit on the floor, and I cleaned all that up. And just as I was leaving to go to church, I looked, and like some of the spray on the back of a chair that's got, and I don't know why, I don't know what person on the planet, raising, all the kids we had and everything, had a something in the kitchen where you eat. She bought chairs that are cloth, have a cloth covering.
Oh, yeah.
Why would we have those kind of chairs near food? I don't even understand that. I don't even know why you'd make that decision. And I look, and there's dots of coffee on the back of the fabric.
So you mean to tell me it got made through the kids,
what
but
color?
you're the one that stained it?
Oh, black coffee.
I mean, what color's the fabric?
Kind of a light tan.
Yeah.
Oh,
So it's really showing.
So what I did is I tried to get the stain out, and now I've made it worse. So what I did is I just took that chair that faces, like you see the back of it,
spin it around.
and I spun it around over where the back of it goes out toward the outside now. And people sit in that chair sometimes if we have family over or friends, but no one ever sees the back of that chair.
Correct.
So I just now have that chair out of sight.
Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll work for a while.
Yeah, I think I may get a year out of that.
Yeah.
You could. And then by then you'll forget what happened.
And at some point she goes, "So what has happened to the back of this chair?" And I go, "What are you talking about? Stupid kids."
Or you need to practice. Yeah, you need to practice this, Brody. What happened?
Yeah, right.
Or Rick,
I said
what'd you do,
all
Brody?
I'm saying is I think
What'd you do, Brody?
hey, all I can say is Brody was house sitting.
Yeah. Or the way we forget things, you really could forget.
Yeah. And plus,
I don't know, honey.
And plus with him, she likes him more than she likes me. So there's a chance he might get some grace. But I would be lambasted for it. It was uncontrolled. I think I might have been better off if I'd have left it alone.
I saw they were having.
There was just a few dots, and I tried to dab it out, and now it spread.
I saw they're having some riots in Paris.
Well, I'm sure whoever was trying to win that one won that easy. Did somebody say something mean?
I think the police shot somebody.
Did
or
it?
something.
Oh, yeah, they have guns.
Luckily, you're not leaving that airport, Rick. You're just jumping on another plane.
Yeah, I won't spend any time in Paris. But
Howdy.
well, they had a sanitation strike there not long ago too.
Really?
Oh yeah. And it's interesting how everybody socialism looks good on paper till you ain't got no money. You know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
bigger problems than this. We better tend to.
Look, I was like 30 before I got a big seat at the table.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
you had to wait so many people died to move up to the grown-up
I was
table.
on a little card table over there.
Oh, yeah, or lean again. I mean, I remember trying to move to the card table. You
Yeah.
know, I was in that crew and
And
had to
Bubba,
hold your plate.
You bring up a great point. He has the best seat in the house.
He does.
Well, how about people
Well,
say,
you know, if you look at it now and glance, you go, well, it is strange. You got one over there. I mean, if you just glanced at it, you thought it might have been Pigpen or something, you know,
Right,
to start
yeah.
with.
well, first of all,
How about that poor guy?
First of all,
who's looking for that? He's making fun of stinky people.
How about this? First of all, Peppermint Patty, Franklin, and Marcy have really put Charlie Brown in a bind.
Yeah.
They kind of forced themselves on him.
Yeah.
And it's obvious that Franklin was part of their group, and even to the point that he's, ends up going all the way to Charlie Brown. See, look, all the chairs are different because they drug them out of
and they're all
of the
around the
garage.
table right there.
Yeah, see, cartoons, if you'll watch, will get terribly inconsistent.
The dog is a shelf, Rick.
Right, I know.
And he has a bird on the plate under.
We're trying to have a serious conversation about race, and the dog's a shelf. You know what I mean?
Little birdie.
I mean, we're going to discuss this
Right.
serious episode.
And Woodstock is hung under a napkin.
Well, it goes back to what you were saying, too. A lot of this may be how they were trying to draw, because if you look at how the table was set up, the chairs are all around the table. And when they come back to actually look down the table, the drawing looks different. It's even inconsistent with what you saw before.
Yeah.
We've also removed the net of the ping pong table, and now we have it's a cartoon, guys. I think, why don't we look at Charles Schultz, the person, and maybe what he stood for might indicate what his motivation truly was. You think that might be it?
Yeah.
Now, was
maybe
Franklin
so.
a support character? Sure he was, but so was Pigpen, and so, there were a lot that weren't featured.
Well, it was
Chris
about-
Rock was the best at that joke about it,
Yes.
and it was, he made fun of it.
Right.
And nobody was mad. It was hilarious.
Right. Yeah, the Franklin never gets any lines.
Yeah, and he didn't get into the party, but Snoopy's in there dancing his ass off.
Yeah.
And because Franklin's outside, there's a dog in there. He's having a time. That's funny.
That is funny.
Yeah.
But I don't think Charles Schultz. I think he was on record where he stood on equality during a very volatile time.
This is a classic. You can't have nothing.
Where is
Fault
Lucy
to
in
get
this,
the
by the
character
way?
in there, and then people are saying that.
Where is Lucy in this? I don't even see her in this.
You don't invite her to Thanksgiving.
Huh?
No, Lucy. It's
Was she getting out ready to open her psychiatrist stand again?
Well, you have to remember is that Charlie Brown did not intend to have this Thanksgiving dinner at all. He's going to his grandma.
Right.
Which, by the way, what a great line by Charles Schultz when they're singing Over the River and Through the Woods. He stops and goes, "I'm sorry, my grandmother lives in a condominium."
Well, let me ask you this.
This song does not fit my grandmother.
If we're going to worry about all the social effects, I mean, where are the bullying people about Charlie Brown himself? I mean,
Thank
the whole
you.
series is about Charlie Brown being bullied.
It is.
Right?
That's the entire show.
Well, by today's standards, it's bullying.
Yeah,
By
today.
those standards, it was just, hey, bad luck.
I mean, even
But I'm saying
Greg,
today's standards, how do they stand for that?
even when everybody finally acknowledges that the tree he got wasn't as bad, Lucy still says in documents, Charlie Brown is a blockhead.
Oh, no doubt.
But he did pick out a nice tree. Oh, you talk about a backhanded compliment.
Right.
Blockhead.
So anyway, I don't think Charles Schultz is being racist, and you don't want to watch a cartoon. Thanks for what you're doing for those that are trying to advance. We'll be back, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. A couple of programming notes. Bubba and I on vacation beginning Friday. We'll be back, Lord willing, on the 10th of July. So best of shows coming your way as the rest of the guys get some days off too as they rotate around those best of shows. So be catching that while you're enjoying the 4th of July vacation and all of that. Today, the Wednesday Bible study. We'll do one today. We'll move deeper into Revelation 14. We'll go 6 to 13 on the verses today. Really a powerful message out of the Revelation today. And then there will not be a Bible study next week because of what I just said. Bubba and I on vacation. So make a note that July 5th, no new Bible study, but Lord willing, back on the 12th. So some programming notes. And I do want to say, Bubba, before we get into this not-so-fun story, all of you out there that are trying to help me with the trip, I'm going by our store today, the Rick and Bubba store. They're going to give me one of those things you fold shirts with. One of those little things you set up in.
So you are going to go by?
I think I am, and I went by and got the wrinkle guard thing. Everybody told me yesterday, and I sprayed a couple of shirts.
I want to see you work that shirt folder.
Yeah. So anyway, there's no telling what I might do. That people may start asking me to help with clothing. So anyway.
Well, you're going to have to pack tight so you can get Sherry's bag in there.
Yeah. That was one of those fourth quarter things. I'm already in the mode of. I'm checking in at the airport. I've got my stuff set out that I'm going to put in the suitcase, and I'm stacking clothes now the way I want them. I'm washing clothes that I need, and all of a sudden I get out of nowhere. Could you throw another carry-on bag in there for me?
Mm-hmm.
And so how about this? It may or may not fit. That's what I told her. I said, I'll try. Sure. I mean, if I can, of course I will. Of course, that means we're going to have another bag coming back. But anyway, So anyway, that we'll set out tomorrow after the show and hopefully have a great vacation. And we wish all of you well, because I know a lot of you will be doing stuff involving the 4th of July too. So Bubba, speaking of going on vacations, and now we're talking about the beach, and unfortunately, as beautiful as the beach can be, it is a deadly place as well if you're not careful. As a matter of fact, down on the Gulf of Mexico, Panama City has been deemed the deadliest beach in America for 2023 because of these riptides and this undertow. But I mean, it's one of those things, and I don't want to say, that hey man, they should have known better. I'm not trying to do that, because I know that hurts when somebody you love is dead. But to those of us that may be going there, or maybe you're new to going there, when they have these red flags and these double red flags, it just isn't worth it. And I think,
out of
and I told Bubba, and you've heard Span talk about this, because I used to be this way, so you understand. I always had this illusion that when they have these flags up, that's really for people who are not good swimmers or people that can't swim. Right. If you can swim really good, you'll be fine. That is not the case. No. And it has nothing to do with how well you can swim. These undercurrents, or you've heard it called riptide, when they get you, there's nothing you can do. Of course, they tell you the best thing to do, which is hard to make your body do this, is go with it, let it take you.
Yeah, don't fight it.
Don't fight it, and then inch your way up on down the beach. But
I guess your body just won't let you do it.
Yeah. I know.
Then you wear yourself out.
Yeah, and then you wear yourself out. But and the spotlight is on the Gulf of Mexico again today because, as you said, Bubba, Ryan Mallett has unfortunately drowned while he was vacationing. Who was, I don't know if y'all remember when he played for the Razorbacks, buddy, he was a game changer.
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, bounced around the NFL on various teams, Patriots, Ravens. I think he was even with Houston.
He was a top
the
draft
Texans
pick
for a
with
while.
Jacksonville, wasn't he? Didn't he go pretty high?
No, you're talking about the receiver.
Yeah, that was
the Jones. It was the quarterback that became a receiver in the NFL.
Right.
Mallett, he went like third round to the Patriots.
Yeah. And I think also played for Ravens and the Texans, I think, for a little while.
That's right.
So anyway.
And this was near Destin.
Yeah. Matter of fact, our Arkansas bunch, that loves the show, we got just a pocket of Rick and Bubba Mania in Arkansas. One of them was down there, and he said just where they are, which is the area where, unfortunately, Ryan Mallett lost his life, he said 3 people have drowned while he's been down there.
Yeah, just a lot of it right now, and it's tough.
And 11 have drowned in the last 13 days?
I don't know if it's if Mallett makes 12 or he was the 11th, but in the last 2 weeks, between Fort Morgan, Alabama, and Panama City Beach, Florida, 11 or 12, depending on those numbers that have drowned.
And you guys were talking about it earlier. You have a week's vacation or a long weekend, and maybe you drive 2 or 3 states away, and you want to get out in the ocean and the Gulf in this case. But it's just not worth it.
It's better to come home frustrated than it is not come home at all.
Yeah, just go jump in the pool.
Yeah, and it's not that great to get out in it anyway. I mean, just because you can, if you want to go and play with your kids in the shallow where it's up to your knees or up to your thighs, you'll be fine. But when you get over that sandbar and get out there to where you can't touch and need to swim, you can't. When them flags are red, don't do it. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, I don't even get out. I mean, I may get ankle deep when it's when the flags are up. And like I say, you have other issues if you get out there too. With the sharks and things. So got to be careful.
The one, as you can tell, that you really do need to fear. Sharks are somewhat of a fear, but those numbers are not near as high as this riptide.
Oh, I know.
Good gracious!
I know.
When you got 11 people in 13 days, and this may be 12 and 14 days. I'm not sure. And it's in the deadliest beaches in America.
Yeah.
That's not because of sharks. You know, I mean, it's
and a lot of things that go on. Somebody sent an email this morning and said a lot of stuff with around the Fort Morgan area is because there's no lifeguards and there's nobody out there, policing it, and people are just doing it and just going out there without anybody able to say, "Hey."
I do think that the point we're making is the one everybody gets in their mind. Oh yeah, I shouldn't do that if I don't know how to swim good.
Yeah, no, you're right.
No,
I've done it personally.
Yeah, I have too. I've been in it before. It's had me before. Now, not one of these kind that's double, but enough that I was like,
yeah.
And you just have to go with it and let it take you a little while, and then you can break out of it. But it's hard to make your body do that.
Yeah.
Then you start going, I want to go from A to B. I want that shortest point to the shore. And but I've ended up in it and like had to get out way down from where everybody was. You know, I eventually got out. But it's a terrible feeling. Terrible. Because you're like, hey, it ain't nothing I can do. And you're trying to get your feet down, and you look at the skin, because it even almost pulls you deceivingly. It's not like being in rapids.
Right.
It's not like that. It deceivingly has you. You can't even fully understand why you can't get going forward.
Right.
It's not a good feeling.
So you got to be careful.
Yeah.
You just got to be wise about this.
Yeah. So and when those flags are up, you just if you're the daddy and the fun zone, tell everybody, hey guys, it's just dangerous out there. Let's play right here where we can all touch bottom, and let's just stay right in this place here. Let's build some sand castles. Let's enjoy the sun. Let's throw the football, throw the frisbee, whatever.
Aaron and I were out on an inflatable Stingray one time, and I think about this all the time. And we're out on it, and then all of a sudden the beach is just moving farther away.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, hey, we need to both kick, and we need to kick up the beach.
Exactly.
Because I can't fight this. We are moving out.
Exactly right.
And I think about it all the time. It's so scary, and it happens so easily.
And isn't it true? It's deceiving how it gets you. It's not like a rapid. You can't even. You're like, how did this happen?
It's just like a slow wave pushing you away.
Yeah. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On the Rick and Bubba show today, for the last 18 years, the Adler family has been involved, and it happens again today. Michael Adler, yes, the father of Eddie Van Adler, is here in the studio.
Howdy. Check. Hey. What's up, tubers? Thank y'all so much for watching on YouTube. Now that we're getting so I've been going through the replays, by the way. Wow, looking good, Chris. Going through the replays, we're working our way through 2018. Now that it's getting to like the Christmas season on the 2018 replays, I know Christmas in July is a thing that some people do, but we're not going to do that on the show. I'm going to save that Christmas content to when it's actually Christmas time. So here shortly, I'm going to jump to 2019 here shortly during the breaks. I'm also trying to play more music in between the live show and the flashbacks so that it's less confusing. It doesn't go straight from the live show straight into a flashback. So, yeah. But if you guys have any suggestions, some other things you want to see during the breaks here as well, let me know. Thank y'all so much for watching on YouTube. We appreciate y'all.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. The MyPillow 2.0 is still buy one, get one free. I know. You think, well, how can the perfect pillow, if perfect is perfect? Well, we didn't know about this technology. Wasn't available then. That keeps the surface cool and it dissipates the heat. And now in the middle of a hot summer, man, more than ever, got that pillow cool, just like you like it. So get the MyPillow 2.0. Got 4 loft levels, and you can get them buy one, get one free right now at mypillow.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. Bubba, are you a little surprised by Seacrest here? I mean, how much money does the man need? How many more shows does he need?
Well, maybe this is one he's settled into that he can do, and it not. I mean, they only tape a few days a week, so he can do this. Pat Sajak did it a long time. This might be the thing he can really hang his hat on for the long term.
But it's Wheel of Fortune. I mean,
know.
That's not as hip and cool as the other things that he's done. Wheel of Fortune almost feels like that Ryan Seacrest is too big for it. That's how it feels to me. Because just thinking, we only know Pat Sajak
right.
from the Wheel of Fortune.
I think
that's all we know.
I think it's a big deal. I have a feeling their demographics may skew a little older.
That's what I mean.
This might be kind of Ryan Seacrest going to the host retirement home.
It feels a little. It feels just a little bit to me, just a little. It feels like me doing a remote at this point in my life at a strip mall.
I got you.
Okay,
Do you feel that?
I mean, it just feels a little bit.
Do you feel that way because it's Wheel of Fortune or because if it's a game? Because if it was Jeopardy, would you say the same thing?
Game shows to me, I'm just saying this, unless you're the person that we know you for this show, you built it, you're the host. When you've done other things and then you're hosting game shows, like later in your career, it feels like that's the end of your career. Not a step up in your career.
So Steve Harvey and Family Feud, you go.
Well, Steve,
where's your mindset?
Steve has all this going too, but to me, it's one thing to be. I'm New Year's Rockin' Eve.
Yeah.
And I'm the protege of Dick Clark, and I'm hosting Wheel of Fortune.
TV ratings for game shows: Jeopardy 1, Wheel of Fortune 2, Family Feud 3. In case y'all are wondering,
Yeah,
that doesn't surprise me in the least.
Well, you look at what they were getting paid. Ryan could do this and drop 2 or 3 other gigs,
right?
Because Pat was getting what around $15 million is what we a year. I don't know that he'll get that, but I know when he was with Kelly, wasn't he getting like a fraction of what she was getting? The story that we had. So maybe
I think he was paying for that show in other ways.
Right. But you look at Drew Carey and The Price is Right. I never would have thought they would have longevity, and here he is still doing it.
Yeah. There's like Bubba said, there's a huge. That skews a little older.
Yeah.
Because I don't know about this. You have to be somebody who sits around TV a lot to see all this. But I will say,
I'm with you on this on the Seacrest thing. By the way, I am.
But for him now, see Steve Harvey.
I don't look at Steve that way.
I don't either.
And I'll tell you why. Steve came on the scene, and I loved him as a stand-up comedian.
Yeah.
Thought he was absolutely hilarious. Still do. Do.
Yeah. I love movies.
I love Steve Harvey. And then he started getting into movies, and then his star was rising. So him as a comedian being able to now have all these shows looks like, that makes sense. But Seacrest, I thought, was kind of coming out to be Dick Clark, who did shows too, game shows. But he also, when he did American Idol, it just felt like, he's got the syndicated radio show that this just feels. It doesn't feel right.
You know what I wish?
And I know I'm a little inconsistent on this, but it just doesn't feel right.
You know what I wish he had done? Don't laugh. I wish he'd have brought back Bandstand or a version of it.
See there? No, I like that.
Live show.
I like that.
Live performances.
That would have
Saturday.
that would have
watching
felt
a bunch of people dance.
Yeah. Why do we not people dance on TV anymore?
I don't
know.
I wish you could have seen Greg's face as you were explaining.
Well, you can hip it up. You can change
well,
it.
It's got a good beat. It's easy to dance to.
I think Steve Harvey is impressive because he reinvented the game show he's on. Not by changing the show, but by his personality.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fun to watch. That's a good show.
That's a good point.
Now, I understand it's a good gig. I got that. Yeah. I know it's a good gig. And if they needed me to host Wheel of Fortune, I would. But I mean, it would. I'd be doing it for the money only, not the joy. And
is Vanna White sticking around?
I don't see. I don't.
Yes,
she feels a little old for Seacrest to me.
I will say this to your
She is for
point.
now.
To your point, Bubba. Can anybody name the host prior to Harvey?
Well, Richard Dawson.
We can with Jeopardy, and we'll always be able to Wheel of Fortune, but I can't.
One guy took his life, if you remember.
Yeah.
Hosted the
Well,
show.
really?
Yeah, I mean,
Richard
I can
Dawson
see that guy. I
started
can't remember
it,
his name.
and
Richard Dawson was good.
and he was famous for kissing everybody.
Oh my goodness!
And it was a little weird. And
he'd kiss your mama uncomfortable.
oh, he kissed everybody.
Really?
All
Your
the
sister,
way up
your
and
sister,
down the aisle.
your wife.
He kissed
Sometimes-
everybody on the lips.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sometimes for 2 Mississippi.
Yeah. So if you were up there and say it was your family, okay, let's say your family was your mama, your wife, and your daughters. He'd kiss them all.
Oh my!
Yeah, and you just watch him kiss everyone.
Just a little peck, but he'd give them all a kiss on the
Every one
lip.
of them.
So, but he was good, but he wasn't to me near as funny as Steve is.
Oh no.
And to
He had-
me,
it was a different kind of
Richard
funny.
Dawson was Hogan's Heroes to me.
Yeah. See, if TV's, I don't know. I just Wheel of Fortune, as I said, it's just. I mean, we've talked about it, and look, God love them.
I think it's a big gig, but I know what you're saying.
You Wheel of Fortune-ites, okay? Well, yeah. What? Yeah. But look, Saturday Night Live used to do a spoof of it, and on there, on the spoof on Saturday Night Live, at Helmsley, they would French kiss and fall over the thing.
They overdo it.
Yeah. But anyway, but he would kiss everybody on the lips. Please don't think it's a peck on the cheek.
Wow. Richard Dawson to me was a little hard to understand because of his accent.
Mm-hmm. But I loved his crassness.
Oh yeah, he was very straightforward.
Yeah, but Steve Harvey just owns me because he knows how to deliver a line and make looks on his face.
Oh, those looks on his face.
Have y'all seen the one? There's so many highlights of it when two men wisely walk up there and the topic is which one of the seven dwarfs describes your wife during time of intimacy, and both of them stood there shaking their head at Steve and would not answer. Look, and Steve looked and says, "We're going to have to get another question." Hey, nobody would buzzer in. They just sit there shaking their head. And so they were smart enough not to do it. But he's
he's really changed that show, made it his own, and it's so much better with him than it used to be. Now, can Ryan take Wheel of Fortune and make it better? Pat Sajak had a quick, dry humor.
He did.
And he would throw by on you real quick.
I felt like what I liked about Pat Sajak is there was a sense with him, and I think this was the part that I loved about him as a host. He seemed as annoyed by hosting that show as I did about watching it. He almost had that attitude. Yep, there we go, knocking out a few more Wheel of Fortunes for big bucks.
Look, Hams, look at him going down the aisle kissing everybody.
Not.
I mean, don't think he's not going to kiss somebody. Just don't think that, Helms. You know what? People would have lost their mind if he'd have been hosting during COVID.
Do that nowadays.
Oh, the lawsuits alone.
What if he was hosting during COVID?
Oh, Rick.
But
It's funny. That's
he'd
one
kiss
of
you right through your mask.
He tearing one up.
That's one of the things you would have thought would have been not okay back then.
Oh no, everybody loved it back then.
And everybody loves it. And now it would have been right.
Helms, if you watched one of the comedies that was in the late 60s, early 70s, Laugh In, I think you will absolutely be steamrolled about how funny, but how open some of the humor was. Let me put it that way.
That wasn't like it is now. You didn't. Anything went.
It's almost like it's a weird
fair
thing.
game.
It's a weird thing that we've done now. Back then, nobody took themselves seriously. No one walked around ready to be offended.
They offended everybody equally.
Yes.
But here's what's odd about
as long as you called it comedy. That's all you had to do.
What's odd about the times we're living in now, though, y'all, have you ever thought about this little dynamic? But I will say, even though everybody could take a joke in those days and nothing was off limits, it's nastier and more crude and dark and twisted now, even though the society, everybody gets offended, but the stuff that's out there is worse than what was out there then.
Yeah.
Now, because the stuff that we're offended by now, we shouldn't be. And the things that don't bother us, we couldn't care less.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's like we've flipped society. Yeah. You didn't see the kind of ridiculous stuff you see now. But yet everybody was not, they didn't have such sensitive skin then. Now we have hypersensitive skin, but everything's even worse than it was.
And Helms, you need to go watch any stand-up by Don Rickles.
Oh my goodness. Oh my!
I saw one the other day.
That makes me happy just to think of Don Rickles.
He said things to the people in the audience in the opening 2 minutes that you could not even fathom thinking today.
Let me tell you, Don Rickles.
You didn't want to think it.
I'm going to give you an example you're familiar with. You know when Joe Biden tells the guy to stand up, Chuck, who's in a wheelchair?
Yes.
Don Rickles would have done that on purpose.
Oh, wow.
Stand up, Chuck. What am I talking about?
Yeah, you're right.
He would have done it as a joke. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Still here. How about it? I thought that song summed it up pretty good.
Oh, doesn't it though?
Yep.
25. In the show.
What a wild ride.
For 25 years for allowing us to do it, and we've mentioned it before, but this was actually only supposed to last maybe 30 days, 60 days tops.
Well,
and
yeah,
here we are. Huh?
It was a trial run to begin with, and then it became when they moved us to where we've been now for at least 22 of the 25 in Birmingham, and that was also when they moved us to Birmingham.
Oh, yeah.
This is the trial run as well. You guys will not be the show going forward. You got 6 months left in your contract, and we wish you the best. And it might have been less than 6 months, but it wasn't. Maybe 90 days left. And we
that was a precious time.
That was a good one right there.
We were
one.
full of energy and not real happy about the way we were being treated.
Well, but it was and we fought, and we've clawed, and I actually got to reminisce over the break with now that you have children that are trying to find their way in adult life, and I was just like, Uncle Bubba and I have said many times, you'll do well in whatever field you go into if you just be willing to show up every day.
Well,
and be a pro. I say because so many people won't.
There's a lot of things that you have absolutely no control over.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot control it. You have nothing to say about it. But the one thing you do have absolute control over is when you decide to give up.
Yeah, right. That's
that is when anything ends. Is when you decide to give up.
Yeah, and if you'll just keep coming back, so many people just can't. And I said this 1,000 times, especially in this business, and it's painfully obvious, and that there's so many people with so much more talent than we have in this room. But they didn't have that one thing, and that was what you're talking about, and that is I'm here, I'm on time most of the time. I really think in 25 years, the number of times that we've been late, it's minuscule. You
can count it on one hand,
right? And sometimes it's just something beyond your control, or you just didn't get the job done. But you don't make an excuse about it, and you say that's not going to happen again. But for the most part, looking around inside this room for the last 25 years. If somebody does not get here and is ready to go, it is a shock. It's not the norm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And the norm is everybody's dependable, everybody's here, everybody's ready to go, and we just try to outwork the other people as far as what we do as far as putting on the show. And some days, are okay. Some days are a little better than others. I'm not saying that every single day is an award winner, but I will say this.
We showed up, though.
But we are dependable, and we will be here. And we also, I think, understand how the business works. And that is, if you don't make money for people, you can have all the artsy-fartsy desires you have, and you can be as clever, and you can be so creative. And all that doesn't mean anything in the real world unless people can make a profit off of it.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's what makes the world go round.
That's the way it works.
But back to the other point, there's going to be, and I tell the kids this all the time, and other young people that there's going to be people along the way that's going to tell you no.
Oh,
They're going to say no to a job.
Oh, yeah.
No to an opportunity. No, we don't need you. No, I don't want what you're pushing. And they're in a place of authority. They can do that, but you don't have to give them the power that's the end.
Mm-hmm.
All you do then is work on the workaround, the next plan.
Yeah.
And it may be a next client. It may be the next job. It may be the next whatever, but you just can't give people out there the power over you to say no. I mean, they have some position. They may be able to block you temporarily, but you just go another direction.
Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We will get to some of your phone calls coming up after the top of the hour, so that'll probably be our first time to jump into the phone calls today.
Which way do you want to go?
You say you Trump numbers?
We can. We do that.
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah, and unless, because this thing, we were discussing this other thing, but I don't think it's what it's made out to be.
I haven't seen it, so maybe we can take a look at it. But back to the other. In New Hampshire, former President Donald Trump is extending his lead over Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in New Hampshire, with newcomers in the primary also earning support from the voters, according to a new poll. But in all honesty, they're very small numbers for the rest of them. It's a two-horse race, but Trump is way ahead of DeSantis there.
Right. So you're saying everything that we're seeing so far, other than there's been some groups that have gone with DeSantis, and we covered that in Florida. But the country over on the right side, over in if you are wearing red, not blue, it appears that the candidate that is preferred. Just early on, but all indications are Trump. As long as he's in the mix, he's going to be the one that garners the most support.
47%,
barring something changing,
in the latest poll of registered voters. To DeSantis, 19%, which that margin is increasing.
Yep. And now, of course, the left, the only way to get rid of Trump is to see if they can't arrest him or something. And so he's now reacted after a leaked recording shows him discussing classified documents. Of course, he thinks the recording should exonerate him, and the Democrats thinks the recording that he should be found guilty because of it. But he says, which is something that Trump has said for about a lot of things, that he's done nothing wrong. And
I believe the quote was, he handled them perfectly,
as he does everything.
Right.
He says it's no big deal. The left says, well, we got him. So I don't know which one. He says, well, this is exactly what I'm talking about, and they said, so are we. So I don't know where you go with that.
I'm kind of confused. I flip back and forth. Do the demos want to face Trump in November, or do they not want to face Trump?
Discussion.
And if their plan was to file so many lawsuits and so many charges and so many things on so many fronts to tie him up so he could not be a candidate, that has not worked. It appears the more they file and the more charges that are brought and the more that he goes to the courthouse, his numbers are going up.
Yeah, well,
so did they know that? Which way do you think they're wanting to manipulate this? Because they are. Well, they're not just, we'll see how it works out.
I will say, I'm trying to figure out, I know we always fall back into sports analogies. Believe it or not, most sporting teams are not fans of having to play an opponent again that they know was a formidable opponent, easy for me to say.
That they won.
That they beat them.
Right.
Because they're like, well, next time around, they're going to be ready. I don't really like having to play these teams twice.
Yeah, they know what we did.
But then there's the other side. Don't you kind of like playing an opponent that you've proven you can beat? So I don't know. I don't know what the left play is. I know that everything we see is not always as it appears. Now, that I know.
Or is it just so bizarre and so out of control, nobody's in control of it?
So CNN has the audio recordings, and apparently, allegedly, Trump is discussing classified materials July 2021 at his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey. Is that how you say that?
And on that tape, he's heard saying these are the papers apparently discussing top secret U.S. military attack plans in Iran. And Trump says on the tape that this plan I have came from Pentagon officials. And he's heard saying it's so cool that the information was classified and highly confidential. The conversation is believed to be a key piece of evidence in the special counsel's indictment against the former president. So, and then Trump says, I said it very clearly, I had a whole desk full of lots of papers, mostly newspaper articles, copies of magazines, copies of different plans, copies of stories having to do with many, many subjects. And what was said was absolutely fine. We did nothing wrong. This is a whole hoax. So there you go. So it'll all be to what this special counsel decides, or a judge at some point. I don't
jury.
know. I don't know how that works. But anyway, the point is, are the Democrats wanting to tarnish, but knowing they can't stop him, they'd be happy with him as an opponent versus DeSantis or someone else?
Yeah, if you're the head guy at the demo headquarters and you're in charge of making strategy, do you want to face Trump again, or do you not want to face Trump again? Because you have to have an opinion on it, right?
Well,
I would want to face him.
Yeah, one of the things that I would, and that's my first reaction too. But then I think about the times. One thing I will say is, what the Democrats, even though they're trying to create a fake world, the one thing they have against them is the Biden administration has really been a joke. And Americans that might have been, and I'm not saying this is the case, but Americans who might have been, I don't like him, he's rude and mean, and he upsets me, might be going, I don't really like the cost of things, and I feel like our economy is collapsing, and I wish the dollar was worth more.
Right.
So I guess a mean guy and his economy is better than a babbling old man trying to drive us into socialism.
But if you're,
but DeSantis can do that too. I think is your question, right, Bubba? If you're wanting to know who would you rather run against?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think from a strategy standpoint, and if you're the head of the Democrats, do you want Biden? Are you trying to find a way to get Biden out?
Yes. That's a yes.
But what are you going to do?
Well,
how do you do it?
Well, I think,
especially if he doesn't want to step aside.
Well, the Biden family,
because you really probably think Gavin Newsom is your future.
Well, the Biden family, if you want Biden out, they're giving you all you need.
And don't you think the way things are turning with the whistleblower and the New York Times coming out today saying they're confirming what the whistleblower's saying, and now you got another whistleblower that was worked underneath the whistleblower that's come out and said this, the IRS stuff. It seems like the left and that media is kind of starting to kind of push that, hey, maybe this is true kind of thing. So are they trying to maybe help force Biden out by a conviction?
They're not protecting him like they would a candidate they wanted.
Do you damage your brand, though? Will people think, well, corrupt, time for a change? We'll vote for the other guy.
Yeah, well, for Biden, yeah. If you get him out, well, then now Newsom's in. If he's forced out because of all these corrupt findings that, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
I know what you're saying.
Hunter took that plea deal, and now all this other stuff's coming out, and they're like, what?
Well, they're not protecting him like they would a candidate they want. That looks factual. And I think, to answer these two questions, I think they do not want Biden, but they do want to run against Trump. I think that DeSantis can do all the things that Trump says he's going to do, and he's probably less likely to get in his own way. I think they would like to run against Trump because the odds of Trump self-destructing is much higher than DeSantis self-destructing.
I think the best thing for the Republicans is Biden stay in.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's the best strategy.
If what?
If Biden
runs will
again.
rerun.
Yeah.
That's because I don't care. It doesn't matter who you put up there.
That's
I think Biden has to go to the House.
Let me ask you this: why
that's stupid.
do you find it a little? And again, I haven't really studied either one as far as what they're saying now. Of course, we've seen them both before. Are you a little surprised DeSantis is not challenging Trump a little more than he is? Not gaining a little ground?
Yes, I am.
I am too.
I am.
And why is that? Is he just not performing when he goes out to speak? Is he not, grabbing people? What's the deal?
Well, I think Trump is a powerful force. His name recognition through the roof, and he says things so straightforward. I just think it cuts through a lot of the garbage. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
If you're a frequent listener, you run to daylight, man. Run to daylight.
And try to live under that work ethic of, like we talked about.
Hard work ethic and dependable. And I don't mean workaholic where you have to kill yourself, but I mean just be dependable.
No, you got to be wise too about balancing everything where you don't get fried and frayed at the edges. It was funny. My oldest son was home and he's on a tour right now and he's out there, man. He's living hand to mouth and making it happen and starving actor and all this stuff and I was giving him this speech, and he looked up from his computer. He goes, "That's the reason why when you walked in here today on Christmas Eve, I'm actually setting up auditions." And he's got his computer out there in front of him.
Yeah.
He said, "The tour may be on break, but he goes, I got to find some way to make money till the tour starts again."
Yeah,
But all right, 16 minutes past. We got a lot to do.
Thank all of you so much,
man, and
for allowing us another round here. Huh?
Yeah, I got no idea what's going on in the world at all.
I haven't listened to the news.
Join the club.
I really enjoyed it.
I've enjoyed it as well.
It's been a great break.
If you want to talk about goofing off, eating good food, and deer hunting, I can tell you all about that. There you go. We'll be back.
And rain.
And rain. A lot of rain. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It was hard to keep a scope clear, So,
well, let me tell you what we did.
But boy, it's just fun to get out in the woods and just, man, I miss it today. I really do.
Well, what was great about it, and we did, we did as much as you could do, and of course, with the boys, whenever they wanted to go, we would try to go and had some success and did see some deer. It was kind of funny though. I love that a little gray in the beard, showed up the boys again while we were gone. It was so good. But anyway, one of the things that we were discussing, and I told Bubba this when we got to the office today, the forecast for where we lived was so bad every single day, with the exception of maybe 3 or 4 days, that we started going ahead and saying, today we're going to go do something no matter what.
Yes,
and how about this? Maybe it won't rain all day.
Maybe they're wrong. Maybe they got it wrong.
Maybe there'll be some patches in here where, and it did work out. As a matter of fact, I told the boys yesterday, I said, I'm going to try one last day of hunt before we go back to work. And they were like, Dad, it's 70 and 80% chance of rain every hour all day. Right. I said, I'm going down there. I said, I'm going to go down there, and when it's not raining, I'm going out. And it only rained on me really a little bit. The rest of it, and it varies wildly all over, about whether it's going to mist and whatever. And then we had, I tell you one thing I learned about our little part of the world. And like I say, where our farm is located, as far as deer hunting, it's probably a C+. Turkey hunting, is pretty good there, and I don't turkey hunt, sadly, and that's probably the best thing that we have. I need to figure out how to. I need to find time to do that at some point. It's just not a good time of year when turkey season is.
It starts getting warm too.
Well, and plus it doesn't work. I mean, you can't.
You got Satan's little hand puppet out there. He's hunting too.
I can't hunt mornings, and then that's also of course, this is about to be over, so maybe I'll do it. I've got a kid that plays a spring sport, and all that works bad. But anyway, so I did discover one thing. This mystery of the rut, Now, some of you are not into deer hunting, so we'll try not to spend the entire show on that today, even though we did a good bit of that while we were gone. Bubba and I did, and the guys did. Greg, no, you did some. Speedy, you didn't as much. But I was trying, matter of fact, to try to get some of y'all together, but the weather was just terrible. So anyway, and by the way, I'm wrong. I have an update for y'all.
I gave y'all information that is actually wrong. So I was fortunate enough that I ended up killing a buck while we were on vacation, which at our place, we've killed 3 bucks, 2 of them for the genetics of that world and the situation you're in are decent deer, and then there was one by one of my sons that was an accident that we have the horns up in the we don't have a head, but we have the horns up of those 7 points that my son, which I sent him to the optometrist right after it, said he was trying to kill a doe for us, and he killed a 7 point. But anyway, so. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Hey, what is this now, baby? Phone calls will start the hour. 866 We Be Big will chat with you. Alapuca, Cam Solo, Rick and Bubba University students earning their degrees in common sense. That now a superpower. So, Bubba, before we get to phones, and if you start dialing now, you will get in. Here's an audio clip that Adler has from Trump. And, of course, in the middle of it, he takes a shot at who?
At Anthony Weiner.
Oh, yeah. Anytime there's an Anthony Weiner joke, I'm in. So,
and you're going to hear him talking to his staffers. There's some other people in the background as well. He's talking about how Milley, who he fired, at one point, Milley was claiming that Trump was wanting to attack Iran and wanted to attack Iran. Yet these papers show that it was actually Milley that wanted to attack Iran.
Okay.
So he's going to be talking a lot about Milley here in this clip.
Okay.
They were trying to do that before you even were sworn in.
That's right.
Trying to overthrow your election.
Well, with Milley, let me see that. I'll show you an example. He said that I wanted to attack Iran. Isn't it amazing? I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came up. Look. This was him. They presented me this. This is off the record, but they presented me this. This was him. This was the Defense Department and him. Wow. We looked at some. This was him. This wasn't done by me. This was him. All sorts of stuff. It's pages long. Look. Wait a minute. Let's see here.
Yeah.
I just found. Isn't that amazing? This totally wins my case, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Except it is like highly confidential, secret. There's a secret information. But look at this. You attack, and
Hillary would print that out all the time.
she'd send it, no, she'd send it to Anthony Weiner, the pervert. By the way, isn't that incredible? Though?
Yeah.
I was just saying because we were talking about it, and he said he wanted to attack Iran and what? These are the papers. This was done by the military, given to me.
Well, that's a good detailed discussion about highly confidential documents that he's thumbing through and talking to the staff about. This proves that Milley was the one that was the military wanted to attack Iran. That wasn't me.
Also, Hillary would send these to Anthony Weiner, the pervert.
Yes, he threw that in there.
You got to get that.
Yeah, so we'll see where that goes, but that's the audio that is out, and of course, Trump is saying that all this does is show you that he was why he was discussing them, and so I don't know if it's going to help Trump, hurt Trump. We'll see how that goes. To the phones we go. Let's go to Cody in Mississippi. Cody, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I was calling to tell a story that is very similar to Rick and Greg's story of burning the field down.
Uh-oh.
I also have a younger brother, and I was the more flamboyant, wild, not really wild, just usually got into a little bit more trouble than he did. But my dad, and Helmsy can relate to this, my dad was a firefighter and growing up, when he come home and he had fought a house fire the night before, he was pretty wore out. Well, this was on a Sunday evening between services, church services, and he was going to take a nap and rest because he had been fighting a fire all night. He said, y'all stay out of trouble. You can play outside, but I'm going in. I'm taking a nap. I got to rest. Well, I found a lighter in the kitchen drawer and thought how funny it would be to go out and mess with my brother and make him think I was going to catch the field on fire. And so I'd light a little patch of sage grass and then stomp it out real quick. And I'd light another patch of sage grass. He'd start freaking out, and I'd stomp it out. Well, the last one I lit, I turned around to look at his response, and then I turned back around, and all I see is a wall of flames.
Oh, no.
And so
That's exactly like That's exactly what
I yell at him. I yell at him to go get Daddy.
Oh, no.
And
don't go get Daddy. Somebody help Daddy.
I run up to the back of the house, and there was a 5-gallon bucket.
Gosh.
I started filling the 5-gallon bucket with water, and he walks out. And as soon as we make eye contact, I know that I had done something I shouldn't have. So our backyard was about 2 acres of sage grass field and then probably 1.5 acres of woods. And this was middle of the summer, and it was going. So we went to the fire department and borrowed the wildfire truck, and we fought that fire for probably 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
And we get done. We get done. And, of course, me and my brother were like, you know, we're going to get it after this. And, of course, he wasn't guilty, but I was going to try to throw him in there somehow.
Of course.
Sure. But we get done.
Little brothers are shields.
And he's the one that would always ask about the whooping. You know, if Mom or Daddy said, we're going to give you a whooping when we get home from church, we'd get home from church and almost in bed, and he'd be like, what about the whooping? So he asked Daddy.
Thank you.
He asked Daddy, we're not going to get a spanking, are we?
Oh, my.
And my daddy just sweating, sweat pouring down his face, wore out, hardly holding his eyes open, looks over at us and says, I think y'all have learned your lesson.
Really? Oh, sometimes
he was too tired to whip.
He was too tired to whip.
He had been up all night putting out fires. Putting out fires at home.
Well, sometimes God just intervenes and hears the prayers of children.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness, Greg, that sounds just like what happened.
We were lighting it and beating it out with these pine tops. I thought it was sharp.
Let's go to Nash in Birmingham. Nash, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
How are you?
Hey, Nash.
Nash me.
Yeah, straight Nash, homie.
Hey, I'm just wondering, would you guys want to be on Celebrity Family Feud?
Celebrity Family Feud, yes. I think we would be outstanding on Celebrity Family Feud. I think that would be a blast.
It would be.
I would love that. John in Indiana. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. I think we could have a good show.
How you gentlemen doing this morning?
We're good. Great. We're good.
Wow.
Hey guys, just talking about on the topic of Trump and DeSantis and which one the Democrats would rather face. I think they'd rather face Trump. I think, like you guys have pointed out, Trump is going to self-implode. Yep. His arrogance is going to get in the way. And unless he focuses on what he did during his first 4 years, I don't know that he can win the independent vote, guys. So I think they know DeSantis is a more polished politician who can actually beat them and convince other voters that perhaps Trump wouldn't otherwise win.
Well, I mean, we've heard that point. We somewhat agree with that point, but we'll see. I don't know. John in Arkansas. John, go ahead.
Hey guys, a little bit more on this Ryan Mallett deal. So a lot of things that aren't being told. About a month ago, Mallett was a high school football coach in Whitehall, Arkansas.
Saw that, yeah.
Been there. He was there last season. Had a young man, was a graduating senior, running back, big time track star. Went to North Little Rock with his friend and was shot by his friend and killed about a month ago. And then this deal with Mallett that happened yesterday. And a lot of people are talking about the red flags. Man, it was yellow yesterday and the day before. Waters were pretty calm. That's why I think it was so shocking to me and people that I talked to yesterday. But when it's your time, it's your time, and we all know that.
Sure.
Just pray that be with those guys, man, and Whitehall, those student athletes, those coaches, the faculty, the staff. This is heartbreaking for them. Just pray that Genesis 50:20 is lived out.
Well, thanks for calling. Yeah, I know they had been red. I just assumed they still were red flags, but if they were yellow, then.
Well, it depends on where you're at on the beach.
Yeah,
it changes.
It does change.
Just miles down the road.
No doubt about that. Yeah. Let's go to Baker in Kentucky. Baker, go ahead.
Hey, morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
So we were over in Budapest, Hungary, at the airport, about to jump on the plane, come back to Memphis, and here come these three girls in our choir group that had been shoe shopping.
Oh, boy.
And I kid you not, they had 12 to 15 pairs of shoes.
Oh, my goodness.
And it's like our choir director just looked at him and said, you need to find a UPS at this airport quickly, or else we're leaving you behind.
You're right. Mentone, Alabama, Payne. Go ahead. That's what's happened with these ladies in Israel. They picked up a lot of
gear. How's it going, guys?
Good.
I didn't get a chance to call Monday, but talking about the thermal hunting, I go about every weekend coyote hunting up there in Mentone. And one night, me and my buddy, we saw something on the power line about 500 yards away. It was a big male bear.
Oh, boy.
And he scratched his back on every pole and got to 20 feet from us.
Woo.
And I tell you what, when that bear, it pretty much looked us right in the face, but he never knew we were there. And if you didn't have that thermal, you'd have never heard him. I mean, he was quiet, but, I mean, he was at least 500 pounds, and I got it all on video if you want me to send it to you guys.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, the guys.
What kind of thermal you using?
The guys I hunted with, they sent Bubba the video of some stuff, and that was a cool piece of video.
Yeah, send it my way, guy.
Okay, buddy. Send it. We'll take a look at it.
We'll watch it. We'll watch it together.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it.
Look at that.
Yeah, go ahead. 16 and a half minutes past the hour. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
At our place, we've killed 3 bucks, 2 of them for the genetics of that world and the situation you're in are decent deer, and then there was one by one of my sons that was an accident that we have the horns up in the we don't have a head, but we have the horns up of those 7 points that my son, which I sent him to the optometrist right after it, said he was trying to kill a doe for us. And he killed a 7 point. But anyway, so
I noticed he hunts in glasses now, just like that.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. But anyway, so
weird.
Seeing you want to shoot the genetics of where you are, and it varies wildly even in our state. So anyway, I told y'all wrong because I had not looked at the plaque. So when we first got the hunting land, we've had the farm for 11 years, but we only had 80 acres, and most of it was pasture. And then we added about a little less than 300 acres to it that we hunt on both sides, but we mainly hunt on the side that's kind of wild and all that. And it's not great hunting land, but it's fun. And so we killed a good buck, or I killed a good buck there, and I thought that it was within 24 hours because you're trying to figure out the rut.
Right.
And I shot that buck as he was chasing does in a full-blown rut, which you rarely ever see, especially if you have too many does. I went and looked at the plaque. I killed this deer not the day after, exactly on the same day.
Really?
Both these bucks were killed on December 22nd. So I think I've dialed in when the rut is.
I think so. I think so.
Right. So,
but it may be you need to go back and look at the moon cycle. It may be more dependent on that than the calendar date. But you're right; it's the same time.
Yeah. Well,
and I bet if you track it out, it's pretty close.
Well, and that's the only time. And where our
Greg
place is.
I made fun of Rick about the moon cycle when we were hunting.
Yeah, that was funny. But we had a good one too. By the way, I sent Greg a picture of like this gigantic buck.
Nice deer.
of this gigantic buck. I mean, it was not from where we were. And Greg had made fun of it, and I said, Greg had decided to hunt down in the woods as opposed to on the food plot. You had a choice in this area.
Yeah.
And I sent him that picture, and I told him that the feeding time that day was supposed to be 2:48 to
2:48 to 4:48. He said by the moon chart. And of course, Brody started it. He goes, ooh, I got a moon chart.
First text from my son was, ooh, I got a moon chart.
And then I said moon chart my rump. I left that one, and then I waited on purpose. And the minute it turned 2:48, I said, "Be looking, it's 2:48."
Right. So anyway, I sent Greg a picture of this gigantic deer, and I said, "Look what was on the camera, 2:48 on the food plot that you chose not to sit on." But me killing this deer, and I almost had a Greg moment. I'll tell you about it when we come back. I nearly had one of those Greg moments, and I heard it on the best ofs while we were gone. The podcast, by the way, number one. Being able to go back and hour by hour listen to those things on your own time. Every time I would travel, because I was never up early enough to hear you guys live, I got to tell you.
You know what?
Me neither on my off
Can I
day.
tell you what was said? I think I was up most of the days.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
I even text Speedy one day when I was riding around.
Oh. But I heard the time of Greg killing that deer, and it was.
I don't know what happened. You
Yeah.
talking about that and went through a time warp and then came back to the time we're in?
And Greg said he couldn't find it. And
He jumped time. Yeah, he jumped time on us. There's no doubt.
Yeah, when
you
he
remember
when
that?
he threatened to fight me.
And Greg's like, Greg, you sought medical help, and
guys, don't think it was laying in the weeds. Understand? I would have had to have nearly tripped over it. It wasn't there. I'm telling you. It jumped time. It was in a different dimension, and it jumped back in our dimension, and that's how we.
I have to admit, it was strange given how much looking was going on, and I'm just sitting there shooting the bull.
Yeah.
The big play Ray.
Yeah.
And I look over there and go, hey, isn't that horns right there? I mean, it was like from here across the studio.
Well, I can't explain it.
and Greg, and hearing the best of, Greg said he wished y'all had not found it because of the effect it's had on life.
I almost had to step over it.
And we were trying to say, you mean the celebration does not rule out? He goes, no. I'm so troubled by what just happened. I can't even enjoy it.
Very bizarre.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Here we are, 29 years and 6 months. So 29 and a half of them, baby, that we've been doing it. You got something going over a bus? Everything's good on our end. It must be you local. As we work our way back, things you need to know. Wednesday Bible study back today. We'll be in the Revelation 14. Make a note. No Rick and Bubba Bible study from the broadcast location next week. So if you want to go back, because Bubba and I'll be on vacation, you can go catch archives maybe you missed. Rick, where can I get archives? Well, you can go to our YouTube channel and find the Wednesday Bible study there, past studies, or you can go to our podcast channel. But sometimes that's a little hard to find stuff. If you go to themanchurch.com and click media, it'll drop down. You want to listen, that's archives. So that audio you want to watch, that's video archives, and they're actually easier to search and find what you want, and that's probably the simplest way to do it. But anyway, so I was sitting down, found myself at a unique situation last night. You know, one of my sons, young Broderick, you hear us talk about a lot on the program, and all of our kids have been talked about quite a bit. Well, he is the classic young entrepreneur, and he loves to work and got his own skill set. I mean, he was the one that called me. I'll never forget this. And he said, "Dad, do I have to continue to go to college?" And I said, "Well, now here it is." I said, "The answer is I can't answer this till I'm asking the following question. Do you plan to come back here and live with us?" I said, because there is no scenario that you leave college and come back here.
Yeah.
I said, now, if you want to leave college and go to your career, and you pay your own bills and find your own place, absolutely. I said, but you have to have a full-time job, and you have to be able to pay your own bills. There's no leaving college and then just coming here and hanging out on the couch, which he wouldn't do anyway. But he said, well, I've been here, and I don't think this college is even – and college is a good thing for but it is true that there are things that the college career is not. It really isn't taking you anywhere. And there's
More
some
so than ever.
Yeah, and some you have to have college degrees to even be in the field. Now those you need to stay in college, you know.
Sure.
And so he said, I know what I want to do. I know how to do it, and I keep being offered jobs while I'm in college. And of course, he was making money. And he said that this skill set seems to be in pretty high demand. I think I can. I feel like this is holding me back. And then there was one time we thought about getting into that field more specific and going to Nashville to Belmont. And then he finally said, in the process of considering that, he got a full-time job doing what he does. And he does, video production and camera work and editing and all that kind of stuff. And so he got a full-time job at 19. And I remember getting a call from the church that hired him to begin with, and their big concern is are we about to be enemies of Sherry? And because I think we're about to hire your son, and I understand if he gets this job, he's not going back to college. And I said that is correct. And then of course he asked me about it and all that, and I said, well, you guys are going with it, but it was a perfect situation because they didn't have the budget to really go to a big time person yet because the church had been in duress, but now they're in great shape now. So they were able to kind of grow together. So it kind of worked out perfect. So anyway, so now he took another job from there, and then finally has decided that he sees this as he should have his own company. He's watching how the industry works and all that, and I agree with him. But I found myself in a strange situation last night. He and Camtastic, his fiance, came by to see me, and now they're business people. They're looking at their future family business. Right. And we're getting ready talk. I've got the honor to be able to do their wedding coming up, so we're talking about how we want to do the service, and all of a sudden, my son goes, "All right, Dad, before we go tonight, let's talk business." And I said, "Excuse me?" And he said, "Well, I know you're talking to me about maybe doing some stuff, for Burgess Ministries and some stuff y'all need, for social media and stuff, coming up next year." And I'm like, "Did you hear the name of the company that you know what my name is?" He said, "Yeah." And I said, "Do you know what your name is?" "Yeah." I said, "What is this?" I said, I said, "Are you about to?" He goes, "Well, look, I mean, you got to understand, we got to get down and talk about it. I need to know what kind of budget y'all got." And I'm like, "What?" I was like, "Whoa, what are you talking about?" And he goes, "Well, I mean, this is kind of how I price out to do this, and this is how I price to do that." And I found myself negotiating with my own son. And I will tell you, sometimes it's how funny I said, "Son, I fed you. I provided shelter. Right. I mean, you can't hold your old man over a barrel like this." I said, I gotta have a deal. I gotta have a daddy deal.
Did you discuss the cost of catching all his packages for him?
Yeah. There you go.
I said, I noticed I've become the shipping location for various equipment.
Yeah.
And so it was a weird thing to sit down. And he goes, "Well, now how many? Let's talk about this. So how many? So we're gonna do some of these. You need how many 30 seconds, and then I'm gonna get you this many 15 seconds. And now, do you want one long form? For the landing page on the web?" And I'm just like, "Son, are you giving me a rate card? Am I really getting a rate card?"
And then there's travel. You got your budget for travel.
Yeah, and so I said, "Look, I'm just gonna tell you as straight as I can tell you. I'm your daddy. You wouldn't even be here if I didn't exist." And I said, "And the things I'm your shipping location, and this all the things I provided." I said, I'm just telling you unashamedly, somebody help Daddy. I said, "Look, I got to have a daddy deal. I mean."
Or you hate to bid it out, Rick.
Yeah,
somebody
well,
what's my price?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you've seen how much some of that cost. I love having. It's tough when you go out there to the companies that don't love you. It's so
bid it out, you find out.
Yeah. So we got to laughing and cutting up on that last night. So, but it was it all ended well. He basically said, and then he hit me with that thing. Well, Dad, just. Of course, I'm trying to provide for my future family, and he had his fiance sitting there next to him. We got bills to pay.
That's it.
But whatever you think is right.
Yeah, whatever you feel like.
And then he looked at me with them little eyes.
Yeah.
And he had his little future wife sitting there right next to him, precious little couple. And I thought, well,
bargaining chip there.
Oh yeah. So it was funny watching us both play each other's cards right there, trying to get a little leverage. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And Ugga would be a foreshadowing of that game. That's what was so strange to me about it.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So we have here's the footage.
In case you didn't see it.
Yeah. Who would have thought bringing a Longhorn
sale? You know.
Look at Ugga. He's like, dang.
Yeah. Good gracious.
Look, Ugga knew there was a problem before everybody else. Watch him try to start getting away. Look right there. He's unhappy.
Oh my gosh. Guys, we've put
So
up
many
something.
angles.
A
You know
little
what,
petition.
Rick? If he sensed he was a meat eater.
That might be-
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, if Ugga been eating just vegetarian stuff, that thing wouldn't have done nothing.
Well, we've talked about this before. When you have a live longhorn that's 1,700 pounds. Now you got 8 guys with ropes, but I still feel like if he wanted to get loose, there's nothing they could do, as we just witnessed. Colorado buffalo also is one you think. Most of the time you can handle a dog, even though Ugga's had his moments. Remember, he tried to bite an Auburn player one time.
Yeah.
Robert Baker, wasn't that his name? Came in.
The woman that they knock out of the way. Watch her come flying.
Focus on the guy. He Bugs Bunny cartoon. I mean, shouldn't we put something over those sharp tips of those horns?
Maybe,
you know what I mean?
Maybe saw them off just a little bit. I know you need a longhorn, but just get the tip off.
Yeah, so he couldn't puncture you directly.
Yeah, and is the is the plan? Is this like the elephant when he could really pull the stake out of the ground, but he doesn't know it?
Yeah.
Are they putting that around Bevo, and he thinks he can't get out because he undoubtedly he didn't buy it because he came right out.
Look,
of it.
I've seen protesters, have a better fence than that.
I mean that is awful.
Yeah,
but
and
now
then they time and he just stares at the fence the whole game. I don't know what.
Well, here's what I don't understand.
Do those guys that are they're dressed to look a little bit like Woody from Toy Story?
Yes, they are.
I mean, they just don't seem like they got enough girth to handle it.
They don't.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, the guy over there in the red shirt, his face if you look, Bevo gives him the head back and forth.
Yeah.
His face is like I don't know what's gonna happen here. I want him to see more.
Exactly.
I want him to seem more confident.
Rick, that did not get violent because Bevo just lost interest. No.
Yeah, I think the closing part of my negotiation with my son last night, Bubba, and it's kind of down the road you were going. This was the one that changed, that finally got me in a leverage position. I said, I would like to point out that as I'm speaking to you, you are currently wearing one of my shirts. You currently have one of my shirts on. And he looked down and he goes, wow. I said, yeah. So, but anyway, so we'll work it out. Field of Greens, Bubba, I'm worried about taking Field of Greens on the road with me.
Yeah.
And I've had some emailers that say, Rick, let it go. It's not worth that they might pull this out of customs or something like that. I've had people say, Rick, they will never care about it when in a checked on bag. And then another person says, Rick, why would you even chance this? I think you can make it a week without Field of Greens and just come back and get right back on it. I don't think you'll have that big a drop off in that short a period of time. Is that period of time worth the chance that somewhere that somebody would pull that bag out and delay you? That's a great question. But anyway, let me tell you this. I talked to a friend of mine in the last 48 hours who said he too started on fieldofgreens.com. I talked to Brody last night during our negotiation. And of course, he wanted one. And of course, he wanted one of my canisters. I said, "Here we go." Here we go. He goes, no, I was ordering it, Dad, but I mean, you got some extra in here, and you're about to go off. You're going to have more before you even use this.
Oh, he's good.
And you know what he said? Because all Burgesses have digestive system problems. I mean, we do. And he said, since I've been taking this, by the way, he said that's all but gone now.
I got to tell you, it's the same with me.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah. And so it's a great product. Fieldofgreens.com to get yours now, 15% off if you use our code BUBBA at fieldofgreens.com. Do you think I'll be okay if I just don't use it for 1 week?
No.
Is it worth it?
Can I tell you, you're not going to have a problem going from here to Paris.
Right.
That's not going to be a problem. Just whatever you take, leave it there, and don't try to bring it back in.
Yeah, don't bring like a full.
Oh, I see.
And then have to leave it.
So,
Just
like maybe take half a canister. Take a half a canister with you for
Just
like
Ziploc
about
bag.
a week.
Right.
And then just leave it there and not even try to bring it back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, I mean, when you come back,
Worry
it's
about
only
it.
going to be, you could take it that morning before you leave, and then you're back. So you're not missing a day.
No, you're right. You lose a day in that plane. It's a long time on that
Oh,
plane.
yeah, well, there's that.
Such a long time. So anyway, Phil.
How long is it flight?
Well, I forget. What is France? 8 hours?
Yeah, let's see.
I can't remember. The worst one ever was Ethiopia or South Africa, but that's a long way. Fieldofgreens.com right now. Go there. Use the code BUBBA. Get 15% off. Let me tell you something. You are going to love how your body responds to getting the fuel that it's designed to run on. And there's just so many testimonies, and I can't even run them all down. I'm so excited about that. Speaking of people in duress.
7 hours difference.
I thought, I mean, for me to fly. How long is the flight? I want to know how long that flight is. I know the difference in time. I was talking about how long that flight is.
To France.
So I'm going to Paris from Atlanta.
Paris?
And then from Atlanta to somewhere. Is it Marseille? Is that where I'm going? Somebody told me Marseille.
Yeah, it's on the
Buddy,
it's on
we
the,
did-
it's on the water there.
It's on the
good.
ticket.
It's about an hour and a half flight.
The
there.
pilot knows where I'm going, and I got the flight number.
Does it? Do you not have how long the flight is on your?
I just hadn't looked.
9 hours.
Oh,
See, a
check.
non-stop flight from U.S. to Paris can range from 9 hours to goodness gracious, 9 hours to 17 hours.
No.
Yeah, that's a lot of stops.
Hey,
so that's a lot of stops. Well,
Come
this
on
says
now.
a non-stop flight.
There's no way a nonstop could range from 9 to 17.
agree,
What
Rick.
is that?
That you heard me when I
Are
was
we running into
reading
some
it.
kind of wind? I mean,
How
what in the world are we
long?
talking about?
7 hours and 33 minutes.
So I was,
That's an average flight time between
Someone-
the United States and Paris.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Average. Someone that's I've never flown internationally across the water like this.
So far.
Well, are the seating arrangements the same as if you flew?
Yes.
So you could have a middle seat for 9 hours.
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Horrifying.
Yeah.
But Sherry booked this, right?
Yeah.
Do you know how you're sitting?
I hadn't looked. Let me go back to this again.
Oh my gracious!
Let me go back to this again. We got in a plane either coming back from Ethiopia or South Africa. I can't remember what it was. I just know it was a million miles.
Long way.
And
Felt like you're going to the moon.
and they
didn't it?
announced that all the entertainment system where you watch movies, because this is how I look at a flight: 3 movies, 2 movies,
Yes.
and it was all broken, and none of it would work.
Carry your iPad, and then you got your own. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. So that's anyway. So
Marseille.
Yeah, I said Marseille
You're wrong.
yesterday.
It's Marseille.
Marseille.
Yeah, whatever.
I'm not going there, so I don't know.
no. So-
Marseille,
Right. So
Marseille.
you don't need to know that.
All right. So, by the way, can you help me today, Helmsy? I've got Google Translate. It's on there, but I keep having to go open it. It's not showing up on my screen. I need it on my screen. This is happening to me a lot on my iPhone.
He needs it.
Look,
He needs it on his homepage.
Yeah,
in
it's
the
not on my-
break. Let's get it in a break
You know
because we
how to-
both got a really busy day.
I know, but what I'm talking about
Real
is
busy.
Yeah, what I'm talking about is there was a time as soon as I would get an app, it would go on my homepage. Now they don't.
Sometimes I have this problem,
and I
too.
keep having to go back and open them again.
Well,
I don't like that at all.
Yeah,
You
we got
probably got so many.
Hey,
you need to organize.
Hey, use something else.
Yeah.
Say.
Well, that's what my wife says. Thanks for reminding me. I miss her. So
In the commercial break, we're doing it.
I miss my little sweetie pie, who's the prettiest girl in France.
Just got me lightheaded laughing.
Yeah. All right. So Adler seems to be hobbling around, and that can only mean he's been rolling.
Yeah.
He has been rolling.
He was in full and rolling.
He has been rolling.
He was in full uniform in here. the other
No,
day.
he was
Yes,
not.
he was.
You saw him in his gi.
Hey.
You saw him in his gi.
He was
Came around in his gi already.
He's looking good too.
Yeah.
Do you have your gi here with you today?
I do not have my.
We
gi.
challenged him to
Listen,
wear
this
it for
guy-
one whole show.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
he
what I
had,
was.
he had sponsors and
Look
everything.
at me. I'm in my gi. Look at me. I'm in my gi.
Will you
Wrestle me.
wrestle
Wrestle me.
So,
Sensei.
Roll with me.
Yeah, I'm back at jiu-jitsu, and you guys can laugh about it all you want, but if we all go to prison, guess who's not getting violated? Okay?
You ain't gonna let that happen again, are you?
Laugh all you want. Not again.
Not again.
Not today.
Not
again.
Greg, not again.
Not again.
Don't miss not again.
Not again.
I tell you one thing. Hey, if he can get you to sit down, they ain't nothing. They don't tell what
Hey,
happened.
we work on takedowns a lot at my new place.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
So,
Hey,
so
What,
eat that.
new place?
Oh wow.
What do you mean?
I got to go to a new place.
He's with them.
Oh,
We
you're
were
not,
here.
but
Oh,
you
that's
weren't
right.
here.
You were at one of your hospital stays.
yeah.
Hey, let me tell you something.
You didn't have to say it like that, Rick.
What's the new place? No, I was going to say it if he had.
With Webby at
He left
Lionheart,
Webby.
at
Here he
Lionheart
goes
Jiu-Jitsu,
again.
Webby's
Long
not happy
speech
with
here.
it.
Get ready for this.
the COVID lockdowns
Here we go.
happened.
Here we go.
I was worried about my little kid, and so Ruby was just born, and so we didn't know what was going on, and so that layoff led to 3 years. Next thing I know, Ruby turns 3.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I haven't been to jiu-jitsu in 3 years.
Ain't more than Gee in
Boy, that 3
I'm
years
a
went
loser.
by crazy. Yeah.
Yes.
Which makes you even more of a loser. You're paying for it every month.
No, I stopped.
Okay,
it.
good.
Yeah.
Good.
Stopped it.
So hard to get
Long
out of those
time
drafts.
ago. Long
Boy,
time
it
ago.
is. It really is.
Long time ago, stopped it. But I was always planning on coming back. And I just realized that now I got 2 kids. We're all gone in the mornings, so I'm not there in the mornings.
We're
So
not Webby. We don't need this.
nighttime.
Yeah.
Nighttime is family time,
Yeah.
and so I can't go to night classes, and it's
Got it.
just not going to happen. So I got to find a place that works with my schedule that I will go to, because if I can find an excuse to not go, you guys know how it is with working out.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll not work out if I hit a green light. I'm like, oh, the light's green. I can't stop. Still going.
It's always the hardest part.
So where are you at now?
So there's a place really close here that they have a lunch class.
Yeah.
And so and they have that lunch class 5 days a week, and I can potentially hit 4 days a week.
Which you won't.
So my goal is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
No
That's
way.
the goal. And then that way I actually go 2 days a week.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's
That-
actually
no,
how
that's
it is.
right. Yeah.
So I'm going. I'm going, and yes, Greg and Speedy were still here doing some production, and I was leaving, and I had changed in my office.
That is uniform.
Oh, Greg, I wish I'd have seen it. Why didn't you take a
You
picture?
had sandals.
I got ahead of them, and I was like, "Hey guys, if y'all need me, I'm gonna go fight some guys in my pajamas. I'm gonna go wrestle man while
He went
wearing-
ahead and
Greg,
took
why
off.
don't you get? Of course, I guess I'll get that picture about the same time Hamza gets your remote this week for upcoming events.
Sure.
All right, so
I told you about it.
Yeah, Greg, you got to start doing better.
I just told
Hey,
you.
So what is
does
the
no
name of
good
it?
I told
to
you
tell
earlier.
Rick. Rick's
the
not
one
going to put it on
saying
my
it.
website.
All right, stay on point. What is the name of the new place?
Well, I'm trying to remain anonymous up
Yeah.
in there,
Okay.
so I go by Chris up in
Oh,
there.
I see.
I got you.
You do
Not
up in
Adler.
there?
Not
Now,
Adler
what
from the Rick and
belt
Bubba
are you
show.
now?
I'm still a white belt, Bubba. It's really sad.
Took 3
and
years off.
embarrassing.
Okay, you
No,
took
you
3
took
years
3
off.
Tell
years
him what
off.
Webby told you.
Don't be hard on
Well,
yourself.
when you broke the
did,
news to him.
before signing the contract,
didn't like
at the new place, I did call Webby and have the conversation and
Well,
let
that's
him
nice
know.
of you to do that.
Yeah.
And it
I'm
didn't
sorry,
go good.
Webby, you've done so
didn't-
much for me.
It didn't go good?
No, it didn't go good. And he's right. I'm a traitor.
Yeah.
I'm like a free agent now. It's like Aaron Rodgers. Oh, he's with the pack. He loves them. Now he's out.
It's like Cobra Kai.
Yeah, it is Cobra Kai. It's what it
Cobra
is.
Kai.
It is.
Modern.
You're an Eagle
Yeah,
fan
yeah,
now.
You never leave. Right?
You're going to be at
It's
a
like the
meet.
firm. You can't get out.
You're going to see him across the mat at a meet,
Oh,
and you're going to be
yeah.
like,
Oh,
oh, there's those
I
cauliflower
dread
ears.
Think
that.
about that.
I
He's
dread that.
gonna turn his guy up to beat you.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
You know, he's going to start shouting, "Easy out!"
Yeah, and I'll be in a tournament in the white belt area, and I'll be like, "Why does this white belt have cauliflower ears? What's going on?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What's happening?"
So,
here?"
are you like when you walk in for your class at lunchtime?
Yeah.
Does everybody whisper, "Hey, Webby's guy's here. He's here."
There's Lionheart.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Lionheart.
I was wondering why there was like pictures of like lions on the ground that we like stomp and grind our feet into. So that explains that. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody's cool. Everything's cool.
Everybody loves Chris.
And I'm back to rolling around with dudes, so y'all can laugh about that.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He just did a little swat because if he would have wanted to continue, you can't stop it.
He had the momentum.
He did.
Well, I'm certainly not standing up for the rights of Bevo.
No.
Okay, so because I don't think these animals are mistreated, I think they're treated pretty well.
I bet he is.
But I want to go back to this with all the lies. See right there, he's like, "Uh-oh." I want his face to be more confident right there.
Right.
He's thinking, let's tie this thing to the rail right quick. But see, boy, he's pinned in there if he got after it.
And look at these two Nimrods. What did y'all just see? Back up. I mean, he could hit y'all right in the face with his horns.
Well, they're trying to secure him because they're all thinking, "Oh, we're going to be on national TV for an incident, and is it going to be played back all next week?"
But I want to say this:
that one guy like he got gored.
Yeah, he did. He nearly got gored. But just from a legal standpoint, the times we're living in, people sue everybody over everything. How in the world do we have buffaloes and longhorns in the middle of people with no way to stop them?
And we got a few tigers in cages.
Yeah,
too.
at least they're in a cage.
At least.
Yeah, you're not running the field with them.
Right.
No, Mike's not out walking around on a leash.
By the way, is Mike still around, or do they still do Mike? They still have
they
that?
just added
One of them
they just got
died, didn't
another.
he?
Yeah, but what I'm talking about, have they
Did they
stopped
replace
doing
him?
live tigers in the cage?
No,
I know they've protested them a lot, but
They've been protested, I know. By the way, my old
There's even calls to stop the birds from flying, because we had a bird get loose on one of them and land on
Notre
the guy in
Dame
the
game.
stands.
Yeah.
I don't, whose eagle was
Clemson,
that?
Notre
Do we
Dame.
know?
I don't know. I think they were just doing something
Is that
special
just the national
for the
anthem?
national anthem.
Yeah,
it was
but I
during
mean,
the Clemson Notre Dame.
But where did he come from?
Oh, I don't know.
Who was the handler on that? Was that out of Auburn or somewhere else?
I don't know. You know, I've
But that was pretty funny, and the guy knew to do his arm. Did you see his interview?
I didn't see it. I didn't see this. I don't know the story at all.
He said exactly what you think he would say.
I was.
Well, these handlers are really scared of him.
My oldest son got to experience coming out of the visitors' locker room at LSU and going by Mike. He said they put Mike right there where you have to go right by.
That's
him.
cool.
Sure. He said it is not a pleasant feeling. Mike doesn't like it.
Well, you just want to be sure.
Mike knows to hate the opponent.
Yeah, and Cat will reach through the bars. You got to watch him.
But
take a swat at you.
But when you go to these, now PETA thinks they all should be removed. Now let's see, because PETA they got to find something.
Yeah, they got to have something to fundraise.
Let me ask you. Okay, I get it that Bevo is dangerous, but how is Uga being mistreated? He's probably treated better than any bulldog that
no doubt about it.
You've seen his little house. It's got air conditioning in it for the hot games early of the year.
Look, and he gets to run around at ball games, wear a little shirt.
Everybody gets a picture made with him.
What's wrong with that?
I got to tell you, Greg, based on the other Longhorns, I think Bevo's got a good life.
Bevo's got a really good life.
Yeah.
But let's go back to this.
Mike the Tiger, maybe not so much.
Mike the Tiger, not so much.
What's the Colorado's mascot name? Is it Buff?
I don't
His
know.
name? But you've seen him get loose, and they're running for dear life, dragging people. I mean, it's like chasing a bus.
Well, look, they talked about in the Oklahoma game. How would you like to be the person that had to get the Sooner?
Yeah,
that wagon and them horses to
and they've wrecked that.
That's a rough looking bunch too. The guy I'm talking about, the people on the wagon.
Hey, they've wrecked that thing for. I mean, they'll roll it in a minute.
Bubba, it's Ralphie, the buffalo.
Ralphie.
Buffy,
I don't know. Ralphie.
You had an Uffy, right?
Well, you would think Buffalo Buffy.
What is he, a vampire slayer? But let's go back.
Right, Ralphie.
But what I'm saying is, I guess I can understand that there's some danger to it, which we've seen. But Bubba called it. If you look, Uga knew this was bad.
Uga is out of there before anybody else is moving.
Well, Uga don't want to go over there.
No, heck no. They were going to give a photo op.
That didn't work out.
That's why the guy was on the ground ready to take a picture.
And sadly, when they kicked the ball off, what you all said, Bevo went after and actually got Uga.
Yeah, it looked just like that on the football field.
Texas decided they would line up and not be intimidated by the OSCC.
When I saw all the Georgia players texting about they should have been in, I said they've lost focus. They're gonna mess up.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top. The late Arlie Ermey. All right, so we make our way back. So we're talking to Adler about, which we had covered before, but an update on the uncomfortable move.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, from one Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu group to another. It really does.
You're with them now.
It reeks of Cobra Kai. By the way, that was Webby's quote. You're with them now. Yeah. In case you were wondering.
Eagle Fang.
But before we get into Adler, we now know where he is and the friendship that he has, strained. But this also leads us into, what is this thing where Zuckerberg and Elon Musk are claiming they're going to fight?
Yes.
A geek fight going on.
What are we talking about?
The geek fight.
Yeah, geek fight. Everybody around.
So Zuckerberg has gotten really into MMA. He's a big fan.
And
of it.
people let him win because who he is.
Right. But he's been seen cage side at UFC events. In fact, at the UFC Apex, it was just him and his wife. They're the only people watching a fight. Yes, yeah. Because a lot of times at the UFC Apex, it's a really small crowd or not much of a crowd. They started doing that when the COVID lockdowns happened, but the UFC kept going through all that. And so they started doing it at their own place, kind of in a bubble. And they still have events there. I think it's because of the ESPN contracts. They're like, we got to have this many events yearly and all this stuff. You look over, and it's just Zuckerberg only. And
That's
it's like,
weird.
whoa, it was a little bit weird.
But are they really training and seriously talking about fighting?
I don't know. Zuckerberg is seriously
Have
training.
you heard about this?
Well,
Here's
here's Zuck right here. He's rolling with black belt Lex Friedman, who is a podcaster, a big time podcaster.
He's letting
and
him
he's
win.
and he totally lets him
training, Greg.
Yeah.
This looks like they're already in prison.
Yeah, it does.
All right.
It does.
Okay, all right.
Now, we had a story the other day. Elon has hired somebody or is getting help from some professional.
He got with Lex, too.
Is that what that was?
Lex is and there's some still shots of Elon, but we don't have any footage.
Why are they going to fight? How did this start? And did I hear that they're going to put $1 million up for the winner?
Yeah, I thought it was $1 billion.
What? No,
I thought it was a joke.
Nothing for them.
I thought
Why not put each other's company on the line?
Amen.
Winner take all.
There's Musk rolling with Lex Friedman, and you see how sweaty and veined up, and he's grimacing and stuff.
Yeah,
that's not good. That means
really?
that it means you're
He's
not
in
using
duress.
jiu-jitsu. Yes.
Would you like to roll with him?
Training, guys.
Wait a minute.
Well, you're supposed to look like just nothing's happening. I am a soldier of death, and nothing.
That's that
impacts
Webby
me.
in you.
Yes,
Well, you're supposed to look like it, but I mean, if you're straining, you're going to be
all the work
sweaty.
Webby did for you just to take it to another group.
I know.
That's not what we're talking about, and we moved past that.
I'm sorry.
You're with them.
You're not with us.
Honestly, though, with Zuckerberg putting in, he's been training for I think a year.
He looks less stressed.
A year now, yeah. And look
he
at
looks
him.
less stressed.
He does, and honestly, once you start learning, now if they're both serious and they both train, now Zuckerberg is now a year ahead. And Musk is going to have to do double duty just to catch up. It really is like a dance.
He'll have to go all 4 days.
If you don't know how to dance, you're gonna look bad if you don't know how to dance.
In Elon's favor, he is physically much bigger.
Well, the art of jiu-jitsu.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Thanks for opening that door.
Doesn't matter.
Thanks for opening that door.
Uses technique, not strength.
I understand, but still, he's going to be stronger, bigger.
Right. And he may be more athletic and it may not take him quite as long to learn.
I'm going to tell you what.
Abilities are real. That's real, too.
Let me tell you, this Zuckerberg footage, because of his haircut, this looks like a Caesar, and some guy has to go wrestle him every day because Caesar wants to exercise.
Because he wants to play.
He's like Commodus on a Gladiator.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yep.
Adler, but I understand yesterday you being a white belt that a purple belt called you out. Is that why you're limping around?
Ooh, put it on you.
He didn't call me out. That's not how it works.
He said, "Hey,
That's what Speedy said.
white belt,
Meet me at the mat.
come to me."
So
an Indian for some
after
reason.
class, if you want to stick around after class, you can kind of just throw together a couple sparring
Let's roll,
sessions
big
if you
guy.
want to. And so I stuck around after class on Monday, and yes, I rolled around with a larger purple belt dude. And
Okay, let's never say it like that. Never say it like that again.
Looked like-
Never say that again.
Say you had a match with.
Say I had a sparring round
with a purple. But don't say I rolled around
I would
with
even
a
leave the
purple
purple.
belt big dude.
I'd
Don't
leave the
say
purple
that.
out of it.
Purple's cool. Purple's good.
Yeah, well, purple's
Okay.
two notches above you.
Yes,
Right?
Better
it's
than white.
2 notches above me. Speedy, I
So
told
he
you that in the
hammered
break.
you
You don't
on
have to
that.
repeat
No, I'm
it
just
again.
saying. So you played up. So I thought that's good.
I'm trying to
Until-
play up.
until he
How'd that
broke
go?
you. Until
Trying
he
to
broke
play-
you.
A lot. Yeah,
Did
I don't
you-
even know what happened. We rolled for 5 minutes, and he got me 3 or 4 times. I don't even know.
See, this is a big step, isn't it?
Did you
It
tell
is.
them at your
Big jump
last dojo that you beat all the women there? And if any of the women at this one want to take you on, bring it.
That's so good.
Hey,
I did.
Because that happened.
I did, Greg. Yeah.
So how do you ask someone after class? Do you walk up and go, "Will you roll with me"?
You don't
You don't
say
sound
it
like
in
that.
that voice, man of 1,000 voices.
Like, for instance, hey,
not
this
Dopey.
is what we do. Our guys will go, hey, you want to play a 10-point tiebreaker? You want to play a set? Hey,
Is
you
that how
want
it's
to
done?
rally for a minute?
That's how it's
So
done.
how do y'all do it?
Hey, yo,
dude, you want to roll with me?
What's
Yeah,
the
that's
phrases?
good.
What's
That's
the
it.
phrases?
Hey, you want to go? You want to go? Let's
Uh-oh.
go. I'll go. You want
Rick,
So it's simply, it's that simple.
Yeah. And then you pat hands,
Yeah.
and then you bump, and then you go, and you just try to
Bump.
kill the person. You kill them.
or the
try
guy-
to break their arms off. You try to snap their neck, choke them unconscious.
Or Greg, what?
You get the Calhoun County version. You think you can win mine?
Greg, don't say that.
That's how we would start.
I know, but we shouldn't say that.
You know,
We don't need to say that, Greg.
Or we would add to that phrase at the beginning. What's not worth that, is it?
Right.
You think
It's not worth it here.
right.
So did
that's
you beat
good.
him? Did you beat
No,
at
I
all?
didn't- No.
He,
Okay,
you
so
didn't hear what he
it's-
said? He
Well,
said he
I know,
choked
but
him
it
out
all
3 times in 5 minutes.
But I know him. He
He don't
tries.
even know what
He
happened.
tries to find wins in everything he
Yeah.
does.
Did
Yeah,
you
you
benefit?
didn't die. That's a
you-
good one.
The
Did you-
words benefit. Did you benefit from that?
Y'all, my hair, it comes out of the ponytail. It's just in my face.
Picture it.
By the end of it, I look like I've been run over by several trucks.
Well, they said you were hobbling around in here pretty bad.
Yes.
You
I've
remember
got
that night at the
bruises on my
studio?
body.
You took that guy on, Lonnie. I was watching. I was up feeding the show.
Of course, he remembers his name.
The details of
He
it.
hung in there. Lonnie took it easy on you.
Lonnie wrist locked the actual just heck out of my wrist, just wrist locking me, just breaking my wrist, and he'll hold on to it longer too. I'm like, dude, I tapped like 3 seconds ago.
He wanted to be sure you
Let go.
you never said let's go
It's
again.
like every time Adler moved towards him, he just take his hand.
Greg, where did you see that?
At the old studio.
At the
Oh,
old
really?
studio,
He
yeah.
laid down
that
the
was a
mats.
Lionheart
You
guy.
didn't realize he was up there rolling.
I got a text from one of my
And the guy owned
jiu-jitsu insider buddies, and he said, "I'm not a trader for going to a new place. I'm actually called a criante,
What's
which
that
is
easy.
oh yeah, I might not have said
Which
this.
translates trader.
Oh, it means trader in Portuguese.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, that's good. But
It could have meant worse.
I am glad to be back, and you know,
Yes.
in 10 years, I'm gonna be almost 50, and I could be just a white belt, you know, or I could be a brown belt or a purple belt. And
Brown
so
feels a little lofty.
in 10 years, you know, it'd be great. Yeah, so that's why it's
Is brown before purple?
It goes white, blue, purple, brown,
No.
black.
It'll take you 10
Brown's
years
lofty.
to go 2 notches?
Look.
He took 3 years off, guys.
Okay. Starting over.
It's
night.
Rick and Bubba.
It's hard.
Rick and Bubba.
You got the Rick and Bubba show back, celebrating 25 years. We'll be celebrating all year long. We'll be doing flashbacks for you.
Nice, Mark. There it is.
Did anybody get anything from Santa? Did you? Bubba,
I just wanted no drama.
Bubba, I see you started your commitment to your new health kick this year.
Been out exercising.
Right, I see you. I've watched your healthy breakfast this morning. I can tell you're committed to that. I know that's been something you've been working on.
Rick, it is. I've got to have a different attitude this year.
We've got together. We're giving ourselves till Monday. I mean, Rick, we came back in the middle of the week. Right, for vacation.
Greg's a very harsh, so I'm going whatever he says.
Don't you agree?
Yeah,
Well, starts Monday.
Yeah, the food over the break. Good night.
Oh yeah. Well, we had a great time. Got to visit with a lot of folks. We hosted 3 parties at our house.
Yeah.
Started with the Rick and Bubba party. So it was good. We had a really good break. The kids were in, and we're dealing with empty nest first time. So them coming back and having fun. It all was it was very nice. As a matter of fact, we were scheduled to get a visit from Caitlin this morning, And she assured me she's done this about 3 times that she was coming, and she never comes.
Right. Well,
because she doesn't get up.
It was different.
But last night it was. Hey, Dad, I am coming. Matter of fact, I'm staying with somebody close to the studio. I'm going to be there.
Yeah. Well, the
And
show's not over.
Hey, prop the door.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Here she comes.
Show's
coming,
not.
Daddy.
The show's not over. She may get here before it's over. Maybe.
I'd love for her to come by.
Right, sure. That was so weird.
But it's good. We got to hunt, and we had a great New Year's, and just visit. It was a wonderful time. It was needed, and it was a good time, all the way around.
Yeah. Did you get anything for Christmas?
Yeah, I got Santa brought me some ham radio gear.
Okay. What is that? What that big long box was?
Well, that I know a lot of people thought I got a rifle or something.
Yeah, what was that? It was a gigantic long. It was a
It
tower?
was part of an antenna.
I thought it was. Yeah, that's what I thought it was when I saw it.
It was an AMSAT circular polarized deep space.
Oh, nice.
Low Earth orbit antenna.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. Well, what everybody wanted.
Right hand circular polarized.
Yeah, what everybody wanted for Christmas.
VHF, UHF.
Yeah, it was interesting for me because normally Sherry and I don't really get anything because, if she wants something and it's something we need, we'll just go get it, and I pretty much do the same thing. But she kind of threw me a curve and got me some gifts this year, which is kind of abnormal for us a little bit. And, of course, I didn't have her anything, because I mean, normally, well, she says, well, look, I've already, I went and got this and I got this and whatever. But, really, if you look, and I think Adler has a picture of it, if I've never been a robe guy, like you get up and put a robe on because fat people can't wear them.
Well, I started saying
what I mean?
I'd love
Right.
to be a robe guy, but you've got to get a car cover.
Yeah, well, what was funny,
and they don't put ties on those.
What was funny is Sherry kept telling me, you don't tie a robe at the right place. You're trying to tie it around your hips. You're supposed to tie them around your waist. I said, but we don't have a waist. Fat people don't.
Wait a minute, hips and waist. Isn't that the same thing?
This is your hips.
Right.
And this is your waist.
Mm-hmm. Your waist is where your belly button is?
Yeah. And see, well,
where you tie your belt.
If you're built like us.
Well, I don't tie my belt.
Well, that's what I tell you. If you're built like us, our pants never get above our hips.
No.
Because of love handles.
Do most people have their pants up that high?
Well, no. She's talking about with a robe. She goes, when
I've seen a few college presidents wear them that high.
Yes, I have too. But look at this robe, because when I get up for the day, because Sherry, at a certain age, she would not let me
Rick,
get
that's a big old robe.
Yeah, I know. She would
How
not.
about that head?
She said
with deer on it. I like that.
She says you can't be walking around the house in your underwear. So when I get up, if I'm home, I got to find some sweatpants or something to put on, or some shorts. And so now, before I get my coffee, if I'm at home and sleeping late, I can just throw this on and walk around and get. And
I like it.
Yeah,
That's
so
nice.
that was it. And then I got a.
She can get you a brush, I see.
No, let me tell you something. If there's one thing that I do like about having older kids, is Christmas morning. No more of this getting up and it's still dark and everybody keeps coming down the steps, and you have to go get them out of the bed and say, "Hey, we're going to do Christmas now."
Yeah.
Come on in here and you see what Santa brought you. I mean, they'll sleep to.
Oh, my boys set a pact with each other. They would just set their alarm around 8 and get up, or they would sleep like you're saying till 10.
Yeah, which
we made it till 7.
Yeah, that was. But what I'm talking about is, when they were little, I mean, they'd be in there at 3:30, and you'd be like, "Hey."
Oh, listen, Hunter was a threat to come down, check it out, and go back.
Oh yeah. So
he'd rearrange stuff sometimes. Hey, how'd that get over there?
Right. We had because there ain't no balls like sausage balls.
Oh,
Delicious holiday
that was
treat.
a big hit.
I got that sung to me a lot.
I wore my shirt, and my mom made her world famous, and she gives us all a bag of them from the freezer that you take home and have for Christmas morning. And then Sherry does chocolate biscuits. There's so many people that get intrigued every year about those chocolate biscuits, and I'm telling you, it is so delicious and so rich. It makes your little head tickle right here. You get those old biscuits and put that pat of butter in there, and then take chocolate syrup and pull them across. Good night.
I know it's a lot of work, and that's probably why we only do it once a year. But wouldn't it be nice if we had Christmas twice a year?
Yeah, it'd be fun.
I mean, maybe have it in July.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work.
But it's fun. Everybody loves it.
What if you
right
left
there,
everything
boy,
up
Rick.
from July?
You think that ain't any good right there?
Oh, Rick.
I'd like to eat that picture.
Yeah, boy, I'm telling you.
I bet the picture tastes
Showing a
good.
plate there of the
It's
chocolate biscuits.
boy, it's just. Yep, that's what we've done under
We've under-promised and over-delivered. Yep, and never get that backward. Never over-promise and under-deliver. I think we have enough of that going on right now in our country. All right, Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, the gang's here. Eddie Van Adler, you've heard from him just before the break. Alapuca, Cam Solo, Rick and Bubba University students taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The Wednesday Bible study back today. Noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, live on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel and archived soon after as we continue to walk through the Revelation. And thanks for all your feedback on that. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Bubba. We're living in the world now where I just can't get enough reels. I can't get enough videos, and I must see them. I must know. I must be on social media. I must see people in embarrassing situations. Of course, America's Funniest Home Videos made a living off that long before any of this ever came along. But apparently there's something involving LSU's national championship in baseball. And one of the weirdest three-game series I think I've ever seen. It was a strange series. But,
it really was.
Yeah. But anyway, so people are saying that a guy's getting shut down by a girl on TV.
Yeah, and we don't really know. Now, I will say this: she does.
What do we mean shut down?
Like give him the palm,
ready to
the
be
hand, like
underwhelmed,
you
by the
know.
way.
Okay.
Yeah, they're talking or whatever.
Don't expect a lot.
That guy right there. Okay.
He looks like he's getting shut down pretty bad.
No, but she's.
Looks like it's about the game.
Greg,
she probably is a
Greg,
Florida
if a
fan.
woman does that to you, she's not interested.
She's saying, I'm here to watch the game.
Yeah, he took a shot.
Yeah.
And he's probably a
But
little
you
bit.
don't know if that's what he's talking about.
What he thinks is, and look, you have to give him credit. What he thinks is, in the midst of this wonderful national championship atmosphere, there's a chance I could get some sugar for a girl that's way over out of my league.
Right.
But this environment gives me a shot, and he miscalculated it.
Yeah,
I guess.
And he's been sipping on a little bit of confidence, and she hasn't. And he's
drinking. Bring this up, but she may be a Florida fan.
That's what I just said.
Okay.
I mean,
maybe look at it and go, we just
there
kicked
is
y'all's ass.
nothing that says she is pulling for the same team.
Yeah, I mean because this was
and the chick sitting next to her, she's not even into it. If they were LSU fans, they'd be all up and excited because it's 10-2.
He has a wedding
ring on.
That's what I'm thinking. That's
he has
what
a
I'm
wedding
thinking.
ring on.
He's drinking a bottled water, and I think he's probably because look at all the LSU fans around him.
You're all over this.
Yeah, and she's like, hey, look, whatever.
She's we beat y'all bad the other day.
There's so many people that are good at lip reading. It seems like somebody could translate.
Well, the guys are right. If you look at this, that's an LSU fan who's trying to do a little bit of trash talking to a Florida fan, and she's like, hey. Not going to hear it. He has a wedding.
Now he's got to explain to his wife. Everybody thinks
he has a wedding ring on, so he's got much bigger problems.
He probably done nothing wrong, but you can make it look. Everybody, that's what the whole thing's viral about.
All of you out there,
turned down.
all of you out there that have made this video viral, the only problem that you have caused is for this guy and his wife.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in misery right now
because it looks like he's just trash talking. I don't think he's.
And to his defense too. We can't see what's on his right side. His wife might be standing there on the other side of him.
So look at all
the two friends down there. They're not up. If they were LSU fans, they'd be up high fiving. Hey, they're all into their phones, and
he shouldn't have been flirting with her though. Seriously.
Yeah,
but it looks like she does not have a wedding ring, and he does. And so,
So we'll just jump to a conclusion.
Yeah. I think it's just a funny interaction.
Yeah, the one girl down there, she's got a bad look on her face.
They don't look happy.
Well, they're not. They're getting beat 10-2.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be happy
in the
either.
fifth.
Yeah.
It's ugly.
So there you go.
Her boyfriend may be on the field.
Yeah.
Now you got her boyfriend on the field.
I mean, we can do anything these days. It looks like.
Well, I love him anyway.
Well, I tell you, the guy may be saying, I tell you what, you ought to check out our center fielder Cruz. Get off Gagliano.
Yeah, he's been making money.
Yeah.
All right, so the other thing is video 8, and I believe what you're going to find here, if I'm not mistaken, I know I'm not mistaken about this, but there's a new movie coming out called Barbie.
Yep. Yeah. It's a big
production. Can't wait to watch that.
Big production with big.
Doesn't have, what's his name in it?
Gosling.
Ryan Gosling.
I have no idea. But I know
all over that.
I know this movie's coming out. What you're going to discover here, I bet,
is this is a promotion for that movie.
Yeah.
So there's a Barbie dream house that has mysteriously appeared in Malibu.
Yeah, look, they
I'm
that over it.
I'm going to guess that's tied to promoting the movie.
It is.
Yep.
Yeah.
All over that
I
one.
mean, it's serious though. It's pink.
Yeah.
Got Ken in the pool.
Right.
I mean, it stands out from a helicopter.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it is. By the way, is that a full-blown production of a house? I mean, have they put that kind of effort in?
I think they took a current house and just added
added that stuff to it. I think you're right.
Draped that over it.
A lot of pink paint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
a lot of budget.
This Barbie movie, I don't know what to make of it. Is it for kids? Is it for adults? Like, it doesn't make sense.
I have a feeling it's going to go down some weird roads.
Super woke.
Today, there are things for kids that are not for kids.
You're right.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
I can't imagine what this is going to do.
Yeah.
Oh, it'll have a drag
Although
queen
with
in it.
what's his name in it, he
Ryan
may
Gosling.
clean things. I mean, he may not allow some of
It'd
that.
be so stupid.
Yeah.
Who is? I can't picture him. Who is that?
Yeah,
He was
you
the
know,
liability
You know exactly who
in
it is.
Remember the Titans.
He was the one that had all them kids, and they had a
been in a
TV show.
million.
now.
What's
So
the
that-
dance movie?
That
That's
guy's
the
named
one-
Gosling, too.
Of all
Oh,
the
yes.
movies, listen, of all the movies that he's been in, Adler just referenced Remember the Titans.
That he's hardly even in.
He was a major liability in his position.
He
okay?
was.
He really was.
He could
not
dance.
cover.
He could dance, though.
But guys,
Great.
he had a very small role in that movie.
He did.
Well, Speedy's seen it. He
Rick
loves
was the
that
one
movie.
that the dance that Sherry made you go to, and they danced
La La
and
Land.
sing La La Land.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
That's
I like that
same
guy.
guy.
I like that guy.
Oh, he's good.
Good
Yeah.
actor.
Don't watch the movie Drive. It's
really?
very violent.
Oh, I
Okay.
think
It's
I've
very
seen that.
slow and then violent at the end.
Okay.
But Margaret
wrecking
Robbie is the female lead that this is really about, right?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Margot.
Isn't that her name?
Is it
Who's
Margot
that? I don't
Robbie?
know
Yeah,
who
you're
that
right,
is.
Bubba.
She's the one that's in that movie we liked with Will Smith. She's
Oh,
also
yeah.
she's also in that movie
Wolf of
with-
Wall Street.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I
Oh,
know
wow.
who you're talking about.
Tell me.
I don't know who that is.
Don't watch that movie.
Now if they,
Speedy,
I
yes, you
hope this
do.
Bar-
I'm so out of the loop.
I hope this Barbie's
There you go.
doesn't
There's
act
what they
like
look
she
like.
does in that movie.
What was
Yeah.
that Will
Let's look
Smith
at
movie?
that.
What was that?
Oh, that
Oh.
was a good movie though.
Is she the one that? Oh,
Man on
yeah,
ball
y'all might
game,
have
they
just
went
said
to ball
that.
game.
How about this? I tried to watch that movie when it came on,
it's
when it came
awful.
on cable.
It is
I thought, well,
awful.
maybe on cable, and it was so bad on cable, I turned it off. I'm like, there's no way I can sit there and watch this. It's just worse than taking Jesus to a death metal concert. No offense, Adler.
I know a guy that took his grandma to Wolf of Wall Street. He's just like, hey, new Scorsese movie.
You're making that
I'm
up.
not joking.
Focus.
And they stayed.
They did not.
They stayed.
No.
And his mom goes, wow, movies are, or his grandma goes, wow, movies are different after now.
Can I tell you?
Oh yeah.
Why did you do that?
Can I tell you what was hilarious? And I forget what was the movie. Was it Friday Night Lights when it first came out? And everybody at our church got fired up, the men, and wanted to take the pastor to see Friday Night Lights because everybody loves football. And nobody knew, and it was PG something, but nobody knew that they would have a party scene at the beginning that got a little lewd.
Oh,
and they said, what a horrible moment when you're sitting there and you're like, sorry, hey pastor, sorry, we didn't really vet this part out right here. You know, should we all just leave? And so there's right now you it's like a minefield. You don't know what any movie with any rating is going to throw at you at any time.
You don't.
Yeah. Now that one you were
I
talking
just
about though,
can't
the
say
Wolf of Wall
any-
Street, it didn't hide anything. It was a high. It was as nasty as an R could be.
You know, she
You know?
played what's that? Tanya? Is it Tanya Harding? The I Tanya?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that movie?
Yeah, I remember that.
She
She
played
a
her.
superhero too or something?
Yeah, she was the Joker chick.
Thank you,
I
Adler.
see nothing about this movie that I'll have anything.
No.
To do.
No.
You're
They're-
probably not the target audience.
Yeah, and they're singing throughout
But
the whole
I'm
thing.
like
I can't
Adler.
do
Is this
that.
a kid's movie or is it an adult movie with a kid thing? I bet it's one of those.
I'm afraid it's going to do that thing that I think is really dangerous. It's going to say, "Look at us using kid things,"
and people are going mistaken.
and people are going to think it's something to take their kids to, and there's going to be a bunch of uh-ohs. Now, I'm just guessing. I could be wrong, but
By the way,
I don't think it's a kid movie.
But by the way, Best in Show is not just a funny movie about dog people.
It's not.
There's more in there than you remember.
Yeah,
That's a funny movie.
Funny.
It's a funny
It is
movie
funny.
though, but not good to show like your church staff when you first moved to town.
No,
Oh.
that's funny.
My parents said that was a mistake.
By the way, is Ruby? You think she'll be into Barbies when she gets a little older?
She's just gotten her first one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
How's
don't
that
know how I
going?
feel about it.
Really?
I don't
How's
know
it
how I
going?
feel about it. I mean, she's combing very aggressively.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
fiddle around with sausage balls while we're walking around, popping them in with some orange juice.
Well, there
and
ain't
then all of a
better.
sudden, and then Sherry comes in there and starts making that chocolate syrup.
Yeah.
Boy, that homemade chocolate syrup, so number one. And it goes on hot onto your biscuits. Warm.
Oh, yeah.
Golly. You talk about good. Yeah. Then Mama did her New Year's Day, which is the great meal with the pork tenderloin and black-eyed peas and macaroni and cheese, greens, and then boy, the cornbread. It's just, it's like I say. I guess it's so Monday. We just want to start Monday. Is that one?
Yeah, Monday.
I'm gonna start wading in today.
When do we start trying to do better?
I'm gonna wade
Monday.
in today, but the line will be drawn
Wading
Monday.
in.
Bubba, you got a thing of Reese's wide open.
talking about?
I
Just ate a few. It's
like
fine.
they're
I didn't eat a whole
Tic Tacs.
bunch of them.
He told me it was a somewhat healthy snack.
It is.
No, you gotta have peanuts in there. See,
Right.
Good protein.
Yeah. So you're even acknowledging yourself that Reese's Pieces is not a healthy snack.
no, there's some peanut butter in there. That's about all you can get out of it.
that great health food, peanut butter.
Well, it's a substitute.
It is. Protein.
M&M's would be much better, but
Right.
the intern gave it to me, so I didn't want to hurt her feelings.
I don't blame you.
Well, you know what? That's you once again.
She
Looking
was
out
so
for others.
excited.
There you are again, being selfless.
Yeah, big-hearted.
Yep.
Leads to a big gut sometimes.
Taking one for the team.
Well, we want you to be big-hearted, not enlarged heart.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't know.
I tried to do some sit-ups yesterday, as a matter of
You
fact.
did.
Boy, that was
Did he
was
say he
awful.
tried to do some stuff?
That was awful.
For what reason?
Well, I got to get started.
Were you getting up to get the remote, or were you actually doing
No,
a
I was
sit-up?
in the floor trying to do it.
Oh, my
It looked
God.
more like a rocking chair than anything.
I was about to say, but I think that's physically impossible.
Oh, it hurt.
I'd like to see one in the break.
Well, I got to get a running start. It ain't a good form sit up by any measure. It's just you just got to get started somewhere. You got to get a pull in there somewhere.
Is it a neck up? Where you just
No, it's
your
like
head's going
throw
up?
your arms and try to spring up.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so the bowl games happen. The playoffs is all that matters. I watched some of the other bowl games, but honestly, I had a hard time getting into them, especially when we're in this time now where teams will say, all right, we're in a bowl game, but it's not the playoffs, and we've got players that are going to the pros, so they're not going to play. Which is kind of – I understand to a degree, but there was a time when that just mentality didn't exist.
Right.
I have a problem with it.
Right, and so that means the games are meaningless, and sometimes you go watch a bowl game, and a team you're excited about seeing, the players you want to see play aren't playing.
Yeah, there's two sides to the story, and I've heard them both, and but there's just something about team and playing. Of course, if a lot of them have families at that point, and if you are expected to go high in the draft and you risk injury, I mean that's part of it too. I wish there was a workaround so we could see the teams as they exist, but it is a different mentality now for sure.
Right, and so
But when does it end? What about if you're on a crappy team? What, halfway through the season you go, well, I'm not going to play the rest of the year because I might get hurt because we're not any good. So
and look, it's even drifted down to high schools. We have some high school players that won't play at the end of the season if they think that their signing status might be hurt.
Well, and we've had the ones that won't participate in the spring game because they say it doesn't mean anything. They could get hurt. But that mentality, that strategy's always made sense, but no one would do it. Because they thought it was bad form.
Right.
I mean, if you think about, strategically it makes sense. Well, it's always strategically made sense.
Sure.
But people didn't do it.
Right.
But anyway, that's a sidebar.
But you have to, and I mean, I think it goes into the topics of college football as a whole. There's a lot of things we need to look at, but you have a lot of coaches, that leave before the bowl game.
Yeah.
And, the same thing because you say, well, they're professional, they're doing this. Well, these guys that are about to enter the draft are going to be professionals too. So I don't know. They need to step in, and I want to see coaches be able to finish with their team and it not hurt their new team recruiting. But, I mean, it's going to take a really strong effort from the NCAA to realign some of this to make that happen.
Yeah, but one All right, here we go. 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Here we go. Let's go. Crank them up. All the lines are available. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer grabs you. Your time on the program comes to a close. We get to another caller. This allows you plenty of opportunity to get on the program, and also it keeps the line moving. 866 We Be Big. Let's get started with David in Calera, Alabama. 30 seconds. David, go.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. Good.
I just wasn't sure if you guys knew, but that new Barbie movie has a transgender Barbie in it. That's a doctor.
No surprise there. I have not heard that, but I would
check that box.
I would expect that. So that's not surprising.
Yeah, I know it.
Yeah.
And he drinks Bud Light too.
And how about there probably will be a real Barbie that kids can play with.
I'm sure there is.
Greg, don't forget, we got to have two, and I think they're already moving this. Got to have a fat Barbie.
Yeah, you got to have a pregnant Ken.
Yeah.
You got to have a fat Barbie, pregnant Ken.
Yeah.
Got to have every ethnicity the world has ever even thought of.
Oh, yeah.
So the general plot of the movie, if I understand it right, is she lives in Barbie Land.
Correct.
But wants to go into the real world.
Is this based on a true story?
And so it's kind of a fish out of water plot. But Will Ferrell is the
Ferrell
is the head of Mattel, and he's trying to get her back to Barbie Land.
Oh, really?
So,
That's funny. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
It's gonna be stupid. The entire movie, it's got it written all over it.
Oh, sure. The look of it, I can't tell you already.
It will
I see
probably-
no scenario I ever look at.
It'll
anyhow.
probably open to about 150 million opening weekend.
We'll see. We'll see. That's what Flash thought, but still.
The little girls are going to go see this.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, though. I hope it's okay for them.
Yeah, I think it will be. I think it'll be funny. It'll be.
I'll be able to tell you who's going to see it tonight because I'm sure it'll come into
Oh,
my
of course.
household at some
It's
point.
no Toy Story.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Jimmy in Tennessee, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, Rick, just wanted to tell you, Union City, Tennessee, they have a company called Jiffy Steamer. Was made in 1940. If you ever buy a Jiffy Steamer, you will never your ironing problems will be taken care of, and they also have a travel version.
Okay. Well, thank you, buddy. Appreciate
Get one
that.
of them real quick.
It's
Put that on the list.
I don't really run in that many scenarios where I go, I need to iron right now.
Right.
But I hear you.
I will say we had a steamer at one point.
steamers are
and
great.
We have
and
one.
I love it.
They are good.
Lisa gets that steamer out.
I think
all
we
the time.
broke. I think I
with
broke
Terry.
it one time.
She's a thread. No, I tell you what, don't do. Don't
I
put
love
your hand in
shrimp
front of
in
it and
it.
test
It'll
it.
burn you.
Heath in Birmingham,
It'll burn the crap out of
104.7 WZZK. Heath, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, I heard Helmsy talking about getting out of a ticket. And I thought you guys might enjoy the story the time I got out of a ticket because I had a terrible case of diarrhea down in Alberta, Alabama.
Oh my God.
Well, there you go. TMI.
I was headed back to a men's retreat, and my stomach, that internal propulsion system was kicking in.
Been there.
And I was headed down the road pretty quick, and she pulled me over, and she was about my age. I was in my mid-20s. Uniform was all starched.
Oh, I got one there. I don't know if he missed himself.
Well, I think he said she believed him and he got to go on.
Yeah.
I bet a lot of people use that though.
Yeah, but the face will give it away if it's real.
And the sweat on your forehead.
Yep.
Logan,
Teller's finna get rough here.
News Talk 103.9. Hey, Logan, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to talk about that worldwide. I mean, the Barbie movie production caused a worldwide shortage of pink paint.
Yeah, I heard that.
Did it really?
Did it really?
I don't think
There's not that much produced anyway, and they used
Well, I
a
thought you had
whole
to
lot of
mix
it
it.
setting up the set.
That sounds like an urban legend to me.
I saw, too, that this Barbie house we saw, they're actually renting it out. You can go stay in it. I saw a story on that over on 4 over there. Alan in Opelika, Alabama, I-92. Alan, go ahead.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're good, buddy.
Great. I didn't know if you saw the news this morning. The Camp Lejeune drinking water surpassed sales of Bud Light.
That's good.
Awful, but
Let
good.
me tell you, that's
really
that,
good.
Yes,
That's
I
good.
like that.
Trey in Coleman.
Was funny.
Good delivery.
Listen to ZZK. Trey, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, got a recommendation for you, Rick. I've been to Provence a couple of years back with my wife, and you're doing it already. You got a tendency. I got in trouble for this.
Uh-oh.
You're speaking in English, and you're just putting a Z on the end of English words,
Yes.
thinking they're French.
Correct.
I was over there driving, whirled down the window, needed to get to the hotel, and I looked and I said, Zip.
So you're saying don't do that. I got it.
By the way, he does have the Google Translate app now
I have it.
on his phone.
I'm ready to
Hey,
go.
It was there the whole time. I just wanted to tell Speedy that. I wanted to see
the
Speedy's
logo.
reaction.
It's a new logo. I haven't
You
seen
probably
it before.
need to practice.
Now I
with it a
moved
little bit.
it to the front and center, but it was there the whole time.
I practiced with it a little bit yesterday.
Yeah,
I did.
Seen
The Scout Shoe, John in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. John, go ahead.
Hey, morning, guys. How you doing?
I'm good, buddy.
Good. Hey, just calling, confirming that the whole transgender Barbie thing that you guys were talking about earlier. Sorry to revert back to that. But, yeah, I've got a 4-year-old little girl, and we're entering the Barbie phase.
Yes.
Grandma and Grandpa got her some Barbies for her birthday, and we actually wound up having to take 2 of them back because that's already a thing.
I figured
So
that.
we've got.
I figured that.
Yeah, we've got some transgender Barbies already. So
yeah. You see that coming a mile away. Let's go to.
She's the one that's winning all the contests.
Mm-hmm. That's good. She's the one that dominates in the Barbie pool.
Yeah. Don't swim against her or run track against her.
David in Hoover, 104.7 WZZK. David, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
We're good.
Hey. All right. Well, seems to me that with 1/3 of your staff and some sort of service to UAB athletics, and the fact that Coach Dilfer played with Bubba's group in the golf tournament and had an outstanding RBU university interview, really seems to me that all those old rake of working Watt telephone calls of the past are really starting to pay off.
Rake of
I can't
Watts.
speak to it. I can't. I'm on payroll. I can't say anything.
Rake of Orkin.
I'll pass.
Ray, he survived it.
Eric in Mississippi. Eric, go ahead.
Morning, boys. How are y'all?
Good.
I sent Adler a video yesterday on email. It's a video of a guy looks just like Bubba, and Bubba, no offense, but he's really skinny. So I wanted y'all to see if they could look at that.
Okay.
Throw it up there.
Adler says he's.
Well,
can't wait to see that.
There's some obvious things there in conflict.
All right. Oh, he does look like, but wow.
Hair. That's the only.
Well, a little. Look at the nose.
He's got, you know what?
There's a little bit
fair.
He's got a little bit more forehead.
I wouldn't call him skinny.
Yeah, is this guy skinny?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean
compared to Bubba, maybe, but
this is Bubba like after the first 40 days of the summer of Bubba, working his way there.
Bubba,
You know,
I did.
That looks like Bubba's cousin.
Yeah,
that could be.
Could be
The
family.
guy has a longer forehead.
The hair's not the same.
Not quite. He's going on.
Yeah,
He's got my nose. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could see where somebody said that reminds me of Bubba.
Yeah,
You know,
hey, I
kind
saw Bubba's cousin the other day.
Right.
Yeah, he's an old guy. He's white and slightly overweight.
Right.
I was I last night. I don't know why it kept coming across my feed, and Bubba, there was some shots of us playing ping pong in the old studio, probably like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
There's 2 things I noticed. Man, you were, I mean, the shape you were in was fantastic, and the other thing, my hair had no gray in it at that point, and now
That's
it's
weird,
nearly
isn't it?
all gray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome.
It really caught me off
Welcome,
guard.
man.
I was like, wow. So I'm great.
You don't
Like,
really,
real great.
you don't really notice it. I saw when you sent that video of you running the 40 as a mascot, and then I paid attention to even Greg and everybody how much older we look now than even then.
It's been,
been
a while.
Yeah, it has. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I think we can say, and all the points you're making are valid, but those points have always been valid. But there were the mentality of the human being has changed.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
About it's all about me, and it doesn't really matter about how it affects anybody else. But the bottom line is this. See, and that's another thing. People go, well, hey, those are bowl games. They're tradition. We don't need to lose those traditions. They're not meaningless. Well, now the players are treating them like they're meaningless.
Right.
I mean, how am I supposed to think they're not meaningless if
some coaches
if the coaches and players treat them as meaningless?
Yeah,
they must be. And because people say, well, if you go to 18 playoff, you're going to just be the end of the bowls. Well, who cares?
Well,
I mean, it's antiquated and outdated.
The leather helmet went away too.
Yeah, we want a playoff. The playoff makes a ton of money, as we always said it would, and we need an 18 playoff. And I think the best system is the one we've talked about here. Of do you 5 power conference champions and 3 at-large bids, and let's get it.
I heard a restructuring yesterday.
To me, that
I
makes
had
the
not
most sense.
heard before.
Easiest
and
transition.
hear me on this, because when I first heard them started talking about this, I thought, that'll never work. They said this: eliminate the conference championship games. Okay, play the traditional bowl games, and after they're done, pick the 4 for the playoff. And it makes the bowls more exciting.
Right.
Is the point.
But it would. It would. Yeah.
And so you have the best of both worlds is what they're saying.
But my gosh, you're talking about playing into February then.
Well, if what they should do,
you just have an extra week's all you'd have.
To me, the best thing to do. I wish they would just do it like everybody else.
Yeah.
And the other, and I'm talking about other football levels that play college as well. The student
3,
thing,
2, 1 AA.
The student thing's a lie. That's not true because then we're saying that students at Division 3, 2, and 1 AA somehow muster through it.
Do y'all realize that one AA takes 25 teams?
I know, and that may be to me that's too much.
That is a little much.
But what I'm saying is this: take away the meaningless regular season games, shorten the regular season, keep the conference championship.
Yeah.
Big Five, they're all in. 3 at-large bids. We got an 18 playoff, and let's get on with it.
Yeah.
And because we extend it during this time where that things are not. I mean, nothing's really going on, and the season they could be done with football sooner if we would just do a true playoff and be done with it. I mean, to me, the way we do it now is what drags it on.
If you don't make the conference championship a prerequisite for some of these positions, it's going to make the whole season meaningless. I mean, it's just we're going to go the opposite way. The games need to count. All of them need to be important, and it needs to work toward the end goal. Take the conference championships. The conference is not going to do away with those championship games. They make too much money, too.
No, I agree. Well, that's why the bowl games are never going away.
So, but the bowl game money, I think, could easily be replaced with that playoff. And just look, use the bowl games like they have. Call the, we have 2 semifinal games now that are in bowl games. Just have 4 of them and play the Big Four, and they can make it happen. What is it? Ohio State's in now? Big 12, 10.
Big 10.
Remember,
it is the most confusing thing I've ever seen.
Keep in mind, the Big 12 has 10 teams. The Big 10 has 12 teams.
14.
Or 14 teams, and the Big 12 has 10, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
How do you sit at a table?
I don't know.
As an academic,
how do you
discuss that with those names?
How do you set an alarm and wake up for another day and let that go on? But anyway,
the easiest thing would be to take the conference champions, the Big Five, 3 at large. So then you got people who've got a season of work, who've earned it. You got the hot teams you can put in, and then you got a really good playoff.
Yeah, and that's all we.
You might want to lose the regular season, cut back to 10.
Cut it back to 10. Look, can I go to this?
Because let's face it, everybody has.
As long as Notre Dame is not playing a conference championship, that's out.
Yeah,
they're not going to do that.
You know what? They could get an at-large bid.
Well, they did basically this year.
That's exactly.
Yeah, they got an at-large bid.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't be different.
Not sure it was deserving, but that's as we're finding out.
And they looked about like what we all thought they would.
Got it handed to them by Clemson, who didn't even have all their players.
I think anybody would have got it handed to them against Clemson, other than Alabama.
Clemson got a good team.
The
2 best teams are playing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they are. And by the way, and I know this isn't going to be very popular, I thought Alabama looked a little sloppy.
They did late.
According to Saban, they did.
I agree with him.
Oh, did you see him bust that headset?
Ask that headset how lazy they look.
Funny. It's like they took the foot off the gas. They came out.
It's 28-0 like
28-0 like this, and like they were. It's almost like somebody turned around and said, and they started like goofing off.
Yeah.
And then they got sloppy. A lot of penalties. I didn't think they finished well. I mean, they just basically had scored so much that Oklahoma. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Glad you're here. Enjoying our time together again today. CarShield.com/Bubba. Would you like to go back to driving with peace of mind? Well, CarShield can help. If your car does not have warranty, why don't you get a protection plan from CarShield? If it's a covered repair, they'll pay that ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly. Rental car options so you're never out of an automobile. Courtesy towing, 24/7 roadside assistance, all there. Drive with peace of mind this summer as you're doing all your traveling by going to carshield.com/Bubba. We also will help you to get a little discount on the protection plan that you pick, so be sure that you use our code Bubba. Go to carshield.com/Bubba. That's carshield.com/Bubba. Get 20% off your plan, and then go back to driving in an automobile that is now protected. even though the warranty has expired. All right, so other things that we need to discuss today. Greg and I we just made the run to the restroom, to share with all of our brothers here in the building, and he looked at me and he said, "So are you getting ready to leave on your trip?" And I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "So how are you feeling?" I said, "Are you familiar with the term impending doom?"
Yes, that's
yeah. And when I think about going to an airport and getting on airplanes and making connections, I really do look forward to the moment that I'm at the hotel and I hug my wife and say, "Hey, I missed you. Can't wait to hear about the trip. Everything's fine at home, and I look forward to our days together." That part will be wonderful. But what I won't do is think that I'm going to get there when I think I am.
Right.
Ricky,
go early and have no.
Every time I go to the airport, in the car riding shotgun with me is impending doom.
Right.
That I'm about to be tested on how miserable I can be made. and how I can keep a good disposition.
But if you go into it knowing that and expecting that, maybe you can manage it.
I tell Greg, if I end up where I am before I'm in assisted living or dead, I'll go, okay, well, you know what, they pulled that off. If I can get there before the vacation is over.
There you go.
I go. Okay. Well,
you basically have no expectations of anything going well.
None.
Nada.
Right.
Let me tell you what I
go
don't.
in that way.
Let me tell you where my expectations are. First of all, my expectation is impending doom. So here,
which I thought summed it up.
Right.
Perfect.
So here's what I know. Here's what I expect. I expect for my first plane right out of the gate to Atlanta to be delayed.
There you go.
And then stress me on making connections. So I figured that's how we'll get started.
I mean, that's going to happen.
Yeah.
That's a good start.
And then I expect to likely miss a connection in Paris.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, and that's going to be tough.
And I expect to lose my luggage. So other than that, if anything happens less than that, then there we go.
Yeah, luggage.
Yeah, you pretty much need to plan on wearing the same clothes all week.
And I don't like
get something comfortable.
I don't like having to
carry on some underwear.
I don't like having to carry on if I have to check a bag.
Yeah.
Because if I check a bag, then I want to free myself of dragging stuff around.
Yeah.
If I'm going on a short trip, then I just keep one bag the whole time and I don't check a bag. But this one's going to require checking a bag. And once that happens, I hate to have a bag at all.
Mm-hmm.
But then well, Birch, if you want to end up without your luggage and not have anything to put on when you get to the hotel, you probably want to carry something else.
Yeah, I need that.
You also want some goodies on the plane. That's a long ride.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
yeah. You might have some crackers.
Yeah.
You remember the
headphones, crackers.
Do you remember the old story? And it goes way back. It's the first time I'd ever flown international in my life. I'd never even been on an airplane until I was 18 years old. And
that's kind of me.
Yeah, and so my kids had been all over the world before they even got out of high school. So anyway, I was the first time I ever flew internationally. It was to Israel. I'd never flown that far before in 2009. And I mean, when I say international, I'd been to things like Bahamas and things like that. But I'm talking about I'd never gone across the water. And so it was a long time. It's about the same length of what I'm about to do now, but I'd never been. This is before Africa and before all that, so I had no reference point. Now this flight will seem short to me if you've ever been to Ethiopia or South Africa.
Well, that bell should be hitting.
Yeah, you should be wearing it out.
Yeah, and so
one more.
So you know how like and Sherry will talk about this. I can get. I'm not if I am hot, hungry, or tired. I'm problematic.
Yeah.
If all three of those hit, and I get a little bit of. That's the one that led to that time that she still laughs about when I told her that I would be a skeleton before I would get out of the car. I would literally be there'd be a seatbelt across a skeleton.
Yeah.
Sitting in this car.
You get hangry.
And she said, I don't know what to do at that point. When you had committed to death of not getting out of this car, I didn't know what to do because I wasn't going to run errands that day apparently. But anyway, so. Because I was hot, hungry, and tired, and I wanted to go home. And so anyway, I broke in the middle of the flight, and I made the mistake not understanding how Keep in mind, I'm going to Israel, so already all the security is high.
Heightened,
yeah. So I get up and I go, I got to get off this plane. And I start walking around, and all of a sudden I look, and there's people drafted with me. They said, "Sir, you all right?" I said, "Oh yeah, I got to move around." They said, "Did you say you're going to get off the plane?" And I said, "Oh no, that's just a figure of speech. I mean, I'm just tired of being on the plane." And they were like, "How tired are you about being on the plane?"
Yeah, let's talk about that.
And
a
I'm like,
little
"No, it's just uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I need
Just
I need to walk. I need some water.
Somebody get some zip ties.
And you know what they did?
Yeah.
They said, "Why don't you come back here and stand back here where our little
Yeah.
flight attendant station is? Get you a bottle of water.
Yeah,
and,
get a little fresh
You know,
air.
walk around a little bit.
Let's talk
this
about
kind
it.
of stuff. So let's not jump up and shout. I got to get off the plane. On the
And
way
you
to Israel.
realized that everybody was watching you from there on out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Then now all eyes are on me.
Yeah.
I got two questions.
Hey, watch Big Beard.
Has Sherry mentioned anything about bike riding? Because she always wants to go for bike rides. Or do y'all have that scheduled? when
No,
y'all
but
meet up?
but it'll happen.
Okay,
No,
it will happen.
Can I tell you what happened on this? And I'm almost celebrating this, is because it's almost like I saw Sherry go into my kind of my trap that was set. I thought the odds of her being able to plan 2 trips was low, very low.
Oh.
So she got very, very involved in the Israel trip with the lady she was going with and planning all the details. She kind of kept pushing back the France trip on planning. Now, our hotels and flights and all that was done. And so we got down to it, and she goes, "You know what? I'm just thinking, let's just go and let's relax and let's don't really have a plan."
Ooh.
And I thought, and yes. So it is possible that she might desire a long bike ride, but we can't get a bike because we hadn't rented one. We hadn't got one for us.
Darn it.
Will you try very hard to get bikes?
Not very hard.
No.
And I think
I made some calls.
I think which I'm okay with this. I think I'll walk a lot. I think there'll be a tremendous amount of walking.
Okay.
And so I'm prepared for that. But on the downside, that means we have no dinner reservations of any kind. We usually have that already done.
Right.
So we'll probably just go to a
Just
place
whatever.
and walk in. And Sherry speaks French pretty well, so that'll help. And I'll just kind of hang back.
Will you just kind of be a side laugher a little bit from all the French that's being spoken?
Mhm.
You'll be like, "Oh yeah."
I'll chime in.
I just don't
Yeah.
see that being your nature, Rick.
Yeah.
You'll try, but you'll have to.
I
get
will
involved.
try. I will try.
The other question.
What about
I
when
have-
I'm alone and I have to speak to French people
That's not gonna be
before
good.
I'm under her direction?
And that's my next question. 10 being the highest. Where do you feel like it's going to land? No pun intended. You've landed in Paris, but you've missed your flight to
Which
was
is
it?
gonna-
Was it
that will happen.
Marseille, I think, or
Yeah,
whatever
Marseille.
it was.
Yeah, something like
of you getting the rental car and having to drive an hour and a half to 2 hours and find her in a rental through France, which for the show would be wonderful, but I
Yeah.
know it'd be very stressful for you.
It'd be
Where are
horrifying.
you at? Is it a 5 or a 6? Or
I don't
where are
think
we at?
I don't think I'd be willing to do that.
Really?
Yeah, I think the big problem is now that you talk about getting lost and never seen again. Is if you don't know the language, you're trying to work their high speed train system. Because
boy.
I could get on the train and go to Marseille from there, but you'd have
You
to.
also could get on a train and end up somewhere we never see you again.
Italy.
Yeah.
Hey, babe, where are you doing? I don't know. This place I'm at's pretty nice too.
Where is it?
Right.
Where are you, Sherry?
I do see flowers. I don't think it's those you had in the picture though. Yeah.
I don't know. The city started with an M.
Yeah,
I don't know where I'm at.
I tell you one thing, it's nice here. Did you eat lunch? I did. It was outstanding. So I who knows? But I have no. Let me tell you the one thing for any of you out there that have large families or children. At least Daddy is not traveling with a family. I'm by myself.
Yeah.
She's by herself. We're adults. We'll meet at some point. But I'm not dragging a bunch of kids around through all this. That's when it gets high stressful. When the travel plan jumps off the rails and you got kids, that's when it starts really coming apart.
Yeah.
So I don't really have that stress. If I get there, I will eventually get there. And she's got hotels. If I don't make it to where she is, it's not like she's stranded.
Right.
And what if all of a sudden I'd put together a plan and I pretended that I'd tried it and I was really down to farm?
Hey, honey, I just can't make it. I'm not there.
Baby, I'm in a beautiful place. I'm just gonna hold here.
Got it. It sounds bad.
Yeah.
What?
So really, if your expectations are impending doom, anything less than that,
Yeah.
You're in the
You
you're
do
in the
fine.
money.
kind of like we've made a living.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to have something. 15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Michigan get off at 11 point. They get up to 11. They get up to 11. Get up to 11.
And couldn't stop them.
I told you that was going to happen.
I know.
Yeah, that you can't be. If you're Oklahoma, I can't take any team serious that can't play defense. I mean, you can't be a champion if you can't play defense.
Yeah.
And they don't play defense very well at all. Now they can resolve that, and they got a great offense, and I thought the Heisman
Coach has
Trophy
got a new contract. He'll be around for a while.
No, Oklahoma, they're great. Texas looks good, and I don't think the SEC as a conference looks dominant over some of the other conferences.
I don't think they are what they were
based on the bowl games. There's some
they've caught up. The other ones have caught up.
Yeah.
Well, the Big Ten looked pretty bad.
Yeah, they did.
I mean,
yeah.
Michigan got it handed to them by Florida. Kentucky beats Penn State. Auburn hammers Purdue.
Yeah. Well, let's go back, though, to Michigan. Again, no excuse. I think they lose anyway, but a lot of their players didn't play because of the NFL. So, but, I mean, I still think they lose, but that's what I don't like about it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Do I even do this? Do I play Your America this soon into the Twitter? You want me to stop it?
Well, go to the South Carolina story where they feel like they saw a spacecraft, alien spacecraft. Did you see that in your show prep?
Right here?
Yeah.
Mysterious UFO spotted over South Carolina.
It does look weird.
Ignites speculation about aliens. Have you got it? Can Bubba look at it?
Yeah, let me pull it up.
All right,
pull it up.
Okay, let me look.
I thought that anytime we can look into that.
No, I agree. I just missed it in the prep.
Now, is this just flashing lights in the sky again, or we got something?
Let's have a look.
Flashing lights are not spaceships. They're just flashing lights.
Oh gosh, Speedy, thanks for bringing this up.
Yeah.
As soon as we finish this, I got something to tell you, and you're gonna light up like a light when I say it.
Well, I can't wait.
And you're gonna start talking.
60 water for you.
And you're gonna get excited voice, and you're gonna go over to Greg, and he's gonna start talking about it, and we're gonna all be going.
Oh boy!
All right, so are you ready, Speedy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm pulling it up now. I brought something up and I wasn't ready for it.
Okay, I thought really you had it ready since you brought it up.
Yeah.
You know what that is a sign of?
That's on me.
Don't leave one thing till you got something else.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
There we go. Oh boy.
I mean, I've got your music going and everything.
It's about to roll.
Is it?
It's about to roll. We're just letting it breathe here.
Okay, thank you. Does that mean a commercial's starting before it?
No, that's funny.
All right, here we go. Bubba, look. All right, we're looking at it right now. This is like a red dot. It's moving around like a red dot.
The close-up has.
Looks like the Loch Ness Monster to me.
That
look,
here we go.
We can put
Speedy,
it
here
under
we go. Here we go, Bubba.
flying
Here we go,
object,
Bubba.
but that doesn't mean it's a flying saucer.
No, I understand, but I mean, is that an interesting flying object to you?
But don't talk down to us.
Is that a something that interests you right there? We're looking at it now.
I say this: no one has come out.
On it here,
Bubba, no one has come out since this, as far as I know, and said, "Hey, this is what it was." Right?
Was it hovering? Was it flying around? What was it doing? Do we know?
You're looking at it. What do you call that?
Well, I can't
This was.
tell
Hey,
from that
I
shot.
hate to bring this.
Oh, no.
That's
serious, Clark.
That's Rudolph. You're
Are
saying.
you serious, Clark?
Come on, Clark.
I hated to bring it
That's
up.
funny. But Bubba, here's the thing. Are you ready? I'm going to watch your reaction.
Where's it at?
You know, I've we all have our viewing habits and the things, and when I sit down in front of the TV, and I go out today, I'm just piddling around. This is the process I go through. The very first thing I go to is Access TV. I go there to see if there's any documentary or something I want to see. My next move is then one click over from that, and that's the new movie channel that what's his name, Mark Cuban has now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just on regular cable, but it shows movies in their entirety, just like you would have on a movie channel that you actually pay extra for or whatever. So it's part of the package I have. I didn't know what it was, but it's one of his stations, and they're side by side. Guess what was on when I dialed over there yesterday? Fire in the Sky.
Oh, the classic.
Travis Walton.
I looked, and Travis was
watching that at night and walking
was
home.
having that terrible flashback.
Oh, Rick.
Oh boy, Rick.
Golly.
And
that movie gives me the heaves.
And I didn't forgot James Garner was in it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the investigator.
But I was.
That was before the.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Thank you all for being with us today. Yes, sir. Said the joker to the thief. So, Bubba, anytime we have shark attack video, and this one is not, I mean, it's intense, but I understand that this guy is okay, but this shark drags him into the water in the Everglades. At one of the national parks.
Rick, you didn't say alligator. You said shark.
Yeah, shark.
Am I hearing that?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Even when
with it.
Yeah. So is the shark messing? He's messing with him or something.
I think he reaches down in the water and
What?
he grabs him.
All right, so I'm gonna be sharp and grab the shark.
Yeah, I don't know if it's on that.
I think it was on accident. I think he was washing his hands after fishing.
I see. After fishing. Okay.
Here it comes.
It's amazing, guys.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Get him.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he was washing his hands.
Yeah, I guess he was.
Yeah, he's getting fish off of him, and
boom.
Wow.
Oh,
shark grabs you and pulls you in the water.
How bad was his hand hurt? I got to know. Was his hand ripped up pretty good?
He was treated by EMTs and
died.
And he died.
Greg,
died.
my goodness,
you went
terrible.
so
well.
But he was treated
Look
by
at that,
EMTs.
Bubba. Look at that.
Oh, he's just got him.
I know.
Pulling him. And you can see where he slaps the boat. He's already bleeding.
He's already bleeding, yeah.
The shark got him good.
And it may be unfair here. What kind of shark is this? Because it's not
like a lemon shark.
That's what I was thinking. So I didn't know they were.
I didn't think they were that aggressive.
I didn't either.
Could be wrong, but it's what it looked like.
It doesn't matter what kind of shark.
Shark attacks in Everglades National Park are extremely rare.
Why do we always? Why does everybody have to say?
Don't forget they're rare.
It does matter in this case, Bubba, because if that was a bull, he ain't coming up.
No, he's not. It's not a very big shark, thank goodness.
And sharks are more afraid of you than you are of
all
them.
that.
Here we go.
Yeah.
This one doesn't look very afraid.
Same with snakes.
Yeah,
they must be really afraid then, because I'm actually pretty afraid of them.
Yeah, they must be terrified.
They must be horrified.
Yeah.
Look, think about what he's thinking as he's grabbing for that boat, and you're going into water, and the shark's got you.
Yeah, it's bad enough sharks bit my hand. Now he's yanking me over.
You think he's like, oh, my wallet's in my pocket. Darn it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, my cell phone.
They said the good news is he survived. Bad news is he lost his iPhone.
Yeah. And he didn't have insurance.
Yeah, how will he survive? Now, this next one, 4B, is this along the same lines, Adler? When you toss a little food in the ocean around an offshore oil rig?
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Insane. So kind of down that
an
same.
apple off, doesn't he?
Yes. So these guys are working on an oil rig, and just to show you what happens when he throws an apple into the water, it falls down, and you're just watching it go.
Okay.
And as soon as it splashes.
By the way, some of them are going before it even gets there.
Yes. The schools of fish.
Wow.
And then guess who else joins the party?
Yeah.
Oh, we got somebody that sees the activity of all the fish now. Yeah, all right, so.
That's a lot of fish. And those fish are bigger, by the way, than you think they are.
Yes.
Oh, buddy, look who's in there now.
You're about to see him.
Now, I saw him come up one time.
Wow. There he is.
There comes Salty Dog.
How quick does that happen, y'all? I'm never going in the ocean again. I'm just never going to do it.
There's just so many things against you out there.
Watch. Before it even hits the water, they're going after it.
They
It's
really
like they're trying
are.
to catch a fly ball.
They really are.
Yeah, so they know about these ships being food, don't they?
Well,
Look how many. And then the shark
and
says,
you know,
well, now that you're drawing the fish for me, I'm going to go get them.
And anything that goes overboard, that would be the case.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you were to fall and hit that water, think how quick if you hit the water, what's coming for you.
Pretty quick, Rick.
I'm never going in the ocean again.
No?
I'm done. Done with it. I'll look at it from now on.
Well, you know, it's one of the things that, and it looks like I'm about to bring up the term. I guess my term today is going to be impending doom. But, you know, I was always kind of, and I remember we've had discussions about it, Bubba, whatever, where we see when the new heaven and the new earth comes, and we're studying that in the Revelation now. We're working our way there, and it says, and the sea will be no more. And I remember the first time you saw that, you're like, well, I thought we all kind of liked the sea.
Yeah.
I thought everybody liked to be near it. But that, in because of what we just saw, especially to the Hebrews, the sea represented impending doom. It represented darkness, uncertainty. They were terrified of the sea. And so this is basically saying this anxiety and fear you have of creation, it's going to be a new heaven and a new earth. So all this fallen stuff that you're scared of is all going to be taken away. And what he's really saying is being afraid of the earth will be over. Because, but they didn't like to see. They knew it was trouble.
Well, think of all the havoc it gave.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it supplied food.
Right.
But you know a lot of people were drowned, a lot of boats were lost.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean, storms came out of it. So, you know, It was always something.
You know, Jesus walking on the water was another sign. Look, I'm here to, you know, I've overcome all this. I tell the weather what to do.
Yep. I control the physical world,
which they had learned in the Psalms that only God could do that. So it's pretty incredible.
And talking about the flags earlier that we've had, some people unfortunately lose their lives.
Oh, awful.
Purple flags mean lots of sharks in the area.
Yeah,
marine animals.
It also would be for jellyfish too.
Okay.
Anything aquatic that is going to be unpleasant or deadly. That's what the purple flag means.
That'll get you.
You didn't know about the purple flag?
I didn't know purple flag.
Oh yeah,
yeah, probably.
Flag. Excuse me, flag.
Right.
wow.
Yeah. No, now that's different.
Right.
Yeah. That was a parade, but the no, what you probably were doing subconsciously is after the purple belt guy, what he did to you.
Yeah.
You probably have a negative feeling toward purple, so you didn't want to research it. A purple flag to you already meant fear.
Yes, I'm already afraid of
right,
that.
and it's kind of a goal too, that you're trying to achieve.
It is.
How many hops to the purple?
I got to get through blue, and that's going to take who knows how long.
Do you have stripes now?
I got 3 stripes on my
Okay,
leg.
Well, good. See, that's good, Adler. Y'all
I feel like they're
mentioned that.
delaying it. Why the stripes? Can't just give me the next color.
Well, you got to get 4 stripes, and then you move up.
Oh boy,
progress, encouragement.
Yeah.
If you hadn't had the 3-year drop off, where you think you'd be?
I'd probably have 3 stripes on my blue if I was serious about it.
Oh wow.
It's pushing purple.
Are you saying that's where you should be?
That's where I should be. Yes.
Yeah.
But instead, I'm a loser.
No, you're not.
No,
you're not.
you're not.
Don't you
walking
be hard.
around like I'm wearing whitey tighties, like some kind of
No.
loser.
No, you're fine.
Webby don't want to hear you talking like
Think
that,
about
even
how-
though if you're not at his place.
Think about how
You're with
many.
him now.
Yeah. Now, do you have to feel a little bit guilty about betrayal? Yes. But as far as you working out and doing better, and you need to be proud of yourself for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, guys. I
Yeah,
feel
right.
proud now. And purple is weird because it's kind of a girly color, but think Donatello. Or wait, which one? Yeah, Donatello, Ninja Turtle, the purple one. He was cool.
Well, that took some time to find that analogy, didn't
Yeah,
it?
it did.
That's all I got.
Back to the purple flag.
Oh,
Who
I
in
think it was
here
Prince.
has been stung by jellyfish?
Hands up.
I've avoided that my entire life.
Yeah, I
and I
haven't
have been out
I
there a
haven't been
lot.
stung.
Like I'm the
I
guy
don't-
that gets in that and little, snorkels and.
I see
swims.
one or
I've
two of them.
never-
I'm out of there.
I'm scared of them.
My Uncle Bill
I've
got
dodged that bullet.
stung by a bunch and was in bad shape. I mean, he was.
It's no fun.
It was not good.
We had somebody.
cold water on it.
Well, there's something else
I mean,
you can
hot
do.
water. Hot water. Sorry, I said
Yeah,
cold water.
there's something else. Yeah, you can do.
Urine you can do.
We actually had a buddy back when we were running with the dogs that wished he had not got stung.
Everybody's trying to help him.
Because we were all trying to help him.
Look, get out of the way.
He was like, I think there's things worse than the actual jellyfish.
I think I'll just deal with the sting.
If y'all would do me a favor and turn and go the other way, and I don't want everybody pointing at me. We're just ready to go.
Shooting from all angles.
Right, we're here.
Cold
it's like
water.
turning on the sprinklers.
Cold water makes it so much worse.
It
I
does.
accidentally put cold water on Charlie. Little Charlie got stung by
No,
jellyfish.
you wouldn't. Why would you do
And I
that?
was like, I poured my water on there, and it did not help. It made it worse. They got him to the hotel, got him in the shower, hot steam, and he's fine.
Why did you not
I
research
forgot
that?
about the peeing on people thing. I should have just peed on it.
No, we don't want to do that because that's an uncle experience that'll traumatize you the rest of your life.
Yeah, it's socially unaccepted treatment.
That's true. Great point.
Yeah, I don't want to go to Uncle Adler's.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This thing they put up is that they polygraphed all of them again, and every one of them passed.
Travis,
That,
he was
that
gone
one,
for
that
what?
one is disturbing, and the Pascagoula, Mississippi one is very disturbing. Now there's and Betty and Barney Hill.
Oh,
There's a
good
lot in
God.
between. I don't know.
Fire in the
about.
sky, y'all.
Yeah, it's a good one. Caitlin, will you watch that one for your next horror movie you want to watch?
Fire in the Sky is. It's not like, I mean,
you don't go out walking the dog anymore after that.
The
one,
good
do you?
news is it's not one of these movies where they just want to see how many ways they can kill people. I mean, it actually has a story to it,
All right.
and it's a, yeah.
So, yeah, how about Fire in the Sky was on that movie channel yesterday. And, you know, the thing that gets me watching the end of Fire in the Sky is, you know, the character James Garner who says, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. You know, he totally thought it was all a scam. At first, he thought they'd killed Travis.
Yeah,
right.
Until he showed up naked behind that Coke machine.
Right. And by the way, are we just ignoring the blood coming out of his nose and the 2 holes in his eyes? But anyway, is that all accurate, though? But anyway, so, but, you know, the last thing you see is the James Garner character telling the local sheriff, oh, I'll get to the bottom of it. Sooner or later, we'll get the truth on this. And you know what? We never did.
Nope.
Well, there's been
not
talk.
Not
there's
to today.
been theories, but we never have disproved it. The movie's scary. Now, I don't know how much. I don't know how close the movie follows real life.
Right.
You know, they can say based on real life.
Gosh.
And
don't get Greg
that,
started.
That makes Betty think the movie is absolutely real.
I know. I've had to go through the same
And
thing.
sometimes it's just the people. That's the only thing.
Based on it, loosely based.
And Rick, in last segment, I referred to Tim Cook, head of the Aries. That was Steve Cook. So I
His
was
brother.
close. I was close.
But we caught it in the middle. You didn't say. You said no, it's not.
I said, wait a
Tim
minute,
Cook.
that ain't right. That ain't right.
Yeah. Tim Cook. You know, that's the.
I like when he knew that it was wrong. He just didn't even acknowledge it because he couldn't come up with the name.
Well, I said, I know. That doesn't sound right. Wait a minute. Let me back up here.
Right. Yeah.
You know, that's
That's your
my
buddy,
goal.
Tim
That's my
Cook.
goal in 2019. A little more accuracy.
Right.
Yeah.
We all should thrive for that, I think. I'm writing that down.
Let's all. All right, let's do that. Now we're not off to a good start with Ray Sawyer.
No, we're not.
Maybe we start tomorrow.
Yeah, we created some.
No, we
character-
were right about Ray Sawyer. We were wrong about Ray Sugarman.
No, we created a Ray Sugarman that I've created for years.
Ray Sugarman, he ain't like a boxing. No, it's Bert Sugarman.
Yeah.
He's a boxing
That's
guy.
it,
Yeah, you're thinking Sugar Ray.
Anyway, we had the. Hey, listen.
No, I'm not.
But Bubba, sadly though, that still lacks accuracy because we had the information right, but we didn't have the names right. Yeah. So we still
kind of close.
Yeah, we still
That's getting worse.
we still struggle
It is.
with it. And I want to tell you this honestly. I think
we're as close as any media out there.
Well, I was
today.
going to say, I was just about to say, I don't think that is a good goal because
Be more accurate.
because I don't think we're living in a time where accuracy is easy to come by. You know what I mean?
Well,
so I don't think that is a good. I don't think that's a good goal.
I've heard two things this morning I didn't think I'd hear.
What?
One, I want to be more accurate, and two, I did try to do sit-ups.
By the way, that didn't happen.
I'm gonna try again today.
Now, what was that about? Was that a commitment to fit? I'm gonna start exercising.
Look, I got in the floor and said I need to do some sit-ups. I'm way behind here.
All right. I'm gonna.
And it was ugly, and
1986.
my form was not good.
I
knew my form would not be good. I was just trying to accomplish one or two, and then we'll tighten up the process.
I'm gonna speak to you as your friend and as someone. See, nobody else in this room can relate to what you're going through better than me because I'm O'Chubbalicious as well.
Yeah.
And when I decided something must be done, the steps I had to lose a certain amount of weight in order to be able to exercise.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? And you found that out when you tried to do a sit-up.
Well, it's hard to do a sit-up when you're holding a pillow in your lap.
Right. What's keeping you from doing the proper
fights
sit?
against
You must.
Bubba, maybe you need to start with push-ups.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta
Here's an idea. Let's start walking.
tighten
Let's just start walking.
Yeah.
And being more accurate.
And being more accurate.
Here's the deal, Rick, maybe not accurate, but won't we make a commitment to actually read the story before we talk about it?
There you go.
Maybe not all of us. I'll hit 3 lines and go, got it.
Well, what I'm saying is, because I thought about some of that stuff, you know, because you had a lot of time to ponder. But here's one thing I want to learn too, and with age comes wisdom. I got news for all of us in here. There's certain things about how this show operates that's just always going to be the way it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not ever going to change. I mean, and so I'm not. My goal in 2019 is not to spend time on things that are going nowhere. You know what I mean? I want to spend.
I didn't learn how to say no. You said that was.
Yeah. This is also. By the way, this is the year of no.
I can't wait to see how.
It's going to dance it. 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. The gang's all here. Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Alapuka, Cam Solo, Rick and Bubba interns. Taking your phone calls, and we'll get to those this hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us and letting us do what we do.
A couple of things I'd like to cover involving human nature. I know you and I totally agree on both of these. Why in the world, when a product is perfect, or a project, but if a product is perfect, if it's perfect, leave it alone.
Yeah, don't mess with it. But somebody always has to.
When Heinz ketchup was created, ketchup then stopped. That was the end. There was no need to tamper with ketchup. There was no need to do anything to ketchup. Ketchup had been perfected. It is the best ketchup. It is by far the best ketchup. And we're done.
Yeah.
There's no need for us to keep tampering and trying to come up with new ketchup. Well, Pepsi is not listening to us, Bubba, and I don't even feel myself remotely drawn to this. They're going to unveil soda-infused ketchup at Major League Baseball games everywhere on the 4th of July.
Now, what does that mean exactly?
The Soda King says it's a new condiment, soda-infused. It says that that they're going. It's called cola.
It's something you
cola chup.
Answer me this. Is it something you put on a hot dog or something you drink?
Normally, if Pepsi with the hot dogs, not Pepsi on hot dogs, but the brand is making the bold leap with its first ever condiment.
Okay,
Yes.
so it goes.
So
on
it
the
is.
hot dog.
It is a type of ketchup. Then.
Yeah, and
Infused,
it explains. I think on that
whatever it
third
means.
page it explains the
foamy.
Somebody the
Said
quote
this
we
morning?
read
Yeah.
during they basically said they're mixing Pepsi's favorite with the taste of ketchup.
They're not telling us what ketchup. I don't like the use of the word tangy here. They're saying it's a vibrant citrus blend of Pepsi, and that they say enhances the bright and tangy characteristics of ketchup, offsetting the smokiness of the hot dog.
I like the smokiness of the hot dog.
Yeah.
Don't you?
And I don't like these people that their liquid smoke is they're like a crack addict with it. I mean, can we tone down the liquid smoke a little bit?
Too much.
I like a little hint of smoke, but I don't want this to taste like I dropped it in the fire. And so some of y'all need to dial. You need to reel in your smoke. Bubba, I got no interest in that whatsoever. Do you?
No. I like ketchup. I don't want my potato chips to taste like ketchup. I don't want ice cream to taste like ketchup.
No.
I just want ketchup to taste like ketchup and
Right.
use it for ketchup things.
And we've said it over the years. If you're new to the program, Heinz ketchup. You give me Heinz ketchup in a glass bottle, and let it come out slow onto a freshly made burger off the grill.
Awful good.
Gracious.
Awful good.
This. I mean, it
Put
may
a little
be one of
purple
these-
onion on there and spread the ketchup out with it. What?
Yeah.
So I don't know why they're doing that. The other thing is this phenomenon, Bubba, you and I have been studying for years. Why do we seem to have the same exact ask or something on your schedule, and if you were not told to do it or you had to do it, you love it, but if somebody tells you have to do it, you start disliking it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
What is this? Some kind of rebellion in us from our sin nature? What is this?
It's you can have the exact same event.
Right.
Let's say we're going to a ball game.
Right.
Okay, something fun, something you'd want to do.
Yeah.
And if it's on my schedule and I see it, I kind of start dreading it.
Right.
Going, oh no, I got to go to a ball game. But if there's nothing on my schedule and I think, hey, let's go to a ball game, I love it. So
is that
why it's the same ball game?
Yeah.
So what is the deal with that?
I don't know.
Two different presentations.
Yeah. I want
to myself though.
Yeah.
I know that is weird.
It seemed like I could work that.
You
out.
should be able to work that out in your head.
Is it part
But
of
I
our,
get it.
I'm thinking, is it part of our sin nature rebellion? I don't like to be made to do something, but if I choose to do it, I love it.
Or
Is it, even if I love it, even if, like you said, the event itself or the thing is something I enjoy, if I'm made to do it, I have a bit of resistance as if I just choose to do it on my own.
I just figured I was a good
You're right.
I didn't.
That's your conclusion?
Yeah,
I'm a goodie. Yeah.
Because how can it be the same event and on one hand dread it and on the other hand be excited about it? And the only difference is it on my little calendar in my phone?
How about this? I'm going to go here. I'm going to go here. We've all been there. Try these two scenarios. See which one bothers you. Okay. Hey, babe, what do you think about us going down to so-and-so and grabbing dinner? And, oh, by the way, the so-and-sos are going to join us. Okay.
Yeah.
As opposed to this. Hey, don't forget Thursday night. You got that down?
Yeah.
Thursday night, we got dinner at 6 with the Joneses.
It just feels different.
It feels different. Yeah. It's the same thing.
Same dinner.
When you get there, it's the same.
But why is that? Is that a defect or what?
I don't know what.
Does everybody else have that, or is it?
Are we the problem? So. Does everybody have it? Do y'all all relate to this?
It's worse now than it used to be.
Psychology of it all. It all makes sense.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I need to fake myself off, which is hard to do.
Right.
Yeah. It's hard to fake yourself off. Like it's hard to scare yourself.
Cheat, you know?
Yeah.
No, you're right.
You see it coming.
You know what's happening.
You're exactly right. The
scaring yourself.
Yeah. Right.
I scared myself.
Yeah, so it's because I like having a plan. So why am I pushing back on something planned?
Because it's got to be our idea. It goes back to that.
I got to.
I've got to be the one to come up with it.
Right now, I didn't have much going on. I'm kind of fired up about having dinner with the Joneses.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But if you told me 2 weeks ago to get it on my calendar on a Thursday at 6, I hate it.
Even though
I'm coming up Thursday.
Even though I would love having dinner with the Joneses.
It's not about the Joneses.
Dinner begin.
The Joneses are fine people. They're always fun. Mm-hmm. Sometimes the wife's a little chatty, but I mean, but we enjoy being with them.
She's fun.
I do it with scheduled calls too.
Same
like a meeting. Yes. Like yesterday, Tom Scott called me at around 3, and we had a great conversation working through a situation. If I'd have known we had that call scheduled all day, that's all I thought about.
You're all over that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So you was rude to Tom?
No, not at all. I'm just saying it would have been on me. Kind of like what y'all was just discussing now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you twisted it into that.
Greg. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing tomorrow afternoon? Nothing. You want to go fishing? Yeah. What versus? Hey, don't forget on the 30th.
We're going fishing.
We're all going fishing. We need to leave at 1:30.
Yeah, completely.
Right, we're meeting at this place.
Same activity.
I know it's a
but
same.
we give deer hunting a pass.
Well,
if we know we're going down to your farm Friday, we look forward to it.
Right.
Versus, hey, you want to go hunting?
There's a touch of that.
Even
a little bit
there.
What if we were going there?
If it's on the calendar and I know it, I think, well, that's good. But then I think, do I have my stuff together?
Yeah.
I've got to do this. I need to clean my gun, all that kind of stuff. Where if you just said, hey, what are you doing this afternoon?
Right.
Well, nothing.
Right.
I don't have anything on my calendar. You go, well, let's go down there. I go, okay, yeah. Awesome.
What if Tom called?
Yeah, how about this?
I would go.
Greg, what if the Joneses want to go?
Would screen it.
What if the Joneses want to go? Is he going to bring his chatty wife going?
Tell me it ain't just us. That's something that all humans have.
Well,
right?
I'll go this too. And I know we've all talked about it. This is weird. Probably one of my favorite things outside of things that matter that I just do for enjoyment is deer hunting. I do enjoy it. Now, I don't obsess over it like I once did, so now I really enjoy it because I've been freed from it. But I will say that sometimes, and this is really going to, that when the season's over, I have a little bit of a relief.
Yeah.
Because now I don't have to worry about going.
Right.
Because
I feel like I'm missing something.
It's like I don't have to worry about deer hunting now because I'm not allowed to go anywhere.
Yeah, I can't go if I wanted to.
Right. Is that weird?
It is.
I actually have a little bit of joy when it finally ends, and I'm like, I quit worried about it.
Yeah.
Not worried about it, but thinking, man, I can.
I need to be enjoy
it. I can ride to work today and not worried about when the rut is, what the weather's going to do.
Plus, you can go out into the woods where you hunt now. You don't have to worry about scaring the deer off. You go and ride your 4-wheeler and look around, tool around, do what work you want to do.
Oh, yeah. So anyway, 15 minutes past. We'll be back. Your phone calls are next. So is it just us?
It's the psychology of obligation. You know, you feel obligated to do it for a week versus you get to do it.
There you go.
Oh, hey.
We got that thing Thursday. It's always Thursday, too. I don't know why that is.
Kind of like the podcast.
Is that what it is? See, it's even on a Thursday.
Yes. Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at TheraBreath.
I just hurt my neck. Oh my gosh.
I want y'all to know that this is the year of no. This, and hey, look, Greg, y'all don't know this. Some people have already got no before the year ended.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
and then started it.
Right. This is the year of no. But
So good.
But we'll
And that'll be a no.
But then we should concentrate on things that are either new or that we are good at, and and do them things those things well. I can't. There's not a lot of them, but
I was waiting on you to run that list.
Nothing comes to mind as I speak.
Well,
we show up.
We
dependable. We've leaned on that one.
Yeah, right.
Well, that's where it all starts.
It does.
Then we can branch out.
Right.
I agree.
Right.
You got to be here to get anything done.
Right.
Yeah.
Have a desire to do something excellent now.
Right.
Not
There's that.
Not just things that were excellent in the past.
That's right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that.
kind of stuff.
I'm writing these down.
Right.
Accuracy.
Yeah. Accuracy. That one.
Bubba's commitment to
Fitness.
Bubba, can I go back to how many sit-ups did you try to do before you went, forget it?
5 or 6.
Did the blood get to your head and make you get dizzy?
Well, my back's hurting too. So
Oh yeah, that's tough on back.
You know what else I want in the conference room, and I can't believe we never got it. And I thought about that this year. We never did put one of them boards up there you can write on.
Yeah.
A whiteboard? Yeah, whiteboard. Because a whiteboard, some things we all learn visually.
Yeah.
If you're presenting something, to have to write it on a legal pad and hold it up in there is just not.
Well,
Rick.
the problem with that is a lot the same problem we had with the pinball.
Bubba, I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, you're right.
If you want to go in there to embarrassing things
Right.
on there every day,
You're right.
Pictures.
You're right.
I feel like Greg will.
I'll just stick with the
use
legal.
some of his street
Jim,
art.
I'll just stick with it. I'll just stick with the legal pad and hold it up. All right.
So I got physical.
just-
I got physical health or physical fitness. I've got.
No, he didn't say that.
No,
Where'd
he
you get that?
He
You
did
didn't
say that. You did say that.
What
Physical something. Physical.
That I
fitness,
need to-
fitness.
Accuracy.
that needs to be what we need to do this year.
Yeah,
I
you
didn't
said
hear you
physical
say you were.
something.
I didn't hear you say you
Yeah,
were
he
going to
did.
try to
He
get.
did.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I got.
Rick,
Did
he
you
did
say-
3 sit-ups.
I got.
He's on his way.
I got
Look,
accuracy.
I'm
and I
gonna
got how
start,
to
but
say
I need
no.
to start like at a 90-year-old man.
What I'm talking about.
on
All right,
the way
here's
out.
your body. Did your body actually come all the way up?
Oh yeah.
Did your scapula leave the floor?
How did it come up?
It wasn't pleasant.
Okay.
It wasn't fun.
No, he knows.
And I had to use my arms and my legs to get there. I kind
Okay.
of did a Rocky
I
horse.
got you.
you know?
I got you.
It wasn't good take. I said immediately.
No,
it wasn't good
I
technique.
was just wondering if you successfully got up.
Oh yeah. I
But
got
if you need one of them little pads
With
on
the legs
lower
down?
part of your back, it gives you a little kick.
Did you have legs down or knees bent?
I know.
They probably started down. They probably went to bent,
Right.
and then they extended as I came up.
I got you. You rocking it.
doing a V-up.
You rocking it.
He's doing a V-up.
No, he did a V-up.
He
That's
did.
good.
That's it.
That's good.
I call
All right,
it
so-
Rocky horse.
What did you say? How to say no or year of no?
The year of no.
Accuracy.
Yeah.
And then and I don't know how you want me to do that. Physical something.
Look like a turtle on the back of its shell.
And what else?
We're going to do better.
Exactly.
I would like to point out that the minute, I mean, it wasn't 3 minutes after he told me about his sit-ups. He asked me if I was going to eat my breakfast.
Well, I didn't want to go to waste. I wasn't going to eat the whole thing. I just wanted like one more bite, and that was sitting
Bubba,
there.
you remember your analogy, which is fantastic and even made it to the Senate floor, that you have to deal with where the problem starts.
Yeah, you got to stop the leak.
You got to stop the leak first. You know, that.
Does anybody?
I'm good right now for the day. I know about where I'm at. I tell you, dinner's the one that kills me. That's the one I got to really cut.
I got to see dinner.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back 20 minutes past the hour. Phone calls 866 We Be Big. Yes, I am aware that I'll be in France during the Tour de France. If I could get hit by a bicycle with a Rick and Bubba shirt on,
That'd be huge, Rick.
I mean, so I'm thinking. Somebody even emailed me and they said, "I've never watched it. Knowing you're going to be there, I now will watch it."
Because I think, is there some way Rick drives his rental car where he's not supposed to? Does he walk out? I mean, is Rick somehow get on the footage of the Tour de France? Because, it is gripping entertainment.
Yes,
so
it is,
I don't know. But it will be. And by the way, the French, boy, they're into it. They are really, really into it. To the phones we go. 866 We Be Big. And we'll start with Steve in Kansas City, Missouri. Stevie, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, good morning, guys. How we doing?
Good. Right.
Hey, a couple segments ago, I heard you guys talking about the new Barbie movie, and somebody mentioned that there was a new transgender Barbie doll.
That's what somebody said. Yes.
I don't see how someone hasn't already thought about this yet. If someone combines the Barbie doll with the Mr. Potato Head, can you imagine the possibilities?
Oh,
okay.
We got Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head. It's already confusing.
Have you seen the one they got named Peg?
No. Big, large.
Greg. We continue.
Oh, that's nice right there.
Let's go to Ron in Mississippi. Ron, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, bud.
Hey, Adler was all over it on the hunting thing. You feel obligated, Rick. I hunt a lot like you guys, and I do a lot of afternoon hunts during the week.
Sure.
And when you rock into January, it's a love-hate relationship. You love to go, but you hate the things you're not getting done because you start sitting there thinking in January, you see things you're getting behind on, your checklist, things you're not getting off.
Yeah.
So when it's finally all over, you're actually relieved. Now I can get my life back in order and get things back checked off the list, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so it's not just you're right, because during that season, especially when I think it's quality time, every single day I'm thinking, I wonder if there's a way I can get down there and hunt today. I mean, it's just it just rules you, and then you're kind of glad when you realize, well, it's not an option. So I'm not worried about the front. I'm not worried about the weather.
Yeah. Reintroduce yourself to your wife.
Right. You're right. You actually look to your phone now for text messages from the place you work that we need you to do stuff, as opposed to game camera pictures. By the way, I'm starting to see them in velvet now. Let's go to Bryant in Memphis, Tennessee. Bryant, go ahead.
Yeah, Rick, I was just wondering if you've thought about the fact that in Marseille, France, they have 30 to 40%, by some estimates, of Muslims, and that they have entire communities there where the police won't even go. And if you get a cab with a Muslim who takes you to one of those communities, you're not coming back.
But think about this, though. I won't have to fly back either.
Yeah.
So that luggage. That could almost be a blessing. You always have to do the good and the bad.
Yeah.
I've been taken hostage and will likely be headed, but at least I don't have to fly commercial back to the United States again. So that is yeah. Sherry and I have actually been to France before, so we're not first timers. I've never been to. I may have been to this part of France. I just don't remember. But Sherry has even been more than me. But I've been twice, so it's not my first time. But I am familiar with the rise in the Muslim communities and all that. But you are right, and I think the place we are right that we're actually going to stay the first night. I don't think we're there very long. I think we move on to Provence or whatever.
I wish you knew more.
Yeah. Well, when I get there, once I'm with Sherry, I just go wherever she says we're going, and. As she said,
what today, my love?
What I have become, and she called this years ago, is handler dependent.
Oh yeah.
She goes, you're going to have to get a little more independent. It's like either I'm taking care of everything, or Speedy is, or Helmsy and all them are, and and you're going to have to Bones. You're going to have to somehow be able to.
Rick,
can you go on your own?
Now, it's not always the case, but one way you get that, because you get that way at home, is because you're always being told what to do. You never get to exercise your choice. Yeah. So you kind of get in that pattern,
And honestly, I don't really care. I'm not a big plan. There's not a lot of stuff I'm really wanting to do anyway. You know what I mean? So it's like I just kind of roll with the punches. I'm really low maintenance and pretty. I'm not complicated. Other people complicate my life. I really am not. I don't complicate it very much at all. It's so 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Mike in Tennessee. Mike, go ahead.
Hey guys, y'all were talking about the sharks and all and different things in the ocean.
I sent you guys an email this morning about last year in Port St. Joe, Florida. I got popped by a stingray right in the top of my foot.
Yep.
And, I mean, my wife, and she did everything wrong. She put ice on it. She tried to cover up the wound and everything. And the poison that just got stuck in there. You should put your foot in as hot of water as you can stand. Leave the wound open.
Thank you for that, Stingray.
So the poison can get out of there.
Thank
Just
you,
in
Mike.
case you get a stingray.
Thank you, Mike. And your name going forward will be nicknamed Stingray if you were in our group. Hey, did you hear about what happened to Stingray?
Stingray Mike.
Yeah. But, yeah, this is that thing again we've talked about before. You know, I know a lot of y'all love the blue water and all that, but there's everything in there can get you.
Yeah,
I mean, there's so many things that can get you. You don't have to be a shark. You got stingrays, jellyfish.
Your day can be turned upside down.
And there's all kind of other fish that just bite you.
You lay down on the beach too long, some kind of crab puts eggs in your face. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Bubba, what other fish is going to bite us?
There's
barracudas.
Fish
But
bite
they don't-
everything. Yeah.
They're going to bite you, cut your leg.
Hey, you ever had an amberjack take you out? With the
red snapper tear you
Look,
one.
you swim in the lake, you get a bass or brim nibbling at you sometimes.
But I do feel like, have you ever noticed when you get in the Gulf, you ever felt those fish that are just eating the dead skin off of them? You can feel them nibbling
Oh,
on
I
you.
do. Yeah.
I'm like,
It's nervy.
It's like,
You're constantly looking around.
Yeah, right. Anything, but I mean, it could be. You could see some.
Or is it a bigger fish sizing me up?
Yeah, I mean, you could see like just a little something floating in the water. You go, I think that's seaweed. Oh my God!
Yeah.
You know, that hurt. I mean, it's just so many things out there. Let's face it, the blue water can be complicated.
Yeah.
It's a
scary place.
Let's go to Eddie.
A lot of it.
In Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Eddie, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I heard about this guy that's a flasher that's available for gender reveals.
That's funny. That's funny. That would be one no one would forget.
Yeah, that's true.
But can't he only tell you you're having a boy?
Well, he was getting to the punchline.
Yeah.
You got him.
Got scared.
Which I think was wise.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Oh, there was no way to survive that.
No. That little discernment on the fly there.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's lacking.
Yeah.
But
you got it.
Adler's giving me a thumbs up in there. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you
Great
gender
catch.
revealing? Yeah. Well, I mean, you can almost feel it coming.
Yeah.
Brian in Meridian, 97.9. Met a lot of folks that listen to 97.9 over in Lake Mississippi last Sunday.
Come on.
Brian, go ahead.
Man, we was in Destin this weekend, and after spending about 25, 30 minutes on the beach and watching all these people just getting swept out on floats and stuff, we decided to go bayside, and I emailed you a picture of it today. That was like being in a paradise by itself. No waves, crystal clear water, and we had a pavilion in like 20 feet with a barbecue grill and all that at it. So.
Look, I'm telling you, I think you made a good call. I mean, vacations should not include swept out to the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, I try to leave that off.
I don't want that.
No. All right, Bubba, when we come back, I know we kind of have a desire not to tamper with memories.
Well, we've got to look at this.
Bill,
I
Bubba,
can't quit
Bussy.
watching it.
I got to warn you, though, this could take your day in a different direction.
Former guest on the Rick and Bubba show.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Folks, we've been talking about Yep, you know what? Whitney Houston is dead. Now Tom Petty's dead, and we don't feel too good ourselves. So, we were looking back. We were talking about this past, time we were off, and, of course, we all had Christmas while that happened. We have a new Christmas Eve thing every year at my mom and dad's house, and we all gather there. And this year,
it's a gathering's what it is.
It's a
Rick.
gathering, and we do, the dirty Santa thing. Which every time I say that, I feel that's just not the thing to say.
Rick, Yankee swap.
Yeah.
Yankee swap.
So
let's just go with that.
Let's just
I
go
like
with
it
that.
much better.
So anyway,
But nobody knows what that is.
Right. So anyway, we were this year, which is really controversial. Anytime Burgesses reach to another family for ideas.
Yeah.
And Lisa, Greg's wife, her family, when they play Dirty Santa, they play it with bingo.
Mm-hmm.
And what that means is it's your turn when you get bingo. And that kind of determines the order versus numbers. And really,
that's a real Christmas complication.
But we don't clear the cards.
We don't clear the cards. So once
if you do, it lasts forever.
Once you get one bingo, then the rest of them start coming pretty quick.
You just keep your card and keep playing.
And I have to tell you, it did seem to bring some order to what can be very chaotic.
Okay.
And I actually enjoyed it. But I was thinking yesterday, I didn't bring you my Dirty Santa gift.
Oh.
And that is a Donald Trump chia pet.
Oh,
did you? Yeah, and I meant
That
to,
is
because I
cool.
was thinking about what to do.
Look
I
at
was
that.
told in no uncertain terms it would not be found. It would not find a home in our house.
No, probably not.
And Sherry said, "Well, if you're gonna keep that, then you can roll that right onto the office." You know
Well,
what
why
I mean?
don't we water it and
That's
set
what
it
I
up
thought.
in here and
I
watch
thought
it
we
grow?
would.
Never had a chia pet.
I thought we would. We would take the Donald Trump chia pet.
It's been the punchline of a lot of jokes over the years,
Yeah.
all of them.
As Sherry will tell you, who's been married to me almost as long as Bubba has, that I don't follow instructions well. Will somebody read what to do here and set it up? And because I don't like to read.
Where do we want to put it?
Where do we want
Where's
our
he gonna
Donald,
grow
our
at?
Donald Trump chia pet?
I think it would look good. Maybe we have a space over there by the Blaze TV, CRTV display right there by
right
Adler's deal behind
I
us.
almost want something right over. Could you get Bubba's shot right? Okay, yeah.
We could move some of
Almost
that
like-
stuff out of the way too.
Back
Yeah.
here?
Why don't we move that to the right and we'll
we can
have
move
it
the
right
minion.
Drop it in that little pot. Move,
right by James Spann. We'll move the minion and James Spann.
That'd be right
Move
over
him
Bubba's
down.
right shoulder.
Move him down a little bit.
Yeah.
And then put him right by James.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like it.
Might be better than that window.
That's what I was talking
Yeah,
about.
look,
but
a lot of
You don't-
times
you don't
Adler and I
see
are trying
that
to
shot of
communicate. Oh yeah, you can see it right here. You go back, right there. You see it?
You don't really see it too good.
Well,
It's
you're
just a
right.
little
I thought
corner
you could see
barely
it
over the
better.
monitor.
I really thought you could see it
I just
better.
think it needs a more prime. Or look, we could just put it up here somewhere where we have the 12 working days
Well,
of Christmas.
It'd be tough to water up there.
Guys, I will tell
Oh,
you.
you don't have to keep watering it, do you?
Oh, I don't know.
I thought it was a one and
Gotta read the
done.
instructions.
I don't know.
Oh, gotta read it.
If
Dadgummit.
it's a one and
Speedy,
done,
please, if there's any left of whatever, how you put it on your head, see if it.
Ooh, what if it did?
All right, I'm
That'd be awesome.
You know, I'll be honest with you. The Trump one doesn't look as realistic as, say, the Obama one did.
What are you trying to say?
It just doesn't look the same because Trump's hair is so goofy.
Look at that.
Yeah,
No,
that hair
please
looks
look
like
at that.
the
Look at that.
you think I didn't sweat somebody?
I'm
stealing-
excited about this. I've never had a chia pet before.
You think I didn't sweat somebody grabbing this from me?
I can't wait to
you
see
were,
how
yeah.
it progresses.
Yeah.
You start, and all of a sudden you look, Donald's hair sticker.
Yes.
Yeah, see, it's that. Maybe we can fix his hair with it.
Look, my goal is for it to be grown out by the time the State of the Union address comes up at the end of the
That's
month,
funny.
Oh,
which
that'd
is
be
going to
awesome.
be, by the way, one for the record
Oh,
books.
let me tell you,
All right,
this.
look-
I usually don't watch those, but I'm watching this one.
Can I,
We still may be in a shutdown, and oh my goodness.
can I tell you?
Ruth Bader Ginsburg will be asleep in the middle of
Sure.
it.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
seen
know
that movie coming out about her. Got
Yeah.
a movie.
Yeah. I don't know how messy this thing is. If
It was
is
out
it messy?
Christmas Day.
I don't know. How,
Does it-
let me see. I need to see all.
Because
the
if it's not
instructions.
messy, I don't have a problem.
Don't be.
I don't have a problem bringing it.
It's a whole nother.
I'll
Rick,
put
what
it-
if we talk to the chia pet every now and then?
Yeah, and just see
Okay,
how
we
every time we do a Trump update, we got to have this where it can get on camera. There.
Okay.
Well, I even had to edit him in. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Bubba, it's been said on the show many times. Be careful tampering with the memories. You and I had already been burned by tampering with the memories involving KC from KC and the Sunshine Band.
By the way, he was a guest on the show. Was very generous with his time.
Yeah, wonderful guy.
A
lot of fun.
Rick, back in the heyday of disco.
Oh.
KC and the Sunshine Band. There was no bigger name out there. And,
I remember seeing him behind those keyboards because I found out later why he was behind the keyboards. Seeing him behind the keyboards with the Sunshine Band in his white suit, gold chains blazing.
Yep.
Got his wings perfect down each side, partied right down the middle.
And the hits.
After hit. Got the dimples working.
Mm-hmm.
Greg, he was a woman's pet and a man's regret.
Yes, he was.
And then you and I went to see him.
Well, we talked about it too, that he looked like he could really dance, but he had to play the keyboard, so that kind of limited him. So he was dancing behind the keyboard. And then we saw him years later where he didn't have the keyboard holding him back, and he wasn't, he wasn't as an outstanding dancer as maybe what I thought he would be.
Well, when you get on up,
is that a good way to put that?
And you look like a defensive tackle, it hurts.
Well, it was regrettable, and we thought that it couldn't get any worse than what we saw, but Brad Ryan and others have asked us to look at a current video of KC and the Sunshine Band, and let me warn
This was
everybody.
just a few months ago.
Let me warn everybody, this is just a few months ago. If you thought of KC as being absolutely hip and cool and awesome, do not watch this video.
Remember the white jumpsuit?
Yeah.
And if you want to forward ahead to when he leaves the keyboard, you might want
you
to.
put a white jumpsuit on now, he's going to be a cloud. All right, now he's behind the keyboard right now. Now
that's a good place for him.
But he's got some weight on him. That's all right.
Wait till he comes out.
We all
from the
been
keyboard.
there. But unfortunately, he's going to make a bad decision to come out from behind the keyboard and get out here and dance with the ladies, and it's not going to be good. It is not going to be good. And I don't know.
I like him with the bigger group, though.
Yeah.
Rick. We saw.
Oh,
a
of
cut-down
course.
version.
100%.
I think the stage full of actors.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Casey, no. Casey, no.
The tampering.
Something about the skinny jeans.
Now, look, you know they rehearsed this. Nobody will be honest with him. Nobody in
Does
that
he
band
not
will
have
be
a
honest.
friend? Does he not have? Now he's winded. Now
Big
he's
time
winded.
winded.
Now he's winded. Now he's winded. Oh, he's winded so fast.
Oh, he's looking. Make sure he's on.
Where y'all think he go about 320?
I think so. Yeah, easy. Yeah. Oh
He
my
is
goodness.
large and in charge.
You know what it almost looks like? It looks like a fan of KC got on the stage, and they're letting him dance. You know how you do when you got a big fan? It doesn't,
Yes.
and everybody thinks, "Look at him, man, he loves KC." And then somebody says, "No, that is KC."
That's Casey.
How did he get those
That's Harry
jeans?
Wayne Casey.
How
right
did he get the
there.
jeans on? Is what I want.
Great question.
It wasn't easy.
Elastic.
Somebody
hold him.
Are y'all watching the dance moves?
I can't, Greg. Look how tired he is. I feel so bad for his tiredness because I know he's.
They're
winded.
playing tracks behind it too. If you listen.
Oh yeah. Well, Greg, you have to. Yeah.
Even though he's got a full band up there.
But when he says, "Hey guys, I'm thinking about coming out. I'm thinking about coming out behind the keyboards and dancing with the dancers." Where was the person that said, "Casey, I love you too much to let you do that"?
Yeah, I can't let you do it.
I love
Casey,
you
I'm
too
sorry.
much. I'm not going to let that happen. You stay
I
behind
still
the
love
keyboard.
the music so much. I want to keep watching it.
Bubba,
Stop spinning.
do you think this is worse than what we saw? And that's been a lot of years ago. We saw it, buddy.
It was.
my.
I think having the Sunshine Band there on stage and the dancers helps the overall presentation. Although he clearly has lost a little ground.
All right, so let me ask you a question.
Oh no, he's not going to do his solo move like he's letting the dancers do right now, is he? They're all getting a solo dance right now. Now he's not going to do that, is he? He's not going to take a solo.
Rick, did you not see that?
Rick, I did.
Rick, he looks just like John Lovitz on The Wedding Singer when he's the competing wedding singer. And he gets out there. That's exactly what he looks
That's
like.
good, Greg.
That's so good.
I mean, he really does.
He said, "You think you can find one that can move like this?"
Winded.
All right, so
So
hey, do you think this is why he keeps?
tired.
Do you think that's why he keeps doing it?
I can't see it.
The a fee to book KC and the Sunshine Band, starting range 75,000 up to 149,000.
Well, if you're paying him that, you've lost your mind.
Well, you're paying for the whole bunch, so that's got to be divided up.
Yeah,
Doesn't
and then your
matter.
booking agent gets their fee and all
Yeah.
that.
I
but-
still
it's still a big
enjoyed
number, though.
Rick, I still love that music so much. I enjoyed watching it. It was a little odd, but I still enjoyed watching it.
I couldn't even hear the music, Bubba. I don't know how you could visually see that and still hear the song.
If I am
he just
somewhere-
informed me that there was a song in the background because I never heard it.
if I'm somewhere at a location, say I'm in Las Vegas or wherever, and I see that KC and the Sunshine Band is playing close to us, I'll probably go.
No way.
No way I
watch
go.
that. I
I'd
don't go
probably
watch
still
that.
go.
That's
No
like,
way.
No, that's like saying, let me go visit the car wreck again.
Yeah.
Guys, did y'all see him?
Oh my god, it would bother me too much. I couldn't. It would distract me so much. I
you
couldn't.
got,
I couldn't
you got
watch
second
it.
hand on that?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to go a step further.
When he does him,
I don't
dance
think I have
moves-
second hand. I think I'm just almost annoyed by it.
Oh,
It's like this is so not cool. I can't believe we're still associating KC and Sunshine Band with what I see here.
Guys, I don't know. Fat Fest.
We could bring it back.
Bring him back. He fits right in the lineup.
He does.
Yeah, no, he does that.
Who's going to be opening for Mr. Lucky and Rick and Bubba? KC and the Sunshine Band.
That would
not with that fee I just heard.
Not with that fee.
No. We could have him
that
just
fee
with
was
tracks.
bigger than the budget we had for the entire festival.
But now, when y'all saw him, it was just him and two dancers playing the tracks, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I bet that was really.
And we were so excited too. And I think that's Bubba.
I was expecting more of that.
I think that's why I won't go with you. I felt so wounded by that experience that I can't go back to where trauma took place.
Rick, I was so excited right before
I
it
was
started.
too.
It was a flashback.
I couldn't contain myself. And then it came out, and it was tracks and him and two dancers. That was a hard pill to swallow.
That hurt.
Yeah, well, I bet. I got to sit through about an hour and a half.
There you
of
go.
that.
There's that spin.
Standing, not sitting.
Yeah, how about that turn he does? What about
He can't quite get around. Bless him.
Greg standing with people leaning on me in every direction.
Should we do that? Should we do this? Should we do this?
Why the twist?
Now he had to get in front of the mirror, make sure his uniform was right before he hit the stage.
Arch.
He gave it a look and said, "There it is."
Can I tell you something? If he walks to the edge of the stage and you're on row one and you look up,
yeah, you're getting an eye full of belly.
You might get down tonight.
You getting a lot of belly.
Y'all right there.
Because that shirt's out there and you can look right up there.
And you know what else? All I can think about is he had to do a lot of practice on this dance.
All right, here we go.
For everybody to be in.
And I
they
hate
put a lot of hours in it.
And I hate to go down this road, but I never. My mind is just the way it works. So he's seen video of himself.
Yeah.
I know, but did it bother him to? I'm not
He
talking
loves
about
the applause. Look, the crowd. It was you saw there was a crowd there.
All right, let's say
People
if I'm
standing
him,
up applauding when it was over.
But if I'm him, I look at this and I go, I'm just going to stay behind the keyboard.
There you go. That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying Bubba him stop playing.
Yeah, I'm going to stay behind the
I'm
keyboard.
just saying if you look and see the dance number, do you go?
I'm
Let's
gonna let
not
the girls
do
do
that.
the dance.
Let the ladies do their thing, and I'll coordinate even my outfit. But I'm going to stay back here behind the keyboard, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And even if I want to walk out and hold the microphone but not dance and do Please Don't Go, fine.
But
and the Michael Jackson spin is out.
The music got him, Rick. He had to move. He couldn't sit in his seat.
But he's seen the video that we're seeing, right? Huh?
It's in the song. Do a little dance.
Yeah.
Get down.
But the word
Make
dance,
gentle love. It's in the song.
little is in there, which I don't see here.
Not a lot of little.
And the
there.
word dance and the word dance is in there as well. And I don't see that either.
What about her? You think she's just like an original member? That's why she's in?
Or that's his current girlfriend.
Oh, that's a good one, Greg.
Well,
That's a good catch, sir.
Yeah, he's trying.
She was
That's a
singing
good
a lot
catch.
of background. I noticed.
Yeah. But there does seem to be a difference in the rest of the dancers.
Who
Well, you
choreographed
got-
this? That's who we got to talk to.
You've got
Oh,
the more
somebody took a
energetic
check.
dancers without microphones.
Rick, keep you out. I want you to take you off him.
Greg, I can't.
I want you to keep it right on.
Greg, no need for coaching there.
I wish Bubba was in that suit, that exact tie-dye Ed Hardy suit. Please, Bubba, I need you to show up in that one day for my birthday, maybe.
But here's where I got to ask you the uncomfortable question. Like when you came out at Fat Fest as a baked potato,
right?
We were kidding around. I mean, we were
He's serious.
No one knew that we were serious about what we were doing. Is he being serious? Does he think he's sharp?
He's taking that check.
Well, I got all that, but I mean, but he can take a check and not come out behind the keyboards, huh? He can stay back there.
He's just done it so long.
He's got hits.
He's just gonna keep doing it.
He's a performer.
Yeah, but again,
You know the applause.
Yeah.
Applause.
Yeah, but there's also self-awareness when you go, okay, there's certain things I can't do anymore.
I think check and applause override anything else.
But you still get both to stay behind the keyboard.
Rick, did he sell his publishing? Is he not making any money off
Right.
it?
One of our markets is having him.
Oh my!
Says get your boogie shoes ready. Legendary disco and dance group KC and the Sunshine Band will perform live at the Dothan Civic Center on Saturday, August 26th.
Oh my,
Bubba, there it is.
Bubba,
Road trip.
That's close enough.
Road trip.
That's close enough.
No, I said like if I was in Vegas and it was like next door or right down the road.
Right.
It's a little further.
Right. Vegas is not close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'll get it set up.
Put my hand in this
figure it out. Just over here in this area.
Rick, when you play that drop, when Trump starts talking before an update, I want the camera on that.
That's what I mean.
Like he's talking.
Yeah, that would be awesome. So the Donald Trump Chia Pet, something I forgot to bring in. It was sitting out in my truck yesterday, and I forgot to bring it in. So we got to have that, don't you think, for 2019? I mean, we got to. A lot going on with Donald Trump.
Oh, wow.
Yankee swap. Yeah. Yankee swap delivered again, didn't it? Yeah.
Step one.
We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So our Donald Trump Chia Pet is now soaking. Is that correct? We've submerged it and we're soaking it.
Yes, we are soaking Donald Trump right now,
Mm-hmm.
and it was kind of funny in the break. We're actually using a popcorn container, I guess, that you would just fill up with popcorn. And Minnie Mouth got excited; she thought we were making popcorn.
Yeah,
and just not missing a beat. Greg said, "No, we're soaking Trump."
Right, just like
we're soaking Donald Trump's head.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Democrats.
Right. Exactly.
So anyway,
like Pelosi would like to.
Like Pelosi would like to.
Yep.
So anyway, that we may be applying his hair.
Can you take me in there?
You know, we
got to get the hair.
That's
on
what we're
today
doing right there.
If we're going to get it grown by State of the Union.
Right.
Yeah, we might be able to get his hair started for the weekend.
Right,
Let
and that's
him grow
what
over
we're
the
about to do. We're about to mix 2 teaspoons.
That's the same spoon we were going to use, by the way.
Okay, good. And we're about to do exactly what this video shows, and then we're going to sit here and we're going to stir the chia seeds.
Oh, that looks gross, by the way.
It does.
And then what happens? Then it forms this gel,
chia?
and then we're going to pretty much just paint it on his head.
Okay. All right. Well, that's exciting. And then we'll find a proper location for him. Adler, some if you, whatever you think.
Always remember those commercials on TV.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's been the punchline of many jokes over the years.
Made fun of people's hair, so it looked like
If you add too much water, don't have enough seed. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, just keep watching
Get
that.
your paste right. You got to have the paste. Right.
Monday night, college football, Division I, NCAA national championship game.
This is the big one.
Well, we're calling it. It's almost like a sequel. It's Clemson versus Alabama 3.
3 for the championship.
3. Yeah.
4 in the last 4 years?
Yeah, semifinal last year they played.
Oh gosh, that's right.
Bama hammered them.
Yeah. But in the national championship game, Clemson's 1-1, Alabama's 1-1, and then this is the breaker.
Yeah.
So we will. But here's and it was former intern Hobie. So I had not really been paying attention with this. I've got some friends that
Hobie's a mover and a shaker
that are going to the games and I watched them all skip Miami. Now these are Bama fans that go, wherever Bama goes.
Right.
They didn't even go to Miami.
Well, let's face it. If you are a big time Alabama fan, you've been on the road a lot the last 12
right.
years.
And that was their point. They're like, you always have to budget, and we always budget for the championship game because we'll just watch the semifinal on TV because there's no need to pay for both. Because you're going to have to go to both.
Yeah.
And so they so I didn't know about them. I knew the flight prices and all that. They are getting expensive because these fans are having to travel all the way to the West Coast to the new stadium they built for the 49ers.
Yeah, Santa Clara, California. It's Levi Stadium.
Yeah, just below San Francisco or near San Francisco. But anyway, so they Hobie was in there and he said that his wife, they're big Bama folks. They talked about going. They decided they weren't going to go and all this. He goes, he said, the tickets are not a problem. He said, gosh, I got offered a pair of tickets for $100. And I said,
now that's a pair. That's $50 a ticket.
And I said, really? He said, oh yeah. He said, people there's no value for the tickets because the fan bases, especially Alabama, they've been so many times. This is such an expensive trip just to get there that a lot of them are just going to watch it on TV. But and the fact it's just not a big deal for Alabama fans to go to a national championship anymore. And the fact that it's the same matchup they've had the last 4 years, and 3 times they played for the national championship, they're just saying, let's watch it at home.
And when you have 2 teams that are basically on the East Coast going west, that just, the travel.
I was going to say the
semifinal
was probably more intriguing because they got to go down to South Beach and hang out in Miami.
Right.
Yeah. It's an easier trip.
Right.
Well, I'm sure.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls wrap up the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, and your phone calls are coming in, and we'll take them. All 10 lines are available. Make a note today, Wednesday Bible study is back. The Revelation chapter 14. We'll go verses 6 through 13 today. If you want to go ahead and kind of be ready for that. Live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. It'll be archived soon after and available for you to get it on your own time, either the audio archive or the video archive. So that's coming up today. And tomorrow, Bubba, our last live show of the week, as you and I go on vacation after that, and then there'll be Rick and Bubba best of shows, and then a Rick and Bubba replay on July the 4th.
And we'll come back all fresh and rested.
All fresh if we get back. So anyway,
just I was telling you the numbers during the break there for KC and the Sunshine Band. 100 million albums sold.
Yep.
Had 9 Grammy nominations, I believe it was, won 3, and American Music Award.
There you go.
And he had a song on Saturday Night Fever, which was, you could argue was one of the greatest albums of our time. For sales and everything that went along with it, all the hype.
Right. Easy. Tap the brakes a little bit on that. But it was.
Well, it was one.
It sold a lot of records.
If you had to name 5 top albums that we had seen in our lifetime, that would be
on
one
sales.
Of them.
Absolutely.
Definitely as far as soundtracks.
Oh yeah. Oh, soundtracks. It's The Walking Dog. So
it's basically a Bee Gees album.
Bubba, it may hurt you. Did you know that That's the Way's my least favorite KC song?
That is my favorite one. That's the first one I heard, I think.
Right. Yeah. It was. I don't know what it was. I remember even when it came out, I was like, I don't like that one as much as the other ones. I don't know why.
You remember the Who's Who? I was 8th grade. You were in the 9th grade, and it was the Please Don't Go was the theme.
What are you talking about?
They played it over and over as they called it.
Oh my goodness! When I'm walking out there in my flannel leisure suit,
that's it.
I had the blue jean. A blue jean leisure. Remember me in the blue jean leisure?
I think I had a corduroy cowboy cut.
Bubba, I had that silk shirt underneath it, bright colors everywhere, chains slinging, hair perfect.
Yeah.
Huh?
I kind of wish I wore a chain again.
That old gold chain.
Eagle blazing.
Yes, sir.
Jim in Alabama. Hey, Jim. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, it's Jim Morrison from the Doors. Let me tell you about France.
Jim Morrison.
Good grief. Do what now?
I'm in witness protection program down here in L.A., Lower Alabama. But go over and look at my so-called cemetery.
Okay. All right. I lost interest. I lost interest in that narrative quickly.
I guess he died in France.
Yeah, he did. He did. Ken,
he's buried there too.
Ken in Mississippi. Ken, go ahead.
I know that, but yeah.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, first time caller.
Thank you, buddy.
It's been a lot of controversy about these guys that want to participate in women's sports, and it's only because they want to win something. They want that trophy, they want that ribbon, they want that acclaim, And my concern is, once they've run their route with the women's sports, are they going to focus on the Special Olympics?
Well, I mean, I've heard people make that comparison that some of this, there's such a gap between a biological man's body and a biological female body on speed and strength and size. And I've heard people say, no one would allow someone who did not have challenges to go and compete in the Special Olympics. They would think that's bad form. But if a guy goes and dominates a women's sport, we applaud and say good for him. Let's go to Jennifer, Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Jennifer, go ahead.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
We're good. We're good.
Good. Okay, I had a couple things. Talking about your trip to France and the airport luggage situation. Our daughters flew to Morocco last month, changed planes in Paris, and got to Morocco and no luggage.
Oh,
yeah. Well, that's pretty standard. If you go through Paris, you can kiss your luggage goodbye.
Yeah. The other thing is my husband and I went to Paris in April, and we took the day trip to Normandy with a private guide, with a coach, and it was phenomenal.
Yes,
if you haven't done that.
Yes, Sherry and the boys have done that. Because, like I say, Sherry's been to France multiple times. I've been twice. But we're not going to be – I don't think we're going to be anywhere near Normandy. Yeah,
it didn't sound like it from your post, from your talk.
We're not going to be – our home base is not going to be Paris. All Paris is to us is a changing of a plane. So I won't be –
I understand.
I won't be close enough for that. But I will tell you the boys and Sherry said, and everybody who's ever done it said it is incredibly moving. So
It really is. And bonjour.
Bonjour. Bonjour, Jennifer.
Bonjour.
And remember that I said don't just add a Z to something and think you're speaking French. So I've got I don't need to say oui je parle français because I don't. I know comment allez-vous, s'il vous plaît, merci, bonjour. Do they have a hipper hello than bonjour?
Hello.
You know, like in Spanish, you can say que pasa, which means what's happening, man. What's up?
Are you going to wear one of those hats
Of
that everybody
course.
wears
Oh,
in
of
France?
course. Oh, absolutely.
Do you think most people know hello?
Yeah.
And most, you hello.
What is that?
Just how you
that's
could
just
say it.
English. You just said it in English.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think
You said it in a funny voice.
I think that they
You
would
say if I say it in a funny voice, they go, "Oh, thank you for trying."
Right.
I think I would just
that
say
they even-
bonjour because I got that.
Right, but I think everybody worldwide knows hello.
Do you think they do?
Hello. Is it me? Yeah. They also know that Greg's universal sign too, but don't do that.
No. Yeah. Can you just do the head?
Yeah. Like
What's up?
What up?
Yeah,
What up?
I mean,
What up? How you doing?
yeah. Why do you think you have to put an accent on it
I
if you're
don't know, I
saying an
just
English
do.
word?
I don't know. I
you
do.
just say hello.
I do. And when
Right.
I'm ordering food, sometimes I talk louder if the waiter doesn't
Of course.
speak English.
Do you find
I don't know why, because they're not deaf.
Right.
No, they just
do you
don't know
find
English.
yourself when the person serving you has a thick accent, you start taking on the accent
A little bit. I start doing that just because it makes Terry uncomfortable, and then they walk away, and she's like, "What's wrong with you? What are you doing?"
Arkansas, Kale is checking in. Kale, go ahead.
Hey guys, Monkey Grass.
Thanks for the call,
thank you,
brother.
sir.
What's on your mind?
Well, a week or two ago, a lady was telling my wife a story about she was buying her son a shirt from Old Navy, and her son said, "You probably don't want me to wear that shirt," and she thought he would like it. The shirt had an upside down pineapple on it.
Yeah.
I had no idea what that was until the lady told my wife that story, but just a public service announcement for you guys. I know that may be up Speedy's alley to wear a pineapple shirt, but just make sure they're side up.
It is. It is.
No.
You're right, caller.
Why are you on your tippy toes when you talk?
Yeah,
Stop.
I didn't know about the upside down
Look,
pineapple thing. Helmsy and Bubba informed me about that. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, I've
Can't
been
even
made
have
aware
a-
of it through
Can't
my
even have a
wearing of
pineapple.
pineapple
I don't know why I was
shirts because
brought
I
in.
like pineapple.
Right, yeah. So
I love I'm eating pineapple right now.
I'm a dang.
well, how about that?
Well, good for
All
you.
cut up and everything.
Look at that.
Good for you. You don't have to scream out like, don't worry about me, I'm eating pineapple. Everybody's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Gotcha.
yeah. I didn't know. It's like all these weird groups. They ruin everything. I mean, they ruin everything.
It would be interesting just to wear one to see what comes out of the water, just so you'll know what's around you. You know it.
Oh, there's that weirdo. Yeah.
I'm not saying take it up, but just figure out what's happening.
Right.
Good night.
Oh, I need to look down my teeth. Oh, man, this explains the weird note on my receipt. Thanks, guys, for being with us. If you're leaving us today, have a good day.
Hello.
You got more Rick and Bubba. You can stick around, and more Rick and Bubba content may be coming your way.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.